knocking on Onamaru to combine the chats. Good morning, everyone. Or wherever you are. Hello, hello, hello. I see several drafts. Let's grab these. Lewis picking... Ooh, okay. Oh, yes, Alive. Alive picked a good map. Hello, Zaxis. Hello, Gibson. Good morning from Austria. Good morning. We are going live. We got... Let's see, drafts over here. Civ drafts on the way. Lily, hello Lily. So Coast Arena game number 1, and Alive picked the clown map. He picked the clown map for us. I'm so happy to see that. He had Alive to my list of players too. He is currently on Fellowship. Who versus who today? Everyone versus everyone. Let me take a look at the schedule. AB2 spectator dashboard. And today, we'll have Alive versus Lewis at 13 GMT if this set is short. We have Bonangi versus Wide and Siscon versus Lighty. At 14 GMT, we have Nacho versus Tatau, FedEx versus Vivi, and Dennis versus Z40. At 15 GMT, we have Doubt versus Paganini. Also, Bad Koala versus Stone Please. At 16 GMT, we have Degao versus Thunderbolt. 17, we got Barles versus Warrior, Duduzu versus Twig. 17:30, Jordan versus Pela. 18, Miguel versus Valesa. This is a long day of some really good matchups. We've got 23 GMT, Jubileo versus Nikov. 22 GMT, Gali versus Ozone. I'm streaming all day. I haven't played T90 in a while. When DE first came out, I met him on the ladder. And I won. But I haven't played him since. So Italians and Bohemians. Oh my gosh, the Celts, the second pick for Alive. That has to be Huang for Valle de Silva, right? That has to be Huang. Alright, I'm looking forward to seeing the Celts. Yeah, I'm gonna eat TCs. They're gonna be thriving in the jungle. This might be a 12-hour stream today. Okay, my coffee's still slightly too hot. Title? Oh, title. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lewis versus Alive. Brazilian Dynasty Qualifier. So alive right now in Fellowship. I'm used to KGB alive. Those in T90 are similarly skilled. I don't know if T90 is the GOAT. I don't know about that. Maybe a goat? Do they have goats in rural Pennsylvania where I grew up? Yeah, they probably do have goats over there. I'd imagine it's more sheep territory, though. Oh, there's a new South Central US server that has been added. What is South Central US? Is that just the Texas server? Atlanta still feels like it would be East US. Not sure where else Azure would have servers. But lobby up, it'll be Coast Arena for game number 1. Gotta love a good game of Coast Arena. So, best of 5, this is the first round of their qualifier. Salusis home map Seados Courageous and Lençóis Maranhenses. Alive's home map Festa da Pavora and Vela da Selva. It's a Pigeon Missile. Hello, hello. Welcome into the Onamaru chat. And this has to be Bohemians, right? It could be a few different civs. The Lewis. Maybe this is Italians Bohemians. Could also see him going Koreans or Burgundians on this map. This could also be the civs though for Festa de Pavora, since that's our other closed map or closed-ish map. Don't know what else Alive would do here though. Maybe he just picked 2 civs for his home maps. Slavs at the end of his draft are interesting. Good farming eco. But I'm not sure if they fit these maps really well. Maybe Seados Courageous? So the players have around a 400 point ELO gap. 26-17 for Lewis, 22-56 for Alive. And Italians Bohemians, indeed. For Coast Arena, game number 1, 2-minute spec delay. And then we will start with the GOAT, Lewis, playing for Onamaru against the live now for Fellow Sheep. So probably an early morning set for a live. Hey Soxy, time to watch a little until you sleep. That's what I did for Jordan last night. Jordan was streaming at a weird hour. It was like 6 a.m. for him, maybe 5 a.m. It was almost midnight for me. Jordan on the morning AoE grind, it would seem. I'm trying to cast Jordan today too, amidst the chaos of all the games we have going on. Past 2 days he started around 5 a.m. I know, it's been super early for him. And here we are, game number 1 will have Alive as the red Bohemians to the west and Lewis as the blue Italians to the southeast. And the map will be Coast Arena. Map first by the Mad Catter, readapted for TTL and now for the Brazilian Dynasty. This will be the first round of their qualifier. Lewis, who got once more 1 game away from qualifying for a LAN event in his last series against freaking Andy, got to game number 7, but couldn't quite finish off freaking Andy. We'll have a bit of a pause at the start. Paused by Alive. We don't have a bugged map. I guess it's turkeys. Whenever I see a pause, I'm worried. Like, oh no, did I mess up? Is the map bugged? I don't see a chat from Alive. Let me check their Discord. Don't see any chat. Just a bit of a pause. And maybe just has a hotkey or something he needs to adjust. Well, everything looks smooth so far. 0 idle TC seconds for both of them. Hello, Zuvilai? I'm assuming the 1 is an I there. But if you heard me saying the map names, you all know pronouncing things is difficult. Let's see. Don't see any chats or anything. So we're just gonna hope that this continues at some point. Alright, just making sure it's not me who's paused. And we paused in the middle of a boar lore. At least it's not while Lewis was shooting the boar. If everyone who played on the HD edition knows that pain of someone who pauses while you're shooting the boar, and you don't know whether your will respond in time when the unpause occurs. Here Lewis should be fine. So between these two saves, I expect the Italians to be the more water-focused. Bohemians just pushing on land. Good monk civs, both of them. Bohemians have all the monk tech tree, yes, but the Italians do miss heresy. Alright, looks like we had a brief pause, and we're good to go. Alive needs to make sure he stays alive, IRL. And Vor taking underneath the TC. So I'm hoping to see monk rushes, but we don't really see them all that often these days. It's mostly unique units, which the Hussite wagons should be pretty darn good against the Italians. But a monk defense, I mean, I feel like Lewis could play this going pretty heavily for water while going for a monk defense. With redemption monks, you can get a good defense against the Hussite wagons, and with a fish boom, go imp quickly as the Italians. Hello, sentient sloths. As Empire War starts. I've really been liking the Nineville starts. I think, yeah, Coast Arena, obviously it's a closed map, we'll have a bit of a Dark Age. Maybe we need Empire Wars Arena maps. I think it'd be nice to have... maybe we should do that one day, just a show match on Empire Wars clown maps. I have no idea if it'd be good or not, but we could try it out. Maybe convince Red Bull, if they're not going to go to a Nineville start, to go to a more diverse map pool. Hello, Daniel? So alive, slightly housed. So you gotta be careful on your builds. There's a bit of idle TC time there. But when you're doing fishing ships and pumping vills out of the TC, on a closed map when you might not be 100% practiced with the build, not to say alive isn't practiced, but maybe it's just like 99% there, because this isn't a classic arena or classic islands map where you've done the map over and over and over for a decade. Can catch you by surprise when you're producing so quickly, and you forget the house. First set of the day, first set of I have no idea how many, we're going to cast lots of them. As I said, this might even be a 12+ hour stream. The set was our 12 GMT schedule, and we have our final set was scheduled for 13 GMT, so if that one goes over an hour, we might be here for a long time. Yeah, Soxy in Australia, he'll go to bed and wake up in the morning and we'll still be streaming. Hello, Ragumi. I'll have the stone and the gold both forward on this map. So if someone goes for a castle drop, you can scout it. If someone goes for a tower rush, you can scout it too. Although we haven't really seen tower rushes. I saw only one tower rush, and that was in combination with the landing. It was tower rush on the front, men-at-arms with the transport. So 2 docks for Lewis. And he's starting to wall up. There are 2 ways I've seen players wall their bases. One is houses along the back as a way to prevent the landing. And 2 is basically as Lewis is doing, kind of cutting the base in half, which somehow protects you from both from being pushed to the front and from being pushed to the back. When you cut your base in half, and you lose half your base, but still have the other half, you can run around the outside, and we have Lewis deleting a tile of wall. As he'll go for a dock, and as players have learned, you delete the tile that is still part of the beach terrain, so you can re-wall if need be. And there is a dock for alive. And Feudal Age first for alive. So, somewhat fast Feudal. I don't think he can FC off of this build. But he will, after that fishing ship, be adding in hulks. Now, the Hulk is interesting here because arrow fire from the dock should be most effective against the Hulk. Compared to the fires, which also destroy the docks more quickly, Hulks won't be able to push the docks as easily. And now, whatever ship alive makes, Lewis can scout it and then make the counter. Hulk's perhaps the hardest to counter because 1 or 2 galleys without fletching still don't really like fighting Hulks. You have to go maybe 4 or 5 galleys with fletching. And then you destroy Hulks really easily. But while you're kind of in between there, Hulks can still be threatening. And perhaps the most threatening ship just because I think it's the hardest to get the counter unit out for. Did I design this map? This was originally made by the Mad Catter, but we did some redesigns for TTL. Mostly the diagonal gates, so each player would have 3 gates consistently. So Hulk now forward attacking the dock. Needs to be within the min range of the dock, and looks like it is. Always kind of hard to tell exactly where that minimum range is. But we'll have a Hulk now for Lewis. Not going for the fire, going for the Hulks himself. 2 Hulks. Market Blacksmith, heal fast castle, easy to do that as the Italians. Market Blacksmith for alive, but he does not yet have the food he needs. Going for a mining camp, so he could sell the stone to click up. Well, oh, actually, no, never mind, we have a tower rush. Okay, it will be a tower. Lewis will see this. Gates give a lot of line of sight, so he will see it. Compared to walls, gates let you see things. And another dock for Lewis around the outside. There's a tower shooting at some vills. Good morning, Major Blazer. How you doing? We'll have another house from Lewis. Double bit axe, too. So tower on the gold. Right now, Lewis, he does have gold access because there are oysters in the back. I think he's taken one of them already. Or no, never mind. It's hiding behind the dock. You have 4 oysters. So a little over 1.3k gold left in the back, but denied the main gold. He will have to slip out the side. Now there is 1 gold tile over here, but actually kind of awkward because the rest of the gold has been to the north of the map. And Lewis really only has 1 gold tile left. You'll have a stone outside of his walls. So scouting the map, that's a great tower from alive. As he keeps adding in more docks himself. Lewis will push forward with Hulks, though. Again, Hulk's probably the easiest to defend with just docks. Alive will try to garrison. What is that pathing? What is that pathing? I don't know what that fishing ship's doing, but does eventually get inside the dock. You're on your first coffee, same with me. Lewis with 6, 7 Hulks, 8 Hulks. Going pretty heavy on the water now. Medium warships for the War Hulks. And this is where getting enough war galleys out to counter the War Hulk in a spot where you can't micro them particularly well is tricky for alive. He can sail through a seawall if he wants to. And forward vills for Lewis. Lewis has been mining stone. Lewis is ready to drop a castle. He says, you tower my gold, I'll castle your gold. I'll make a bigger tower. And alive needs to see this. His gate's right there. And there's the castle from Lewis. No chance of alive stopping that. And Lewis, if he has a good fishing eco, should be able to go imp. And he has moved the docks out to the side to try to grab more fishing ships. This Hulk is trapped behind a villager. Well, one villager blocking the entire ship. In the north, the remaining Hulks, medium warships for alive. He's got 7 Hulks, and I don't know if that's enough numbers right here. Fire ships from Lewis, anticipating the Hulks and also letting him push the docks better. There's the fire ship. You could also think of doing careening for the armor. And pushing the docks a bit more if the fishing ships are going to defend. You can also go right between the docks, maybe puts you at risk of demos, but never see demos in this meta. Alive is dead. Fairly dead. Mining stone, and he would love to get a castle to defend, but he's going to lose all the fish. And if he loses the fish, he won't be able to go up. And I think we're seeing again how the fast feudal to harass the fish isn't particularly a strong strategy these days. There's Imp for Lewis. It's so easy to defend the fish as Lewis just did. And if you're up later, you'll have an extra dock so you can recover numbers even if your opponent produces faster. And by the time they sail forward, won't be able to do too much. So here we have 11 vills forward for alive. And he'll be placing a castle by the gate. You shall not sail. Let's see. It did eventually get freed, but I think that's because the Vil... Oh no, it was a shorefish. It moved off the shorefish. Castle up for alive. So dueling castle drops, but everything that tower accomplished of keeping Lewis off of gold is thwarted by that forward castle, Lewis reclaiming gold access for himself in the middle of the map. And to boot kicking alive off of the gold. Alive might need to head into that TC. How's Lewis so ahead? 17 fishing ships. 17 fishing ships. And they aren't even fishing all that well, but everything for the Italians synergized here for the cheaper imp. Fishing plus cheaper imp, plus winning water, plus a good unique unit for raiding. You can wall out the Genoese crossbowmen, but if Lewis is the water, it's going to be awkward to come out here for a lumber camp. And once imp comes in, it'll probably be GG, as Lewis will be able to treb the TC, treb the castle, and Hussite Wagon shouldn't be able to do too much more. Also gives the option for redemption plus block printing for the monks to convert to the Hussite Wagons. So Lewis should be perfectly fine to defend. Could even do his own defensive castle as he's working on being walled. Well, no GG yet for alive. He's going to play it out. He is a monk. As long as you have a monk, you're not dead. He's picking up relics. He's ready to go down to one monk and play Holy Man from AoE 1. So castle for Lewis. As the Hussite Wagons. There's no way this castle's denied, is it? There's no way Lewis loses 19 Vils. Here, the Hussite Wagons aren't even attacking Vils. I'm just gonna run under the TC. Does Live see the castle? Now he sees it. Oh, his tower saw it earlier. No, the tower! Could the tower deny a castle for the first time? No, it won't. Well, castle up, Vils will go forward. Where do the Vils even go in there? Gonna go maybe defend the Trib? Time for Lewis to click Sappers, Vil rush the castle. Well, there's a GG from alive. Not much he can do from this position. Lewis winning everything. And fast feudal for water, not working out. Not working out at all. 36 to 20 KD. Much better eco for Lewis. I hadn't eco the entire game. You stay Dark Age longer, you get more fishing ships. And it's 1,000 res collected ahead. Almost 700 ahead when he hits feudal. Able to fast castles smoothly. 2-minute difference in castle timing, and nothing that Alive could really do. Look, he has a very brief advantage in military numbers. He gets 2 ships out. But then by the time he gets forward, Lewis is making his own ships. And then really making his own ships. So, solid game from Lewis. Definitely read the meta on that map better. Now, back in the previous patch, feudal for harassing the ships, yes, I think that's completely viable. This patch, I don't think so. Dock Garrison way too strong. And it will be Festa de Polvora as our next map. I'll keep the players in the same colors. Lewis will be the Burgundians, and Alive will be the Saracens. So Saracens, interesting for Alive. The accent on the strong syllable. It's a weird word. I can't like make the other syllables weak if I say pulvera. Maybe like that. That's really me dropping the final syllables. Sorry, I didn't hear it. Then trying to do it as a sentence and not the whole word is weird because those syllables feel less emphasized. Like festa da pulvora. Maybe that's closer. Let me... I think the commands only work in the Onimaru chat. So let me paste the info for Obadiah. Here are the brackets if you want them. Has it gotten too large? Well, we'll see when we get a team game event. We haven't even had a team game event. So here we have Alive as the Red Saracens to the southwest, and Lewis as the Blue Burgundians to the northeast. This map, as I attempt to say, Festa da Pulvora, or Pulvora. Festa da Pulvora. There you go. We will have gunpowder kegs here. You destroy the gunpowder kegs, and the wall goes boom. Can't really wall behind it because they'll destroy re-walling. Players start with 3 groups of 3 vills for the 9 vill start. They do have a mining camp and a mill, so that every civ can click up immediately. We'll have their buildings. And the javelinas will be lured in here for Lewis over to the TC. And players like to do that. And they say, you know what, we'll delete some walls, lure in the javelinas, play a more standard game, and re-wall. Yes, okay, I think I'm getting it then. I need to practice it so that I can do it without needing to pause and think. We'll get there, we'll get there. I'm running out of map bugs to fix, hopefully, so we're getting close to the point I can spend my time practicing the names instead of fixing the maps. And look at this Rhea push, too. Not even using the mill down here. 1 vill to Laura, 1 vill to wall, and leaving 1 vill on the papaya trees. So the risk of doing this is these barrels get destroyed and you now open a path into your main base. Saracens for Alive also have the archer bonus. Archers... Oh! I didn't even realize this. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, never mind. I clicked the palisade. I was thinking I clicked the barrel and it said the barrel had building armor and the Saracens would get a bonus, but no. Alright, we're gonna... Ooh, Scout needs to block the javelinas. How did that one stop? Alright, Alive, bring them back to his TC. He'll be fine. A bit late, might have to go to stragglers. Or 1 vill gonna take the capybara. Ooh, he notices, and the capybara will stay alive. Make sure the red barrel's at this gold area. And this one? They're behind it too. Does it still take 1 barrel damage? Yes, 1 damage from archers, but we decrease the HP. So they go down a bit more quickly. Oh, the red barrels at the gold area? The barrels themselves are red. You can... So a couple of forward barrels there. Opening up the area for Alive. 3 sets of barrels in the back. And there are barrels on the middle resources. So you send a bunch of vills there in the late game. And they might get exploded. Barrels are super exposed. It might look little, but Lewis barrels are easy to secure, walling them in his base when expanding his base. I like the forward barrels. I could maybe just keep barrels farther away from the wood lines to get them more centered. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like if, I guess if Alive wanted to delete the walls here and wall up to his base, then these barrels would still be forward. Yeah, I kept them away from the wood lines, but I could keep them a tiny bit farther away. I was more worried about them spawning consistently so that they didn't just disappear. Probably do that for the food area too. In the back, they're everywhere, so I don't think that would matter much. What is the barrel lore? The barrel lore is, for some reason, they added gunpowder kegs to the campaigns, and I saw they were an object when I was making the maps and realized I need to make a map with these. How can one make them explode? By attacking them. They have 8 pierce armor and 0 melee armor, so if you want to weaken one with your scout early on in the Dark Age, you can get it very weak before attacking it with archers and feudal. Or if you drush, you can always sacrifice 1 militia to finish it off. Vills can't attack them, but any military unit can. And I don't think buildings auto-attack them from what I've seen. So the castles don't shoot them automatically, you have to task them explicitly. Yeah, and here's alive during kind of what Tatau mentioned, walling this off. And the barrels will still leave that a bit exposed. But he also has an option to wall to the stone and then over to the wood behind it. Do they damage buildings? They have 95 melee damage and 280 building damage. Mostly useful for destroying the palisade walls. Maybe if we play more games on it, I might adjust the stats a bit more before going to the LAN. But for now, at least we've seen a couple of players trying to use them. And alive with the Saracens, the thing that strikes me as Saracens is attack bonus against buildings for the archers. So even without the barrels, might be trying to break through the palisades. Good thing about the barrels is that your opponent does not get an attack notification when you attack the barrels. So you can try to sneak in a bit. Might not be obvious when you start attacking them if you're far away. And scout win for Lewis. Scout win for Lewis, as he's trying to expand the walls a bit. We'll have a market here for alive at the front. Yeah, look at the res collected, Burgundians. Eco upgrades early on, so also better farms. 1 Vil difference, and the eco is insanely good for Lewis. We'll have Castle Age for alive. He did have the more efficient market usage for sure. But Burgundians for a closed map, they're picked for closed maps for a reason. And that reason is how insanely good their economy is. Bowsaw now even for Lewis on his way up. The farming eco change actually, I think, benefits the Burgundians quite a bit in mid-Castle Age. If you can click crop rotation, since it applies to farms retroactively. You start booming, you can do heavy plow and then crop rotation. And here's what Tatau is pointing out, that Lewis walling the base. If he walls, the barrels are going to be inside the walls. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for him. I mean, if the barrels are destroyed, it'll open up a larger hole in the walls now. Yeah, definitely moving them, like, maybe 2 tiles to the side. And keeping the barrels, like, on this front area of the palisade might be a good change. So here come forward Vils from alive. Who created these maps? I made this one. And Lewis will scout. Oh, well, Lewis will send his Vils forward too. He's ready to counter castle. Or he would be were he in the next day. He's ready to Vil fight. He's going to delete the walls and Vil fight. Lewis saying, no, you're not sending a castle on my face. 11 to 16, so he has more Vils. Time to rush Wheelbarrow for alive so his Vils are faster. And he'll just castle the middle of the map. Says, okay, I won't get the castle forward, I'll just build it here. Can't get the gate up. Lewis is going to tower this. Will the tower deny this castle? I think it could. If Lewis is a blacksmith, I think he wants to click fletching now, and that's exactly what he does. Make sure he'll do more damage to the Vils. He's doing Loom right now. He's doing Loom right now. Loom is a bit late. The tower denies the castle. There we go. Everyone in the chat who always says the towers don't deny the castles. It is denied a castle. He's gonna go through the fort gate. Lewis, please chase him through. Send all your Vils inside. Don't turn around, Lewis. No, go in. All those Vils. You're this far forward. You can't turn around now. You can't just turn around. And now defensive castle as he goes for another tower inside of Alive's base. There he goes. That gate doesn't go down quickly. It's a fort gate. It has a good bit of HP. This is where I'd even go double tower. Then I think you deny it, for sure. And there's the tower. Loom is in. There's one Vil down. Lewis could maybe find the other Vils. No, he didn't commit. Lewis, you gotta commit. Don't run outside. Don't leave this. Well, the castle scares him away. I think he needed to commit for double towers just for the fun of it. You joined at the right time. Or the wrong time. You joined nevertheless. And Lewis is up, and he's going to make monasteries in the middle of the map. A tower there. Vil's attacking the base of the tower. Lewis will fight. What if Lewis pulls the Vils back, sees the Vils at the base of the tower, and attacks the barrel? Could he explode those villagers? I did increase the blast radius a bit to 3.75, so maybe he could. I have no idea what's going on. There's a Mamluk. Mamluk should be good against Burgundian Cav late game. Burgundian gunpowder could still be a problem, but I guess that's a problem for everyone. Saracens have good Cav archers against that, maybe. Tower goes down to the Vil fight. Mamluks will destroy some villagers here. It'll be a watchtower for alive. A situation, though, where the tower is directly under a monastery and Burgundians do have redemption. Maybe not a possibility with the Mamluks, but a monk could pop out of a monastery and convert the tower. Late game, you don't think this is gonna go late game? you don't think Alive can come back from that eco discrepancy? He's gonna try to wall in the monasteries, okay. So triple monastery, lots of monks. Mamluks need to be spread out so they can stop monks. And Sanctity for Lewis. This is a very clown gay. Lewis, I think, was a bit too early in ejecting the monks. Maybe he's okay. It's one conversion, but for the cost of 3 or 4 monks. Oh no, second conversion. Yeah, there you go, murder hole's range of the tower. Tower was too close to the monasteries. And the monks get underneath it. And now Lewis has 3 Mamluks. Okay, I thought maybe he needed another round of monks, but he was fine, he was fine. Vils will be killed by Mamluks. Mamluks will be healed up under the tower. Alive once more is dead. As the Mamluks again healed. So Lewis will win as Alive calls the GG. And he goes up 2-1. I don't know what the plan was for Saracens there. I guess he wanted to counter the Burgundians with Mamluks, thinking for the castle drop, but didn't do Loom. And 11 Vils was not enough as Lewis simply pulled all his Vils forward to fight, and denied a castle in the middle of the map with a tower. Forced Alive back to his base. But I'm glad we had that. Most clown game we've had in a while, as someone wrote. And I imagine this will be Vala de Selva as our final map. And we'll probably see Celts. Maybe Celts versus... ooh. Lots of good eco-civs in Vikings Way, Persians, and Georgians. Final map? Well, these are live, but the way it's been going, Alive hasn't looked very alive. I mean, he could pull off a reverse sweep. He's not dead. He's not dead yet. Well, let's not be maybe too presumptuous. Hello, Gothic brother. Hope you're ready to see some Goths. No Goths in this draft, though, but I have seen them played on this map before. That was Lewis played them against Andy. Goths Britons. Or was it the opposite? No, it was Lewis who played them. Okay, yeah, our base said admin win for picking Celts. That's what my DM says. Our base admin win for picking Celts. Perfect. That's how you win with Celts. Didn't see Araucaria? I'm sure we'll see it. I'm sure we'll see it. That has been a wonderful map. And yep, Vela de Silva, they launch. It'll be Georgians Celts. So we will get to see a Celts game. Where's our base? Celts right now. And this will be Huang against Fortified Church defense, I guess. And he must be the greatest qualifying player. Not as mechanically good as the top, but still qualifies to almost everything. When you have 12 spots, I think there's a lot of room for players maybe outside the top, the very top, to sneak in occasionally. A bit of luck involved with the bracket draw, but also Andy kind of making his own luck because he does very well and plays in a bunch of A and B tier events, which helps the seeding. So maybe that's just a way of promoting those events to other players. You can get more popularity for other events if they realize it helps the seeding that much. Hello, Ziba Ziba. You see Celts picked, I applaud. Well, you're going to see them played in just a moment. We have a brief spectator delay. And what I imagine is dueling fast castles where Lewis goes fortified churches with the Georgians to defend against the Mangonels. Now the question is, how is there going to be a drush? And will it be an effective drush? Will we see Celt militia? We have seen an instant barracks on this map before. And here we are, alive to the northwest as the Celts, Lewis to the southeast as the Georgians. Lewis, he has the mule cart. He can actually go take the deer in the middle. And now we have Celts. This map has been absolutely wild. And Georgians, I think they should be a good civ for it. Both the ability to take the mule cart in the middle for the deer, not just for the deer, but also because you then are free to use your scout to pick up the capybaras. So they can get the best of both worlds, taking the deer and picking up the capybaras. Other civs, it's a trade-off. Do you push the deer or do you scout? Here the Georgians can do both of them, and it won't be an instant barracks for alive. Won't be the instant barracks, it will simply be 3 villas on the lumber camp, which makes me think he's going to be aiming for that Huang FC. Instant drush might have been good for harassing the deer in the middle, stopping Lewis from taking them. But lots of capybaras being picked up by alive as he runs around with the scout. Might even steal Lewis's goose there. Oh, that's true, the Celt capybara bonus. Imagine that, oh my gosh, imagine that. You're the Celts. You take the deer in the middle with your villagers. Spend all your time taking the deer while your opponent scouts for the capybaras, and then you're the Celts. Livestock animals within Celt unit line of sight cannot be stolen. So you just walk forward, grab 20 capybaras from under your opponent's TC and run away with them. That actually could happen. Oh, I hope we see that. Right, we've seen Britons picked on maps because of their herdable bonus. Maybe we need to see the Celts picked more. Missed the last few games of Yo Sebastian. There have been so many games. I have been missing a few myself too. I do want to go back and watch that Teutons game that Tatau played. It was nice to see Teutons used. Lewis winning convincingly. So far, so good for him. And he's going to try to grab some capybaras as Alive wants to bring them back to his TC. Lewis pulling off a nice heist. Absconding with 3 capybaras. And he's going fast feudal. I don't think 18 pop will be a fast castle. We'll have actually a 20 pop feudal from Alive, so he'll be playing this not a fast castle. Okay, I was expecting fast castle on this map, but it will be feudal age for both. Having the nice deer access is good for Lewis. And still a lot of scouting as the condor flies by. A large big box under the condor. I think some birds have circles underneath them when I click them. I don't know how Capture Age decides which is which. Maybe it's in the unit data somewhere. Does he pick Georgians? That's a good question. We should get some stats on that, some pick stats. Who likes to pick and ban which civs? And play which civs? So double bit axe and loom immediately clicked for Lewis. So he didn't have loom with forward vills on the way up to feudal. That was a big risk when the Celts have militia. And here comes the Druss. Loom just in time for Lewis. Militia not all attacking one vill. This will be maybe a bit annoying for Lewis to deal with. Men-at-Arms just clicked, not in yet. The militia will be very speedy as the Celts. Lewis will try to fight them. Use that feudal age scout. Where's Alive scout? Oh, what happened to Alive scout? Did he lose his scout to the TC? What the? Where's his scout? Lose his scout didn't have any damage. Alive lost his scout there. Is there a scout corpse by this TC? What the? Okay, so he lost his scout to a player who didn't even have loom. That hurts for Alive then. I mean, you shouldn't run into a TC. I don't know how else he would have lost it. Alright, well, Alive lost the scout. He's adding in skirms. Should have cancelled Men-at-Arms. And, well, he didn't lose any. But the timing was completely off there for Alive. 10 seconds earlier, and he's fighting vills without loom. And then he had this awkward position, no scout, where Lewis had the feudal age scout. He had loomed vills, and Men-at-Arms wasn't in. So he wasn't able to fight even though the militia were attacking the vills. So that worked out perfectly for Lewis. Oh, he caught it in feudal with his scout then. Okay. So again, the timing for Lewis being better. Wasn't even that big of a timing difference, but going up without loom gave him the better scout. And that's where Alive, if he's caught out of position, probably should have just turned and fought. And gotten as much HP as he could have off of Lewis's scout. Well, he still has a score lead. He still is forward with Celt Men-at-Arms. So Men-at-Arms plus skirms, I think, is a pretty deadly combo these days. You can't just go archers to clean the Men-at-Arms. You need to make your own skirms. And then you can't really kill the Men-at-Arms all that quickly if you're in a skirm war. Scout doing some nice damage to the skirm. Okay, finish the scout that ran to the TC. Okay, so combo of feudal time plus TC. That might have been why he didn't do loom then, if he saw the scout that ran to the TC a bit earlier. But I mean, if there is a map where you shouldn't run into the TC, it's got to be this one. There literally is a path to the TC. And I know I would probably still run into the TC regardless. TC's not in the same position every time. It does go back and forth a bit. But if you're gonna beat Lewis, you can't make that type of mistake. Maybe there's room for the Men-at-Arms still to apply pressure. But Lewis is doing a good job of camping the skirms under the TC. When he's under the TC, the Men-at-Arms won't be able to engage. And when you're under the TC, that also means you have a shorter distance to travel. When the other army has to go around the outside of your base. So Lewis doing the market, he'll try to wall up. Loom now for Alive. What is the skipping of Loom on this map? He's not even walled up. So Mulcar on the wood line in the back. Mule cart extra nice for these scraggly wood lines, especially if you chop through into the lake and get atop the rock terrain. Lewis actually getting the market denied. So market denied, fletching in now on the skirms. That could be a Vil dead, not quite alive, trying to dive the Vil. That Vil dodging, 3 HP. Finally goes down, but at the cost of the skirms. So Lewis will probably be happy to sacrifice 1 Vil for all of those skirms, and that stops the pressure Alive was applying. Lewis with a 3 Vil lead, as Alive has had quite a bit of idle TC time, trying to go for those men-at-arms. He will attack at the front, though, now, with a couple of archers with fletching. Could pick off another Vil. Low HP Scout now. Scout should go down. 1 HP left, and the Scout survives. KD 12-3. KD is very sad. Lewis has a lot of skirms still. We all know how deadly the skirmishers are, even against Celt men-at-arms. Lewis selling stone, and he's ready to go up. So it was not FC Huang push from Alive, but maybe seeing the Georgians decided not to go for that. I still think if both civs go FC, Fortified Churches probably stop the Huang push, so maybe Alive deciding to go for a feudal fight instead. And Castle Age for Lewis. As the skirms fall back from those men-at-arms. Yeah, nowhere near Castle for Alive. And he might just be dead. Don't know if it'll be a Castle Age GG. But the KD 13-5. He actually has more resources collected, so he has been harassing Lewis a bit. But hasn't been taking the best fights. Double range skirm, so he might have enough skirms to hold this. You don't actually need armor in a skirm fight. That would only be for the archers. Because skirms already have 3 pierce armor, and with fletching, it equals out, so it's 1 damage regardless. It will help, though, once Castle Age upgrades come in, so maybe he wants it just in preparation. 2 knights from Lewis and he'll pretty much win. Also, the fact Alive isn't walled. Has a couple of mills on the papaya trees, but a few knights come in, walk through the rock terrain, and get to the back of the base. Skirms go down to the men-at-arms. We'll have Town Watch for Alive. Ooh, Gate for Vil. Nice. Castle Age for Lewis. Workshop going up. And there's the GG after seeing the Castle Age. So quick 3-0 for Lewis over Alive. Nothing unexpected there. 17-8 KD for Lewis. Alive, if you had a plan for game 2, Lewis YOLO'd all his Vils forward to thwart it. Alive, nice eco though. He was ahead of Lewis in eco the entire time, but that felt like more of an execution thing, where Alive, if he micros the fights a bit better, has just the slight difference on the timing to keep this, doesn't run into the TC, keeps the scout alive. We'll have to see when he ran to the TC. Actually, let me go watch that wreck back for a moment so I can catch the scout. Because I think the TC timing actually mattered quite a bit. So you see the fish traps right at the start. So let's just watch the scout. And maybe he's diving the TC to use the Celts bonus and steal the capybaras. That will probably not be the plan. So he's scouting around here. Is he going to dive the TC there? No. Where does he run to the TC? I want to see the timing on that, because that's actually important for Lewis's game plan. So they both click up to feudal. So Lewis is doing a no-loom feudal, and then runs into the TC there. Yeah, okay. So that means the no-loom feudal can't be punished. That one little mistake from Alive means that when the Drush comes out, it's going to be Dark Age Scout versus Feudal Age Scout. And yeah, there's the timing difference, and the Scout gets hunted down. So, oh yeah, he doesn't turn and fight. So I think that was also a big mistake from Alive. One, you know, you run into the TC, that happens. I think you needed to just turn and fight Lewis's scout. You do the thing, you get a hit, you run slightly, get a hit, run slightly, and kind of make sure that you're at least getting HP off of the scout. Because now, look at how effective the scout is at stopping the drush. And before Men-at-Arms comes in. And maybe it's a bit too much to say the game's over at this point. But that one little difference of scout timing completely changes the effectiveness of those Men-at-Arms. Yeah, right? And didn't think Alive would 3-0 you in 2 minutes? You do the same to me. But we can still, you can watch and you can see. The pros still make mistakes like that, right? Even if he's 2K2, 2K3, or however good he is. But Lewis will win that 3-0. Let's take a bit of a deep dive on the scout. Should have been on gold much earlier. I mean, maybe, but I think just that scout play there puts him really far behind to a point that it's hard to recover. And at that point, maybe there's still a chance he takes better fights and micros better and can come back, but he's playing from behind at that point. So 3-0 Lewis, and we'll move into another set. There are a couple sets now. We have Siscon versus Lighty just about to get started. Also Bonangi versus Wide, which looks like they are getting started now. So we'll hop into that since it's starting sooner. This should be a pretty competitive set too. Bonangi's a really good player. Wide and Bonangi both playing in the clown events. And then at 14 GMT, we also have Nacho versus Tatau and FedEx versus Vivi. And then at 15 GMT, Doubt versus Paganini. So we'll decide what we hop into. If this set takes 2 hours, maybe that just lines us up properly for Doubt. I would like to cast out Onamaru players, which are Nacho, Tatau, and that might also line us up properly for Doubt. So let me just adjust our scoreboard slightly. We'll have Bonangi against Wide. And adjust the maps. And the civs. And they're in the lobby for Pantanal for game 1. Let me do some adminning because they remind them to use the spectator delay. Oh, they used fast speed to use the 2-minute spectator delay. So they're restarting their game once because they had it accidentally on fast speed. And we'll tell you the civs though. It will be the Muisca for Bonangi and the Malay for Wide. So Muisca, a civ we've seen on this map a couple of times. I'll try to get a good eco running with their settlements early on. The Malay are just... Is there a map where the Malay are bad? They're good on the closed maps. They're good on the water maps. Probably very good on the nomad maps. And good on Arabia. Feels like they're good everywhere. Their age-up bonus applying to a wide variety of maps. Alright, and they're correctly using the spectator delay this time. Lovely, they have the settings right. Oh, thank you very much. Muted, thank you. So once again, the wide to the north, Bonangi to the south. Malay versus Muisca. Trying to eat my breakfast in between the games. God knows how long for. I was muted for just the start of the game. Bad at any map where Hera's against them? Maybe. Maybe that's more to do with Hera than the Civ, though. ASMR eating? No, we mute while I'm eating, so you don't hear me chewing vociferously at my protein bar. So early Loom for Bonangi. Maybe just struggling a bit with the Nomad build, but he does have a Javelina under the TC. Tiny bit of idle time for both of them. Do I only eat protein bars? No, my diet is a bit more varied. But they are convenient for the between game while streaming breakfast snack. Javelina biting the villager. Taken under the TC. I was eating them yesterday or the day before. You just get a big box of them, and then Then you have snacks for a while. Oh, I'd love to see a lumber camp right here. Oh, this would be a sick lumber camp spot, right among all those trees. Oh, that'd be perfect. Let's see if anyone scouts that. I think Bonangi probably goes over here where it's a bit safer. Maybe you'll find another spot for it, though. The woodlines do have a bit of a wibble to them. I tried to make the woodlines a bit interesting on the side, so it's not just a static clump of trees. I need to do that for Amazonia, too, at some point. That was the first map I made, and I spent so much effort on the bridges I kind of got fatigued ending with everything else on the map. Pathfinding makes the perfect lumber camps bad. Maybe lumber camps just make the pathfinding good. Here's a lumber camp where you have a few trees, but you'll need to go to the back of the woodline a bit. Something to keep an eye out for on this map, though, is scouting your lumber camp locations, making sure that you actually have a good thickness to the trees where you put the camp. This Ville's dead, isn't it? This Ville has to block the Javelina. Yeah, okay, he's fine. I was worried because you can't do the house tricks atop the shallows since you can't build there, so it does make luring a bit tricky. Well, I'll get that back to the TC just fine.
Yeah.
So Ville's over on the lumber camp, and they're chopping away, and we will have Feudal Age for wide. As another Javelina is lured in here from Bonangi. And Feudal Age on the way also from Bonangi. So he will be up a bit later, probably going for an FC by the looks of it. I don't think Wide can FC, so he might be going for Feudal. We have seen Feudal pressure here on the map with archers. Can be effective at disrupting fast castles. On stone, though, the Muisca, I mean, this looks like maybe a castle drop. 3 on stone is a lot this early. I think we can see that in the economy, where Bonangi might be a bit slow to go up. Oh, did I update my title? I forgot to update my stream title. And forward range from wide, double bit axe clicked on the way. And Javelina chasing Bonangi's Ville in the south. I think players have kind of realized they can find these rivers to the edge of the map and try to lure in the Javelinas from there. There's usually an extra Javelina hiding in the corner. And nicely positioned under the TC. Bonangi and Wide, both players who've played quite a few of those custom clown maps we've had through a variety of tournaments. So they should be quite familiar with coming up with unique build orders or playing different types of maps. Market Blacksmith for Bonangi, and he's looking to go straight to the Castle Age. Doesn't have the gold for it, maybe could sell stone. Well, advancing to the next stage costs minus 50% gold, so never mind, actually he does have the gold for it. Might still need to sell stone to buy food, though. Well, it looks like a pretty good fast castle from him, all things considered. As the market will go up, and we'll keep an eye on how he uses it. Because with 3 vills on stone, he's doing a tower to defend the stone miners. But this has to be a castle drop. Castle drop, though, against archers, so he won't be able to YOLO the castle forward. However, against the archers, he does have the Guetra warrior, which is a skirmisher. A unique skirmisher for countering the archers. Oh, and Wide found the TC. Once again, a unit running into a TC. There he goes, losing the archer. And market for Wide to the north. House going up for Wide. And double bit axe also for Bonangi. And Loom on the way for Wide as archers come forward. And we'll have a house going up. House for Bonangi. And oh, laming! The archer is laming the Rhea, is laming the hunt. Saying Bonangi might eventually come out here to take the hunt. We'll just lame it. And just lame it, and... Well, if Bonangi is scouted, he'll see in the fog of war the hunt getting lamed. He'll know the archers are around here. He'll know something's up. Hard thing about the Nomad maps, when you don't have scouting, you don't necessarily know where to send your archers right away. You've been hoping to maybe find a lumber camp on the wood line, without success. But revealing the archers does mean we cannot have vills going forward for a castle. 15 vills, many of whom are injured. Does he have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 injured vills, 6 injured vills? We'll have to do the castle safely at home. And more archers will keep popping up for wide. So nice stone gate for wide, making sure he's extra safe. That little pocket in the woodline actually means he gets farther from the walls and safer from the archers rather quickly. Might need another lumber camp, but should be safe. Or safer from the Guecha warriors, I should say, when they pop out. It's his archers. As he stone walls up. Tower over there, and Bonangi with the super clandestine stone mine, ridiculously far away from his economy to the point that wide isn't able to go over and scout it. And padded archer armor for Bonangi, as crossbowman comes in for wide. Town center up between the wood line and the papaya trees. Butcher warriors fighting the archers, fighting the crossbows. But one skirm not enough, even a unique skirm. It's so speedy though, it runs away. 1.15 speed. It's like a cav archer skirm almost. I guess those exist, they're called genitors. -1 pierce armor compared to a normal skirm. That's still a lot of pierce armor, so you can still get to 5 pierce armor on them. And I guess elite probably has more. Yeah, and 6 attack on it. So that's 6 attack, +1 from fletching, and then +2 against cav archers, +2 against spears, +3 against archers. So still a decent attack by itself. It's a genitor on foot. It's like a plumed archer is a cav archer on foot. Okay, just passing. He's gonna get between them and the TC, so when he attacks, they run away. Oh, and it also heals. Alright, it heals when nearby ones die. And it's carrying a mummy on its back, apparently. So it has some magic healing ability. Generally strong. Well, it feels strong enough to be used as a generic unit more so than a skirm. And Wide has to be careful about over-chopping here, but he'll pull the vills back. Oh, he's caught out of position though. Crossbows and a mangonel. They go down pretty slowly to the crossbows, but the numbers are still too much. Mangonel doesn't get a hit, but look at them running away. Okay, skirms there would have been cleaned up, would have been killed, but this unit able to salvage the situation with its speed. Wide's defending with mangonels. Don't see any extra TCs yet. Bonangi super behind in vills. Or any extra TCs from Bonangi, as we do have 2 TCs from Wide. So he'll try to boom while defending with mangonels, defending maybe with the TC. It's like a Gebetto, I guess in terms of the speed, but completely different in terms of the stats. And also no attack delay, which is really the downside of the Gebettos. But those vills certainly get picked off. And I think the big difference there, since Gebettos do melee damage, they'd be able to destroy the mangonels fairly easily. These things have to just run from them. Also benefits from different upgrades. Yeah, high damage, but huge difference between melee and pierce damage and what it's effective against. Mangonel's much more threatening, since they don't get destroyed that easily. And that's going to be quite a few of them grouping up now. I'll have 13 ready to pressure Wide, but Wide so far, huge Vil lead, huge Eco lead, and is happy to keep booming. It has -2 range compared to a skirm. Normal skirms have 5 range, the same as a crossbow. This thing has to use the speed so that it gets in closer. I don't know how it's that speedy when it's carrying the mummy on its back. I'd imagine that's pretty heavy. Yeah, can we even zoom in on those graphics and see what it is? Not really. I guess you can kind of see, like, is that a container with, like, an urn with a lid on it? Visually, I don't think we have enough resolution on the graphics. It's a bag with skulls? That's the head? It's the head? Is it a bag with skulls? I need them to turn around again. It's so fast, they keep moving. But yeah, when one of them dies, the nearby ones heal. And it's due to some religious belief about the mummies that they're carrying. Okay, ooh, crossbows are grouped up. Mangonels, they trade off the, ooh, that could have been a nice Mangonel hit on the crossbows. But still, crossbows defending against the skirm unit are more as an addition to combo with the Mangonels. TC gets denied from Wide, but Angie's still trying to make this unit work. They definitely throw a javelin, unless the javelins are tipped with a skull. Which I don't think they are. That looks like a pointy end, not a skull. I mean, unless that's fashioned from skulls. So Mangonel fending them off. Enough cross. If a Mangonel hit comes in, and it does. Okay, Wide could be in trouble here. He's fighting skirms and a Mangonel with crossbows. Crossbows that could be trapped. They have to dodge, but dodging the Mangonel shot means they go into the skirms. And they don't tank a Mangonel shot. And without ballistics, the skirms can't do too much damage. This unit is so good. Blue Dave. And now they get ballistics. 20 Vil lead for Wide, but he has to fight a unique unit. Scores are still very close. Bonangi needs to micro his Mangonel. He's not paying attention, and he loses the Mangonel. And that'll buy Wide a bit of time. The more time Wide buys for himself, the better. Ravsia daring to disagree in the chat. As ballistics is on the way, we still have the Vils over here. They finished their stone, but because they have a settlement, they can swap over and start chopping wood. Don't need another drop site. And then horse collar for Wide. As the Mangonel pressure is starting to move across the map, and Bonangi has to be careful that he controls the gold. He has 2 gold tiles over here under the castle, but the other 4 golds on this island are far to the side. And it feels like he might be a bit cornered now. So, there's another raid on the farms. That's trying to even up the Vil count. Vils go down. And with that, he'll add in another TC. He'll find some hunt that hasn't been lamed. A few tiles of hunt got lamed earlier. And Elite Skirm Wheelbarrow for Wide. As he's still trying to raid with this mummy warrior. Maybe we need to make the unit a bit even, like, more gimmicky. Make it kill something, and then pick up the body as a mummy before it gets the healing ability. It would need graphics where it's not running around with a mummy on its back, though. But you have to run over, pick up a corpse before you actually get the healing ability. There's Elite Skirm. And how weak are these things to skirms? They do have the Archer armor class, so skirms will do bonus damage, but they can run away. Maybe not an enemy, though. Maybe an allied unit. Like, you have to delete a unit and pick up the body, and then you can heal.
Apa sasananya, Baginda?
Swasti. Ongo.
Siap.
So university denied. That'll stop ballistics. And for the moment, at least, the scores are still very close, but we have 5,000 more resources collected for Wide. And even with this unique unit, I have to think Wide's going to start pulling ahead at some point. He's going to throw up a castle, 28 vills. Skirms, take out the mangonel, and push the crossbows back. That castle will go up. No stopping a castle with that many vills. Well, the Skirms now can get into the eco and raid. With 5 pierce armor, they won't care too much about TC fire.
Ongo. Swasti.
And they can try to raid the farms again. Wide's done a great job of, even though he's been losing vills, still keeping most of his eco safe. And I still love this initial wall by the woodline to chop deeper in the woodline with the lumber camp. And make a little pocket for himself to keep going farther to the back. Yeah, your cavalry seems like it would be decent, but not really for the melee without pierce armor, I think. And they should be able to outrun elephants. As that's a nice castle that's forward, and also gives maybe a treble location if Wide gets up to Imp. But still doesn't have the eco to go Imp. Trying to use Skirms to fight these mummy warriors. Every time he kills one, the nearby ones will heal. So you have to focus fire them. Nice little CBA-style micro dodging projectiles. That's a 30 to 14 military. So even with the eco lead, Wide still isn't comfortable yet. That's 24. With these unique unit skirms, they'll be killing more vills if they shoot, which they don't. Malay Cav would get shredded. That I think they would. And here is a forward castle. Okay, you're not going to stop a castle with that many vills. That's a lot more unique units too. Why did we not see this unit in Civ in Red Bull? Probably just doesn't suit Empire Wars that well. Temple guards and the rest of the Civ probably aren't all that useful in Empire Wars. The eco setup is so different there. I don't think you have options to FC for unique units. We saw many times conquistadors even weren't effective, because if you have to do the first castle at home, you don't really have the timing to do damage forward. And the same thing would probably apply to this unit. If you're doing the castle at home to make skirms, your opponent has more options to go cav, a bit more time to get their eco set up. Now, running into skirms, I guess they're still effective against skirms, though, because skirms have the archer armor class, so the bonus damage that they do still will apply to the skirms. And, yeah, +3 against archers. And I don't think they like fighting skirms, but at least they can dance a bit, and they probably at least win the matchup as a stronger unit, even if they still get killed by them. Wide close to going Imp, that'll be a very fast Imp as the melee. Bonangi actually with a score lead. He has a ton of map control. I worry that Wide goes Imp, and then trebs this down. An Imperial Age for Wide, putting it in the back TC, probably the safest one. As they're still dancing a bit. But I don't really like the fight against the skirmishers now, and if Wide can pump out enough skirms, he might be okay. He's trying to do another TC, auto-farming around that TC already. And Bonangi has closed the Vil gap, 71 to 77, but it's going to take a long time to close that resource gap. Katie does help make up for it, though. He can snipe off the farms here. I don't see players do that much, but you grab one of these and just shift here on the farms. Or a few of them and try to collect the farms. Wants to deny the TC, and this is Bonangi maybe taking a Vill lead if he can raid here. He's killed 41 Vills, and he will take a villager lead. He was down by 20, maybe 30 Vills earlier, but now he's retaking the lead. No real food income for Wide. Bonangi's taking a good score lead as he's also cleaning the skirms. This unit does have 50 hit points compared to 35 of his skirms, so it can tank a bit in the fight. And now he needs to destroy the farm still, but it's also time for Trebs. Trebs that can destroy a castle, and if the castles go down, so too will the unique unit. It will, however, be a ram push. I don't really like ram pushes against the melee. Free armor for the Karambits, so they can take out the rams and probably survive against the skirm unique unit a bit to do so. And yeah, that's true. Bonangi doesn't need all that much food to go up. He only needs 400, or he doesn't need all that much gold to go up. It's the 50% gold discount to the next stage. More Vills going down, 81 to 72 Vills. And how effective will the Trebs be? One castle goes down, that halves the production of the unique unit. And will the rams work? Second Treb being created. Doesn't see the flags on the workshop, so Wide not aware of the ram push. Some of this army cornered by skirms. He's still at around 30 of them, but with the elite skirm, Wide's found a unit he can use to fight. And here comes the ram push. Here comes the ram push. A lot of these Guacho warriors coming in. And another Treb. The Treb comes out by the rams. The Treb comes out the wrong side of the castle. Where was that Treb queued? We have more rams. More rams from the other workshop. That's 7 rams. 7 rams. This castle will go down. This castle will go down. That Treb in the middle of nowhere. But so too will Bonangi's castle. Both players will lose a castle here. Bonangi not repairing enough. Not repairing enough, but without the castle, there's no Karambits, and without Karambits, there's nothing to kill the rams. There's nothing to stop the rams. Bonangi's push is working. Bonangi's push is working. The rams come forward. 20-ville lead for Bonangi now. The Trebs are running out of stuff to Treb. What is going on here? We have a traffic jam. The rams are stuck by the gold and the house, but now they're getting to the Trebs. The Trebs didn't pack and run when White had the chance. We'll have scale mail armor for Bonangi. Is what? That doesn't apply to the Guacho warriors, right? They should get skirm upgrades. Yeah, they already have the skirm upgrades. I don't know what that's for. Does he have a barracks somewhere? He's adding in a barracks. Maybe he wants to go champies to raid Vills. He clicks up to the Imperial Age, and this will be a TC that falls for Wide. Everything collapsing for Wide against the ram push. He has nothing to stop the rams, no Karambits. And, oh man, that's so tricky. If he was prepared for the rams, destroyed the castle, maybe only did 2 Trebs and then Karambits, he'd probably be fine. Tries to rebuild the TC, all of the rams go down. So that is expensive for Bonangi to lose all the rams. There is Champy, Runner, and Squires, so he will go Champies. And we'll be making a Champy switch against the skirms. Lost one of his castles, so less production. But with the skirms now, Wide will scout the Champy switch. Most likely, he just needs to scout all the barracks that have been constructed over here to the west. And there he goes, as he moves to the end of the island, we'll see the barracks. And one Treb still survives. Somehow a Treb survived. Neither player with stone. Both of them have mined stone on the outside but added TCs. And the TC's cut into the stone count. And there's Imp for Bonangi. And will the skirms deny the TC? That'll be 90%. 90%, really close to being finished. Vills try to finish it, but they go down. That's going to be close. 96%, 97, 99, and it does get finished. Bonangi not quite paying attention to the micro there, maybe worried about the Treb. But with the Champy switch there, Champy Warrior, and once he gets Imp, he's going to want to click Champy Champion. It's called Elite Champy Warrior, but it should be called Champy Champion. And yeah, no bracer yet for Wide, no bracer yet for Bonangi, but he can do it now that he's imp. Killing some Vills, and there'll be a Skirm raid, but just in time for the champions to come forward and attack the Skirms. And plate mail armor, so a focus not on bracer but on the champions is Bonangi's making that swap to champions. We'll try to get them underneath the TCs, get as much armor as he can to resist arrow fire, and raid against his unwalled opponent. So these are essentially still Castle Age Skirms. You're right, no bracer for them. And a Trebuchet attacked by the Champies. Now Champies, a Swordsman Eagle combo, should be good at killing Skirms and raiding. I see every place on the map now flashing with a dot inside of Wide's economy. As the Champions push forward, bracer, that'll help out for the TCs too, but Wide calls the GG. And Bonangi was down by 20 Vills at some point. He's still down by 5k resources collected at the end of the game. But this unique unit into Champy swap with the Ram push wins the game. If that Ram push fails, he gets Treb down and I think Wide stabilizes. But Wide didn't scout the Rams. The workshop's just out of his line of sight. Double workshop Rams, I didn't even see the second workshop at first. No Karambits to stop it, no melee units other than Vills. The castle went down, the Trebs went down, as Bonangi was up to imp. And GG for Bonangi taking game number 1. Look at the stats here. Elo's very close too, both in the mid 2k5s. And you can see the differences in military pop, constantly raiding, killing Vills. And the Wide never was able to turn the eco into something useful. GG. Put some respect on the, I don't even know how to say it, Gretcha warrior? That's something I'll need to practice along with all the map names. So, win number 1 for Bonangi. And that was the Malay, the very first pick Civ, losing to the Muisca. The Gotcha Warrior. Whose Smurf is Bonangi? Bonangi is Bonangi. He's his own person. He's his own player. You gotta pay attention to the clown maps. Learn who Bonangi is. Did nothing except Trebs? Well, against all the Skirms, you're thinking maybe Trebs are enough at that point. And it will be Satan now. The map for Wide. Jurchins against Khmer. And here we are, wide open spot to the right of Bonangi's base, wide open spot to the left of Wide's base. Let's go, this is a very open map. With acacia trees, which will trick you into thinking you're walled. It'll be Khmer for Bonangi and Jurchins for Wide. I've seen a couple different thoughts on players playing this map. I've seen it be YOLO scouts, double, even triple stables. I've seen men-at-arms, I've seen skirms. Byzantines have been quite popular on the map just for going skirms. It's extremely open, and there are these pits of cracked terrain with extra resources in them. You can TC here, but the TCs are very vulnerable to mangonel pushes being both downhill and on cracked terrain. There are some pineapple bushes at the front. Gold here. 1 gold in the back for Wide, and another gold somewhat towards the back for Bonangi. I did edit the map between the first qualifier and this one to make it slightly less punishing, so that players shouldn't have 2 extremely forward golds in the middle of the map. I had seen a couple of maps where one player had 2 forward golds and one player had 2 back golds that were a bit too harsh, I felt. His Jurchins is misspelled because I typoed it. That is why. That's because I spelled it wrong. Javelina taken by the Vils under the TC. And the Rhea, or the Rhea? No, another word I need to learn how to pronounce, will be pushed in. These are just deer reskins. 3 Javelinas on the map. They have a bit less food than boars usually do, only 300 compared to 340, so I gave players 3 of them. With the extra walking time to go out and hunt them, I think it's pretty comparable to those Arabia starts with 2 elephants and 800 total food. Not many villas on the pineapple bushes yet for wide. The build here for Bonangi, skipping the mill, feels like the way Tatau would play Khmer, and we saw Doubt do that earlier in one of the maps. You go up, you skip the barracks, you skip the mill, and you add farms. Where are those villas going? Actually, never mind. That's not going to be the build. It'll be Bonangi going to gold and opening with an archery range. Or what is he doing? Is he just long distance mining gold for bloodlines? Or no, he realized, he's like, hey, I've scouted a safer gold. Let's not go to that gold. Let's go over here. I was about to say, I don't know why he's out on that gold when he's a safer one, but he realized that too. Yep, Khmer House Garrison, also very handy in this map. It can be so frustrating. You get into the Khmer base, you think, oh boy, I'm going to kill 20 vills, and then they just hop in their houses. And what is this going to be? A lumber camp? A mining camp? What are those vills doing? They don't have the wood for anything. Bonangi did the range first, and it will be a mining camp. So not a scouts opening, will be an archery range opening. Barracks on the way for wide. He is much slower to go up. 21 pop with the Jurchins. With longer lasting hunt when they have 3 Javelinas. What is this build? This is his home map, so and he just, by the looks of it, going scouts. Should be a very comfortable and easy build for him. Yeah, casual 5 vills on gold. Is this going to be some type of market and fast up build order from him? Not even farming as the Khmer yet. Double bit axe. FC Lancers? I don't think that's the play when you're feudal this quickly, though. Archers going forward. He's got to be thinking, why is wide up so late? What's going on? There's no militia, no drush. Feudal scout trying to attack a vill. 2 vills there, though, so not the best decision. As the archer for Bonangi comes forward. We'll find the weak vill on the pineapples, and we'll have a market from wide. Archer misses there. And yeah, I think Bonangi made a bad decision fighting the vill with a scout, because now he doesn't have the HP to fight off wide scout. He'll lose his own scout, and the scout should be able to clear the archer, especially if it gets an uphill hit. Yeah, nicely done from wide. The more Age of Empires I watch, the more I think attacking vills with scouts is a horrible idea, unless the vills don't have loom. And you have a feudal age scout. So blacksmith for Bonangi, and he's going to play very defensively with the archers. Use the Khmer House garrisoning. Or never mind, not going to play defensively with the archers, he's going forward. And wait a minute. This is a market from wide. What the heck is wide? FC Lancers from wide? What? FC Lancers? Well, we have seen FCs on this map before. We saw FC Bolus Riders from running. Is it Bolus Riders or Bola Warrior? What is it? I think it's Bolus Riders. And it'll be FC Steppe Lancers. FC Lancers from wide. Let's go. The archers are walled out. He's somehow walled. He doesn't have any gold in his walls. He's long distance mining the gold because he can't afford a mining camp. He's got 9 vills training for their marathon, going back and forth mining gold. Now the archers, they can harass the woodline all they want. Wait, it's not going to be FC Lancers. He did an archery range. What is the art? Is this FC Cav Archers? What? FC Grenadiers? Is this FC Grenadiers? Wait. Jurchins, they get the livestock and hunt that doesn't decay, so they have extra food. The mounted units and Fire Lancers would attack faster. I mean, it could be FC Fire Lancers. Maybe he's an FC for a different type of Lancer. But then you'd still think Market Blacksmith. This has to be Grenadiers then. 1 vill goes down. Do the vills have loom? Okay, they do have loom. Archers are kind of in. And houses there for wide. Nice quick walls. Archers can't get through, and he still has some gold. Did afford the mining camp. And archers are putting all sorts of pressure on wide. But yes, it is Grenadiers. FC Grenadiers. Are those good against feudal archers? I guess you can't really fight them all that well in the feudal age. They outrange the archers. They won't need blacksmith upgrades. So market range FC Grenadier from wide. Does one Grenadier clear 3 archers if microed? No. No, it doesn't. Grenadiers it is. Okay, I don't think this is working well. Okay, maybe it is. That's a lot of dead vills, though. That's... Well, the archers are dying. Not as quickly as the vills. Bonangi losing archers, he's gonna go up soon, and then what do you counter this? Just a stable and anything from the stable? Knights, light cav? I don't think he has the numbers he needs for this. And forging now for Bonangi. Can counter it now with scouts. And he's not going up, he's just going scouts. That will slow down the uptiming. If he canceled the scout and canceled forging, he'd probably just be able to click up. And he has a tower on the wood line too, so maybe it actually would have been better for him to click up instead of doing scouts. But if the Grenadiers are here 1 or 2 at a time, the scouts certainly will counter them. And that's what he'll do there. Also, Vills can of course hop in the houses. One of those Grenadiers is very weak. He'll see the scouts and run away. Grenadiers do have a minimum range of 1. So in small groups, once the scouts get close, the Grenadiers can't do anything but run away and lose HP until they die. So there's a Fire Lancer. That'll help out against the scouts. Archers are still behind this wood line. Wide certainly had a plan, but the plan did not work out the way he had envisioned. Oh, a scout getting trapped on the archer. The crazy thing is that the KD is still close. So 2 Grenadiers and a Lancer run forward. Vills can hide in the houses. Tossing a pineapple in there, but Bonangi needs to run off the gold. Okay, I can run to the wood line. He has more gold he can run to. Those Vills still trying to find spaces where they can chop. He has not sent Grenadiers to clean the 2 archers on the wood line yet. Which is curious to me. Grenadier could go over there. So 11 Vil lead for Bonangi as he clicks up to the castle age. And does he remember he's the Khmer? He's going for the tower instead of the house. Lots of scouts will try to jump here with the tower and archers to focus on the Fire Lancer, everything else for the Grenadier, or they can focus on the Grenadier too. And the Fire Lancer will go down. Lancers and Grenadiers forward, but enough scouts they can avoid the Fire Lancers for the moment. And once crossbow comes out, that should counter everything here. Now the scouts facing the wrath of the Fire Lancers. Archers will simply try to keep this away for now. 90 seconds until the next stage. They'll do armor. Bonangi will also get horse collar. And a second range for more archers. Losing some HP. I think he needs to keep them alive. Try to amass crossbows, just garrison and defend for the moment. Or horse collar. Split on the archer. That's 3 Grenadiers. I wouldn't want to fight that with feudal archers. This could be a horrible mistake for Bonangi if he loses the archers. Which he is. Oh, Bonangi, no, not like that, not like that. There's no way you should ever lose this game, Bonangi. Don't sacrifice your archers. Oh, Bonangi, no. Grenadiers, Fire Lancers, Step Lancers, Rocket Carts, all for 1 civ. He has an archery range wide. He's gonna run out of that gold soon. Bonangi's still forward with archers that feel like they've done a ton of damage, but somehow it's only a 4 vil difference now. And Wide's actually ahead in KD. As much as this didn't work out, it feels like there's potential to it. And they're fending the scouts away. Crossbows now 7 range, but Grenadiers 6 range. I believe they benefit from Siege Engineers, which is ridiculously cheap for the Jurchens. So if you want to fight crossbows, University plus Siege Engineer always is an option. And you get the range equal. Fire Lancer, if Bonangi doesn't micro those scouts, will kill everything. Gets 1 scout. What is this? Oh, the crossbow's all dying. Bonangi, no! What are we watching, chat? What is this? What? So, can Wide actually... Maybe the thing that stops Wide is he's gonna run out of gold and can't afford another mining camp. I need to go maybe into the pit for more gold. Has another gold forward. What's good? I think Siege? I would have assumed crossbowmen, but I guess you need better micro, and the splash damage does make it hard to micro them. Oh, Bonangi, garrison your Vil. Garrison your Vil. No. Is Wide gonna take a Vil lead soon? Bonangi chopped all of the wood that was by his tower, and now had to go to another wood line. Three knights. And Cav eat them, but that's what the Fire Lancers were for. Quick gate to trap crossbows. They destroy their own gate. I think they also do friendly fire damage. Now Bonangi, he's micro. He's microing here, but while he micros that, getting Fire Lancer rushed at home. Losing a Vil. Crossbow's not there in time to stop the Lancer. 4 crossbows get cleaned by the Grenadiers. We're now up to 20 Grenadiers. How does the Mangonel do versus them? They do pierce damage, but 12 pierce damage, so that's enough against the 6 pierce armor of the Mangonel. They get a good shot, or get a good toss and then split. Bloodlines now for Bonangi, who's amassing knights, and doesn't want to fight until he has enough knights. There need to be a few Fire Lancers to protect these, but they are faster than the Fire Lancers. Or actually, no, they're not. 0.96. That looks a lot faster than 0.96, but I guess it's not. So the same speed as the crossbows, at least. They're not going to race and run circles around the crossbows. They do bonus against siege. No, they do not. No, they do not. Bonus against infantry, though. And that's not enough knights, is it? Even with bloodlines, it's not enough. They don't have armor. They only have their first attack. Yeah, why doesn't Wald his wood line? And the crossbows are in. There are a ton of weak Vils here. Okay, Wide's gonna lose Vils. Wide will be losing Vils, left and right. All the Vils going down. Vils picked by crossbows. Oh, Vils have to run to the TC. Cav archers come forward. And they're gonna die to the crossbows too. Swap into Cav archers? No more Grenadiers. The Grenadiers are forward. They're attacking the mining camp. I don't think they have extra bonus against buildings. Oh, they actually do. +4 against buildings. Knights finding the Vils on the gold mine. And okay, Wide went from almost tying the Vil count to being destroyed by crossbowman and knight. Now he's down by 12 Vils. And a couple of Fire Lancers. Knights need to focus them down and then raid the Vils. Cav archers coming over to try to help, but they need to help both sides of the TC as those crossbows are still there killing more Cav archers. Wide trying to micro the Grenadiers. Okay, he could get to some Vills. His Knights clean up even more Vills. 28 to 6 Vill KD. Well, the Grenadiers, they'll almost destroy a Knight. There is a Mangonel fending them off. So this didn't work, and then it started working. The Mangonel down, and then it didn't work again. Quick tower on the resources there. Grenadiers trying to stop the Knights. Maybe the problem for Wide is he made units other than Grenadiers. Trying to chase those Vills. And Grenadier will dodge. Those crossbows have been deadly. Bonangi thought he had ran far enough away for a lumber camp. White is dead. He's not going to call GG until he kills all those Vills. There he goes. There he goes. Grenadier's closing in. Oh, goodbye, Vills. Grenadiers are faster. They don't even need to be accurate. They have enough splash to hit the Vills. Well, that helps, but now it's a 30 to 14 Vill KD in favor of Bonangi, who's adding in light cav. Still can't find a way to fight the Grenadiers. Double range Grenadiers, defensive monastery, and Wide for the moment still holding on. Shouldn't elephants be good? With the Khmer speedy elephants? Maybe, but it's also a bigger target for the Grenadiers. With 12 attack, they overcome armor even of elephants, so they should take elephants down fairly decently. 4K res collected difference, but also 11 Grenadiers to 6 crossbows. Bonangi still cannot fight the Grenadiers. There's no way Wide comes back and wins, right? And triple tower defense, is that the only defense towers? Bonangi feels like he's managed to defend himself. Why did he stop making them? I think it has something to do with the economy and the dead Vills and all the idled Vills. Oh, okay, so crossbowmen do not counter these things at all. Maybe with ballistics and better dance moves, but oh my gosh. They don't even have siege engineers yet. They can't target fire. I don't think they can target fire. What are their stats? What is their splash damage? Yeah, blast width of 0.65. Minimum range of 1, so they don't hurt themselves. Husbandry now for cav archers. Over 4,000 res collected difference, but somehow, someway, Wide still is in this game. With husbandry, oh, more towers. I mean, Bonangi, he's done towers everywhere. Towers literally everywhere. That's the only way he can find to defend the unit. He'll do a TC down in the pit. And these light cavalry will run over to this gold mine. And they'll start picking off Vills. Mangonel. It's the cav or misses the cav archers. So cav archers will take the hill, try to take down the Mangonel, but can't get too close to the tower, and they'll eat a hit as they run. Chased by some light cav now. We're getting to the point where Wide's doing a second TC. What is this game? What is this? See, no fletching for the CA. He needs to click fletching. Oh, that's why they were so weak to the Mangonel. You need fletching and bodkin to do 2 damage to it. Oh my gosh, what is Wide doing? How is he still alive? Oh, that's true, he skipped the blacksmith, so he has no blacksmith for fletching. He went FC Grenadiers. Grenadiers don't need blacksmith attack upgrades. But now he doesn't have the blacksmith for fletching. Like, guess that is the meta in the FC Grenadier play. Yeah, the husbandry, no bloodlines, no fletching, no ballistics. There we go, he's done the blacksmith, he's doing fletching. There we go. We can maybe afford bodkin afterwards. Problem is, cav archers won't be able to raid under all the towers. They can fight the army and maybe try to play defensively. But they're not going to be a raiding unit now. You need an armored melee cav for that, but that's a while away from even having those upgrades. How is he able to make grenadiers without a blacksmith to make the grenades? I guess they must have the inside of the archery range, their own grenade shops set up. Cav here killing the... or cav archers fighting the light cav and should be effective against the light cav. Chimera scorpions coming out. How will grenadiers do against the scorpions? Scorpions have even more range for the Chimera, so maybe they'll be okay. Maybe the Scorpions will be okay.
But
Crossbowmen trying to sneak around, but they might just sneak around into Grenadiers.
No Bobrania.
Yeah, Nego, I'm thinking that Doubt starts his set at 15 GMT. So I'm thinking maybe we just do this set into Doubt. As much as Tatau Nacho is fun, I don't know how competitive it's gonna be. To be fair though, is this a competitive game? It certainly is a game of all time. So the Knights are in for Bonangi. This might be 2-0 Bonangi. And he's still fighting cav archers in the middle. Wide's doing everything he can to hold on here. 72 to 54 KD. Wide'll get behind the wood line. The draft will be longer than the games? The TC will kill some knights. And there's the GG from Wide, as Bonangi goes up 2-0. I don't know how to describe that. The fact that Wide was competitive in that game for so long, despite being completely dead, was crazy. I don't think Bonangi was ever at any risk of dying, but the tower defense ended up being the key for him. I don't have words for that. FC Grenadiers, harassed by archers. Maybe he could have done some type of tower defense earlier while going for the FC. A loss for the Jurchens then, and a win for the Khmer. So we have a few sets going on. We have... oh gosh, we have 5 sets at the same time. Bonangi, Wide, Lensoismo, and Yensis, they've already started the next game. We can head there. Tatau versus Nacho. Let me see, they've drafted, they haven't started yet. They haven't started their set yet. And then we still have Doubt versus Paganini in about 45 minutes. So we'll definitely cast Doubt's set. We also have FedEx Vivi going on now, and that should be pretty competitive. I think maybe what we do, we'll cast this if it's... and after this game, we'll move to Nacho Tatau. Because it looks like they're still setting up their lobby. So head to Lensoismo and Yensis. We'll see how this final game plays out, and then we'll head over to Nacho Tatau until we get to Doubt. Yeah, and Wide played his first 2 picks. me see, it'll be Japanese against Portuguese. As Bonangi needs to be blue. And here we are at Lençóis Maranhenses. Wide will be the red Portuguese, and Bonangi the blue Japanese. And again, we're also keeping our eyes out for Nacho versus Tatau to start, and for then Doubt versus Paganini to start. So started off the day with Lewis over alive. And now Bonangi heading straight for the coastline. Wide will be heading out there too, doing a house first. Also a map that really favors Bonangi. Japanese also a really strong civ for this map. And also I think with the Japanese cav archers have good answers to the Portuguese gunpowder in the late game, if we get there. This map, if you saw my stream the other day, I did spend some time balancing the relic positionings and the goat positionings, so it should be a bit more fair. Sometimes one player would have more goats in their half of the map. So that should be evened out a bit. Important to use your scout early on to grab all the goats. Gives you a longer food boost. Might go Men-at-Arms Arson. My favorite build on this map was Niaz, who just vil-fought the lumber camp. And Sixapat, thank you for the follow. Remember also to go give a follow over everyone to the Onamaru stream. Let me see, how are we doing on followers over there? We hit over 1,600 followers on the Onamaru stream, so thanks everyone for the support there. And hope you've been enjoying the tournament. Let's see, looks like Dave's gonna go online and cast too. We'll try to keep an eye on what everyone else is casting. Okay, yeah, Dave's got Vivi FedEx going on right now. And so we have 5 sets at the same time now. And yeah, that game with Niaz was great. Yeah, Niaz played this map. He was, well, Armenians or Georgians, he was one of the mule cart civs. Just YOLO'd all his villas forward to vil fight on the lumber camp while getting a better fish boom. And since he was attacking the lumber camp, Miguel couldn't make as many fishing ships. Part of me wonders if there's room to do that as the Gajurs on this map. Maybe a bit of a different playstyle, but you skip the dock and instead go for a mill on one of these shorefish islands, and then you put all the goats in the mill while everyone else goes to vil fight. And then you don't even need wood yourself for fishing ships, you're just relying on the goats as the food boost. And if you can stop your opponent from making fishing ships, keep them on only 1 or 2, then it might work. I don't know, this map has given us some pretty crazy games, so wide walling up. Am I associated with Onamaru? Nope, I'm just adminning and casting and doing the maps for this tournament. And we're trying to cover it on Onamaru's channel. So there's Loom for Bonangi as he does the barracks, and Feudal Age also for Wide. So Feudal for both. We'll see if they add a second dock to fight on the water. The dock can also be a bit more towards the back if you want to be more defensive. Looking at the goat counts, we have 3 extra goats for Bonangi and 4 extra goats for Wide, so similar goat numbers remaining under the TC. The more goats you have, the less wood you need because you don't need the farms. And as Tofu wrote, Men-at-Arms for Bonangi. Japanese Men-at-Arms with Arson are extremely fast at breaking through buildings these days. Oh, and Wide loses the scout to the TC. Wide. Another map where the TC is roughly the same spot every game. And that is horrible as Bonangi sends the Vils forward. Wide. Doing the same thing almost as Alive did earlier. Picking this map versus Bonangi is suicide. So Wide will be up slightly faster, but it'll be 4 militia into probably a quick Men-at-Arms and Arson. As the Japanese now have 5 fishing ships taking the whale for some gold, so able to skip the mining camp on the gold and instead just go over to stone. So Bonangi has a build set for this map, very, very clearly. And as the Japanese, he will tower rush through here. At the very least, Wide has a pretty easy wall off behind this, but it will not take long for Bonangi to break through. And I'd expect to see Arson come in probably immediately after the Man-at-Arms upgrade. 4 Japanese Men-at-Arms with Arson cannot be walled out. You have to fight this, but if you're going to commit on the water to fight and spend your wood on the water, you don't have a barracks, you don't have an archery range, and you don't have a unit that can fight this. Now they're in. Why doing everything he can to try to wall them out? Fishing lines and Arson. Fishing lines when you're maybe losing water is tricky, but if you're fighting the wood line, you're relying on your opponent not having as many boats. And the Men-at-Arms loop around, trying to get to the wood. The scout here crucial for blocking vills. I think that might have been a mistake from Bonangi, though. I think with the positioning there, he needed the scout to block the quick walls. And archery range follow-up. But this lumber camp was a great location for Wide in a spot where he was able to wall it all off. And now Bonangi needs to focus a bit on the water. 1 dock versus 2, but as long as he makes the right counter ship, he's okay. Has to garrison in the dock. Fire ship's probably the best ship at fighting underneath the dock, even if the Hulk does counter them. So a second Hulk on the way. Nice repairing. Oh, a bit too much fire. And there's a barracks now for Wide. That 1 tower is saving Wide, but it'll be an archery range committed to a tower fight there, as Bonangi will put the archers inside the tower and try to knock down Wide's tower. It'll maybe give some room for the Men-at-Arms to try to break in too. And Bonangi keeps scouting around. Fletching, that tower gets shot down 100%. Remember, fletching does not actually matter in the tower war, but it will help at killing repair vills. The only thing fletching does really is give you more range to hit repair vills behind the tower and extra attack against the repair vills. It doesn't actually matter tower versus tower, as long as they can hit each other. Same thing with the hill bonus, that's irrelevant for the towers. So archery range here for Wide. Fletching is changed now though, so it doesn't reduce the number of arrows towers shoot when you get fletching. So it actually is, it's not harmful to get fletching anymore. It just doesn't help. So second dock and more Hulks now for Bonangi, trying to come back on water. Lost the fishing ships, and that's maybe giving Wide a bit of a opportunity in the game. We'll have another tower rush from Bonangi, as we saw him on the stone earlier, going for the other gold mine of Wide. Wide needs to repair his range as he tries to get archers. And this tower is indeed going down. The repair vill's not there in time. Let both towers range it? Oh yeah, maybe it will. I think it goes down anyway. Okay, you're right about that. Fletching, and then this tower does damage to the tower. This tower hits the repair vills. And the Japanese don't even need to be that far from the dock to get benefit from their fish. Still camping the dock, and they're okay. Second dock kind of by the whale. Floating gold is Wide, but maybe floating no more as he's off of his own gold. He's taking a whale with his fishing ships. And you're absolutely right about the fletching and the range there. There'll be a blacksmith now for Bonangi, and he's probably thinking of it too, adding more archers into his tower. The Hulks were also fishing. The fire galley's attacking the Hulks, and we have fletching for Bonangi. He's losing the water. Losing the water. Lots of fish for Wide. That's what's keeping him in the game right now, the fish. Yeah, now fletching's in, and archers can get into both towers. Oh, we have more towers in the back. So towers everywhere for Bonangi. He's doing a crazy tower rush. He can even tower rush over here and hit the back of the wood line. He pushes through these houses and gets a tower here, then Wide is completely dead. 5 archers in 1 tower, fletching in. Both towers hitting this one. Tower on the wood line down. Now Wide has to defend with archers, but he does not have archers. He's just now doing fletching. Advantage for Bonangi in this fight. Oh, look at that micro. He has the hill now. And as soon as those archers go down, all these vills are dead. Oh, great micro from Bonangi. Wide is collapsing now. Oh, the vills chasing the archers, trying to fight them. Oh, this is the only thing he can do. He can try to wall the archers in. Oh, but the archers are massacring the vills. He's got to hit the low HP vills here. Wide trying to quick wall the archers. The men-at-arms are going to attack the house and try to get in. There's the GG. And time to go check out Tatau and Nacho as Bonangi wins 3-0. There we go. I was not expecting that to be such a stomp from Bonangi, but dominating the set. GG's. 3 very different maps. 3 very different builds from Wide. I thought Wide had won that first game at several points. But Japanese over Portuguese. So, alright, I think we timed that well to go check out Tatau versus Nacho. Yep, in game number 1 on Pantanal. So let me just update the scoreboard, grab their drafts. And then we'll get Doubt Paganini after this. And drafts. Tatau drafting seriously by the looks of it. Picking the water map. And here we are. We're just going to put Nacho in red. So that because blue-purple, I know some people have problems with it. So game number 1 on Pantanal. Tatau will be the blue Bengalis to the west, Nacho the red Koreans to the east. We'll have a bit of a Dark Age start for the Nomad map. And Tatau with a mill on the outside. Nacho also with a mill to the south. So big elo difference. Tatau's 2669, nice, against Nacho 2121. Some repetition to that elo as the players start to outpost. And there's Nacho up to the feudal age. Both of these players Onamaru players. Wait, I need to put Nacho. Nacho's from Argentina, right? I need to add him to my list of players. There we go, give him his flag. Tatau will be taking the capybaras, chopping wood, and doing another forward outpost. Nacho attacking the outpost with Vills. Is it faster than shooting it with the TC? Maybe it's outside the TC range. Nacho actually will be the first player up to the castle age, and we might see dueling castle drops between these two players. This is crazy, but if Nacho goes for a castle drop, and then also buys enough stone for a guard tower, and clicks fletching, is it possible he both does a forward castle and then denies Tatau's castle if he tries to do a castle himself? Tatau's sending Vills to Vill fight. Nacho's getting the castle up. Nacho's getting the castle up first. How do war wagons do against Rathas? I think it's more expensive to create war wagons, and they want to be in a position where they're not fighting against the Rathas in melee mode. But in ranged mode, I think they're good. Okay, Nacho, how much stone does he have? Can he do a guard tower and deny this? YOLO Vill's back. Vill fight and do a guard tower right now. Get a war wagon out. He doesn't have the stone for the guard tower. If he has a guard tower now. See, Tatau needs to wall this off. He needs to wall that off. And what is Nacho going to do? He's going to make a war wagon. I think if he reacted with a guard tower, he actually could have stopped that. It's only 10, 11 Vills from Tatau. Ooh, Nacho just had a bit more stone. tower never... We saw the tower work earlier. It worked Lewis versus Alive today. We saw it work today. The tower works as long as you commit to it instantly. If you're indecisive, if your mind is clouded by all these fears of the tower not working, then it won't work. If you believe and you just go for the tower, it'll work. And what are these vills from Nacho? Nacho doing a tower. Speaking of towers, hello. If he has murder holes, that tower never goes down. Tatau tries to attack that with the vills, it'll kill the vills. So Tatau, a much better economy so far. A few extra vills, 35 to 27. And he's losing his starting TC. But has that second TC on the outside. This TC could go down. Is Tatau gonna repair this? He is repairing it. So 0 on food. So Nacho does not have the eco for petards without food, leaving a capybara under his TC. So Tatau in maybe a bit of a better spot to defend. Always tricky that you can't build on the shallows, and I think Tatau probably had a better castle drop location, even though this one isn't too bad. There's the tower. There's the tower from Nacho. I'm waiting for Tatau to do redemption and convert a tower. Yeah, Bengali monks are going to be brutal. As will the Rathas able to go melee mode under the tower, maybe. Monks usually a counter to war wagons. Less so against Rathas. Ratha's much better at picking off monks than war wagons are. Now Tatau will lose his starting TC. So will Nacho. The difference is Tatau will have a TC still surviving after this. Monks are the reason we need a lot of towers. Yep. Towers help zone the monks away from the war wagons. This tower here, not on the wood though, so annoying but not devastating. That's how I'd rate that. Part of me wants to see 5 petards from Nacho to destroy this TC right now, but also without food, that's not realistic. I'll have a TC, a town center from Nacho. Yeah, the capybara is blocking the TC. And now we'll see that war wagon versus Ratha fight. Maybe? Maybe not if Tatau runs away. 7 war wagons against 4 Rathas. Tatau doesn't want to engage. He'll do Sanctity for his monks, give them a bit more HP, in addition to all that Bengali armor they have. The armor that they took from the Slavs. Turned a unique tech into a civ bonus. Actually, wait a minute, now I'm thinking, could we do a civ builder, custom civ, that has both the Slav unique tech and the Bengali civ bonus, and get monks up to 6 pierce armor, and 6 melee armor? And also stack Byzantine healing and Aztec HP, and have invincible monks. Oh yeah, look at how strong those monks are. Doesn't need food for Vils, but maybe he needs food for fletching. He does have fletching, he needs food for Bodkin. And he's trying to do a tower. That tower, a bit too close to the castle. Maybe missed the... I still think a tower in a good Vil fight with a war wagon denies the castle early. Maybe needed to do fletching on the way up. But I think that's one of the keys on Pantanal. You don't have all that many Vils if you go FC castle drop, so you can Vil fight or a tower and try to stop castles. I'll have a wheelbarrow for Tatau. And fletching for Nacho. Or, yeah, fletching for Nacho. Hey, Tatau was fletching there. They kind of flipped sides. I got confused for the players for a second. Nacho's still with the war wagons, trying to chase Tatau away. And a 75% wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow for Tatau so his Vils will run faster. He'll do another TC. He's up 51 to 24 Vils. And certainly is a messy game. But in this type of game, the Bengalis will have, with their Vil bonus, a better economy. Along with what I think is the cheaper unique unit in the Ratha. And as long as Tatau simply isn't taking a fight, his economy will carry him. And he doesn't need to take one big fight and lose all the Ratha. And there goes Nacho's blacksmith. Arthur will take that down, no problem, and, well, at least he's got fletching. No Bodkin, but he'll need another blacksmith now. Armor now for Tatau. Go melee mode and probably start diving guard towers. Another monk. Will the monk get a conversion? And almost. Oh, Bengali monk almost got the conversion. Needed to survive another bolt. And yeah, melee mode to destroy the guard tower. A lot of HP there. The war wagons might come over and try to stop this. And Tatau will run away. Tatau with a couple of his own war wagons now could heal them up. Now for a while, yeah, we've been streaming 2.5 hours already. Had some fun sets this morning. Bodkin for Nacho. And a mill for Tatau, too. As Rothas take out another house. And Bodkin arrow for Tatau. I have Town Watch for Nacho. Nacho is really trying to hold on here. As long as he has war wagons, he's not going to call the GG. He's going to hoover around with those war wagons forever. Tatau, more stone. Nacho, ooh, he might tower again. He's thinking, no, Tatau's out there, let's tower. Maybe that's what he'll think when he sees the mining. He might just run his Vils into the TC fire. Gets away, gets away. Yeah, nice Vil count, 73 to 31. How's Tatau going to end this? As the war wagons for oh, war wagons could find a TC. Nacho might destroy a TC and maybe kill 10 Vils if he commits with the war wagons. He does have Bodkin now. War wagons do have a pretty cool +2 against buildings, and with 11 Pierce attack are pretty good at taking down Castle Age TCs. Rathos, however, will finally take down this annoying guard tower. In the south, nothing there for Nacho. Those Vils have been cleaned. Almost that double score threshold. Well, it's not 5k score. So Bloodlines for Tatau, more HP for the Rathas. And now Pikes, 22 Rathas and 3 War Wagons against 12 War Wagons. Eventually Tatau can take the fight. Maybe he has ballistics, he has husbandry. And he might be thinking of going for it. What's faster? The Ratha is faster. And he'll get husbandry soon. Trying to fight in melee mode because of the pierce armor of the war wagons. And he's trying to get a good stack there. Nacho trying to wall in the war wagons. I mean, then the Ratha just go ranged mode. Nacho's doing whatever he can to try to patrol in. Can't quite take the fight though. And forging on the way for the Rathas. They're now attacking Vils. Nacho doesn't have many Vils left. Yeah, maybe even better to kill Vils than War Wagons. Nacho's taking the best fight he can with the War Wagons. But he's also losing all the Vils. It's now 94 to 32 Vils. Nacho did lose a lot of Rathas there. But he'll add more. More Vils still getting killed. They don't fit inside the TC. But Nacho held there. The War Wagons did not go down. Tatau might have needed ranged mode to hit the Vils better. And now there's a rocket cart push on Tatau's TC. Nacho holding on. Hope the set will get cast. Oh, we're indeed casting it. Now, that was a terrible fight for Tatau. I mean, he is against Nacho. I don't know if he takes that fight if he's feeling like he's behind in the game. He was thinking, let's maybe try to end it. He knows he's ahead. Oh man, as he wants maybe to take out another Vil. Vil goes down. Brothers need to go into melee mode to attack. There they go, there they go. And they'll attack. Organ guns. Organs go down. Vils go down to the Rothas. So Nacho down 27 Vils to 116. And he's going to call the GG. Tatau will win game number 1. Kind of expected. But entertaining nevertheless. I think Nacho had an option with that tower early on. I think he could have denied the castle. Bengali's OP. Bengali's extra OP. So where do we go here? We'll have Pantanal, 1 Batato. And Nacho picked 2 aggressive open maps. So that's Bengalis over Koreans. We'll have Satan and Seados Karajas as his home maps. Tatau needs to take better fights against that. But it's okay. It's okay. He's surviving. I'm thinking for the next game, even though Nacho's picking purple and Tatau blue, I think I'm going to swap the colors, if that's okay with everyone. I'm going to put Nacho in blue and Tatau in red. My mind kept swapping the colors of the players that game. And I think it matches their flags better. If y'all are okay with that. Not seeing any objections to that. I'm seeing some Doritos too. Yellow and orange for the Dorito versus the Nacho. And it will be Seados Karajas for game number 2. Indeed. Tatau gotta be red? Okay, I'm gonna addictive me giving his approval in the chat. And here we go, Saracens for Tatau. And Magyars for Nacho. So Saracens, I mean, they're a very Tatau civ. But also with Mamluk should be a decent counter to whatever the Magyars do, although potentially recurve bow cav archers could outrange them? The Mamluks ever close the distance and fight, they will win quite heartily. And we have spec delay 23 seconds. So I imagine Nacho plays this with scouts. They are a bit farther apart on this map. So it gives you a bit of a room to go for a scouts opening, although aggressive men-at-arms could also be a play. Free foraging will apply to them just as well. And Nacho still has his first pick Mongols in his draft. And yeah, I'll put Nacho in blue and Tatau in red. So here we are at Nacho to the west as the blue Magyars, Tatau to the east as the red Saracens. And they will both be at the bottoms of these pits. I think Nacho will go for FC UU again. I don't see him playing meta to try and grab a win. FC Magyar Hussar. That should be countered by FC Camels or FC Mamluk from Tatau, but I still think this should be a Scouts War. Scouts War into Cav Archer versus Camel does feel like it could work okay. Oh, he's practicing with Phosphoro. Ooh, okay, if he's practicing with Phosphoro, has a Magyar Hussar strat. I've heard Phosphoro saying good things about Magyar Hussars, if I recall. But I think Magyar is one of the more standard civs for the map. Saracens for Tatau. Bit of a counter pick, maybe. So we do also have Doubt Set starting. We'll hop into Doubt Set right after this one. And that should start drafting in around 10 minutes, so we'll see how long this set lasts. We'll see if Nacho can put up a fight. If Nacho can sneak a game against Tatau, that's going to be crazy. So mill for Tatau, that'll be on the fruit bushes. And deer pushed in under the TC. Walls going up for Nacho, going to the edge. And he actually has a really nice wall off. And the way he's walling, he protects a stone. He's got another Vil queued on 19 pop. Doesn't have loom yet. Tatau just doing loom now. 19 pop plus loom, as standard can get if he's gonna go scouts, pushing in the deer. More Vils for Nacho. He is going to FC Magyar Hussar. He's mining stone. Are we seeing the terraces come into play? We have seen Tatars picked a few times. I think if there's one thing I want to do for the map, I need to darken this mid-dirt level. Make a more gradual transition. I think that needs to be slightly darker. Maybe swap these two like jungle levels too, so the lightest one's on top. You can play with the terrace levels a bit. But yes, definitely Mangonel pushes from here. Should be very strong against anyone doing their TCs on these levels. There's another barracks from Tatau. And Tatau is sending a forward Vil. Is this Vil simply going to do a very forward stable? Where is she going? Double bit axe for Tatau. Vil just heading down here. What is this strat? Is Tatau just climbing the mountain, wanting to go to the top of the terrace? Doing a house in the middle of nowhere, because why not? And he'll scout what Nacho's up to. Not even doing a stable, he's realizing it's FC unique unit. So he might just Saracen market his way up, and then go camels. So Saracen should be a great civ for countering this. Yeah, oh, why not build the market over here? Yeah, just Tatau things. That Vil can have some idle time, build the market. Why not? We'll get some vision in case Nacho comes up here in the late game. Well, that is a market. So Scout goes down to TC Fire. So Tatau losing the Scout. Market for Nacho. Nacho's close to going up. Hasn't been mining gold, but he'll sell some stone maybe. Sell some wood and click up. Spear from Tatau gives him a Scout unit now, but might run into some Jaguars. Yeah, maybe he was looking for a Jaguar rush. He'll find them over here. Yep, Magyar is going for fast castle. Not no scouts for them. It's a market and a blacksmith, and Nacho will have to sell some resources for gold. Selling stone. I guess he doesn't need wood anymore, so he might as well sell that. Yeah, selling 100 stone and 100 wood, he's up to the castle age. Oh, Jaguar going for the spear. Jaguar gets the kill on Tatau's spear. And Tatau actually lost the scout, now lost the spear, so both of his units dead. He will be walling himself up in the back, about to click up himself, has the Saracen market and the blacksmith, so he can use the market to go up. And to sell some wood again. Jaguar Warrior or the Warrior Jaguar? Well, now Tatau's left a full HP Jaguar by Nacho's mill. Nacho does have loom, so it shouldn't be an issue. But he's going for the Jaguar rush, slightly, ever so slightly. Nacho, not gonna feel what it's like to have that mill mono economy, though. It's just gonna be one Jaguar. I still don't know what Tatau's doing with the market down here. Doesn't have town watch, so not like it gives him a ton of line of sight. But, okay. Just wants a market. And Tatau playing Aztecs with the Jaguar Warrior. Gold mining on the way for Tatau. And Castle Age gold mining for Nacho. So what does Tatau do? He doesn't have a stable. He's on stone, so I guess this is going to be Mamluks. And I just feel Mamluk should be the hard counter to Magyar Hussars. Now, not going to be a face castle, going to be a defensive castle. What looks AoE 1 about it? Maybe the stepped hills give you that feeling. AoE 1 didn't really have many random maps. So Tatau has the stone for a castle. Where will he place it? Right by his TC. You didn't know the map had chicken? Oh my gosh. Chicken castle? Well, forward Vils. I guess Magyar Hussar and potentially a workshop, but Nacho sees the castle and is like, nope. Let's go back. No forward castle. Let Tatau do his castle. And horse collar will be on the way for Tatau. Hussar attacking the palisade wall, as is the scout. And the monk defense, we'll just try to convert this. Magyar Hussar does not have the same resistance to conversion that the scout does. So monks will be efficient there. Oh, and Tatau, he's got a mining camp on a stone. He's walled himself into a corner. Maybe we do need the rock terrain back on this map to make it more aggressive, so players can't simply wall like this. And there's the Mamluk. The Mamluk is not as fast as the Magyar Hussar, but will be insanely strong. 100 HP. And +9 attack against Cav. Nice and clean aside from the random market. The random market is just on the hill. Saying, I'm the Saracens, the market deserves a special spot. Now the Jaguar might chase the Mamluks. Yeah, there you go. Ooh, there he goes. Mamluks kill the Jaguar. Yeah, FC Magyar is certainly a decision against Saracens. So Tatau, with the market, didn't even need to commit to an FC himself. Could very quickly turn his build and do the defensive castle. SimCity is the best part of the game? I don't know, Arena should be played with a monk rush, I'd say. No one expects their opponent to play right into their strengths. So stone walls from Nacho. See if he gets them up in time, putting a bit of HP on them and doing the house. Defensive monastery, so the Mamluks can't simply run straight to the back. They might get converted if they do. It's a nice play from Nacho to ensure the Mamluks are forced to be on the outside. Tatau would do a second TC, and he'll just try to boom and out-boom Nacho. Really good, just not versus Saracens. I do think that Magyar Hussars are really good. I don't know if there's particularly an FC build for it. So 3 TCs now for Tatau, and he will boom. As Nacho scouted that, he did scout one of them. Your Hussar's going down to the Mamluks. Yeah, checked at the back. Woodline went to the edge. Well, he must be very scared of Tatau breaking in, right? He's trying to make a swap for Cav Archers. But then it's Cav Archer versus Mamluk, a unit that still counters the Cav Archers. But that matchup at least depends on micro. With perfect micro, the Cav Archers still win against the Mamluks. It is difficult to micro that perfectly, though, against a unit with so much more HP, with more speed, and also with such a high attack bonus. A fast castle to make Magyar Hussars realize they would die to Mamluks and swap to Cav Archers. So Nachos had to make a unit swap. And now Tatau with 3 TCs will be out booming him. There's universities, he wants ballistics before engaging against the Mamluks. Very small attack delay for the Mamluks. Maybe break through the wall here? Is the wall or the house weaker? They should definitely go through the house because they do melee damage. And the house has 1 melee armor. Here's ballistics for Nacho. And where is Cav Archers? Still amassed in the ranges. Not too many Cav Archers yet. And he's going to want ballistics to defend as the Mamluks will break through the wall. Tatau will probably see them soon. Yes, he does. And immediately he runs away. Thinks, I don't have enough Mamluks yet. And there's a stable. Normal stable for some camels in front of the Mamluks, potentially. Bit of a meat shield. Yeah, and Tatau's collecting relics. 3 relics now. And the relics should be fairly evenly balanced on the map. And oop, there's Jaguar, another Jaguar attacking Tatau, and he'll find the relic. That'll be his 4th relic, and he might even have a 5th relic on the way. Yes, he does. So all 5 relics in Tatau's control. And he's ready for a second castle, husbandry for the Mamluks. And you thought it's going to be forward? No, it's going to be very defensive. He's saying, let's not take any chances. Let's not make any mistakes against Nacho. Nacho's castle, not the only chicken on the map. A couple of villas go down. Just have to delete that villa? Now there's arrows there. Okay. I'm surprised it died that far away, but should never be surprised when Magyar Cav Archers do something good. And monks get 2 conversions. And now we're seeing why Mamluks are strong against Cav Archers despite the range difference. 1.4 speed to 1.54. Actually, that might be the same speed after husbandry. Alright, now the Mamluks. Range doesn't matter. Not even like the Mamluks have Pure Song, they just have such a high attack. And 4th relic is in. Tatau will be picking up the 5th relic. He'll also be adding in an extra TC, 4th TC. And there's that 5th relic just about to be garrisoned. Simply can't push the castle. 3rd range for Nacho. And I guess Cav Archers still are the best option the Magyars have against the Saracens. Magyars do have Arbalests. Maybe Arbalests even could have been the play. And maybe one more fight. How is this fight gonna be? Well, the Mamluks find the Cav Archers. Still on the top of the hill, trying to run forward and engage. Back and forth a bit. We'll have Bloodlines for Tatau. He might wait for Bloodlines before fighting. 120 HP against 50 HP. Nacho hasn't clicked Bloodlines himself. Does he have Husbandry? He does have Husbandry at least. But no Bloodlines. Needs the next stable upgrade. And Tatau just waiting. Tatau wants to take a big fight. He wants to take one big fight and slaughter all the Cav Archers. Forward TC from Nacho. It's like Karambit's trying to fight Jaguar Warriors. Maybe a bit different. I still feel with perfect micro, you can fight this matchup as the Cav Archers. But it has to be absolutely perfect. You have to use the range, thumb ring on the way, so they shoot faster. You don't want to be stuck in that long wind-up animation that Cav Archers can do. Yeah, Nacho really does need Bloodlines. Now he's going to run into Tatau's base, TCs and castles everywhere. Mamluk's chasing him from behind. At least he swapped out of the Magyar Hussars. Fair enough. A couple of reinforcing Cav Archers. Mamluks almost get there. There's a TC for Nacho as he goes for gold shaft mining. Down by just about 30 vils. As Tatau's having a nice peaceful boom. Tatau playing Age of Empires the fun way, just booming. Booming up into Mamluks. Nacho doing what he can not to get trapped. Tatau trying to trap him. Tatau will have Nacho at the mercy of his walls now. Splitting up his Mamluks into several groups to head them off at the pass. And the Cav Archers are about to be slaughtered here. Here come the Mamluks. All the Cav Archers are going to go down. Nacho's got nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Tatau, well, maybe a bit of a mistake not running north earlier. He's going to try to head them off again outside the wood line. He's got Mamluks everywhere. He's looking for Nacho. Armor would be nice. I mean, you just, no matter what, you're going to die to Mamluks. Getting trapped again. One little sliver of terrain where he can run out. Tatau will be heading him off. Tatau doing a third castle too. Oh, the Cav Archers. Handcart for Nacho, who is on a second TC, but nowhere near boomed like Tatau is. And there's everything finally trapped in the corner and going down. You can see just how hard it is to micro Mamluks when they don't have ballistics, but Tatau finally gets the distance closed, and 2 Cav Archers survive to tell the tale. They will survive to explain the slaughter at the hands of the Mamluks. Elite Skirm, Handcart, Elite Skirm, I think now have a small attack bonus against Mamluks again. That was removed for some reason. But I think really important that it does get added, that it has been added back to them. Cav Archers now thinking, let's trap the Mamluks. Who's trapped in with whom? Tatau flank formation to close. Same speed. Here comes some skirms, but Mamluks will kill skirms. Skirms can damage Mamluks now, but the Mamluks still kill them. There's a Vil down. And Goldshaft mining, handcart, heavy plow, all the eco upgrades for Tatau, who's ahead by 42 Vils, and just continues booming. Does another castle. He's expanded so far that his market now is in the middle of his economy, protected by 3 or 4 castles. Doesn't want to lose that precious Saracen's market, as leather archer armor is in for Nacho, getting armor for the Cav Archers. Tatau clicks up to the Imperial Age. Nacho isn't too far away. I'm sure he'd love to get Brace for Chemistry and Recurve Bow. Skirm bonus against Mamluk is +2 against Mamluks. +2.
What's that?
And 0 Mamluk armor there, so 2 extra attack. House goes down. Saracen's ambushing the house. What a turn of events. So, Imperial Age for Nacho. Tatau can close the distance and kill the skirms. Still melee attack against skirms will kill skirms. But at least there's a trash unit that can damage Mamluks somewhat. Doesn't want to fight right up against all the Cav Archers. We'll go Imp. We'll be floating tons of resources once he is Imp. Now we're just waiting for another big fight. Nacho, why is Imp in this TC? Don't we learn from Leary? Don't hit select all TCs and spam your Imperial Age hotkey. Pick the TC where Imp should go. Like this TC in the back, already surrounded by farms, thinning wood line. So you don't need more Vils there. An herbal medicine from Tatau even to heal the Mamluks inside the castles. Adding in workshops. Maybe he could go for counterweight siege onagers. Has all the resources he could ever want in his stockpile. And click all the techs, all the units, already clicking them. Hoardings, armor, elite Mamluk conscription, and he still has 1.5k food and wood. If not more. Is Nacho up to Imp? Tatau selling food and wood. Bracer for Nacho. And Tatau forward with his castle, and he's doing onager, siege engineers. He might go siege onager. He just might go siege onager. Has to remember to do counterweights then. Plus 15% attack for the Mangonel line. And elite Mamluks will be on the way. Are they all in castles? They're all healing in castles. Indeed, home to the world's largest iron ore mine. Yeah, originally the map was called Terrace, and we wanted to give it a Portuguese or Brazilian name. So we just looked for spots in Brazil, and this spot came up as looking similar to the map, so went with the name. If the Tatau's playing the campaigns, right, healing Mamluks in the castles. Now we can see the new elite Mamluk graphics. Look pretty cool. A bit of a cape flowing on. I don't know, a cape, but a different,
What's that?
like flaps in the breeze as they ride over their armor. I guess it's more like a full robe than a cape. He's onagering the forest so that he can move the onagers more easily. Counterweights siege onagers. Is this Rage Forest? Potato. I go mad if you don't see Blast. Oh, you're right. He needs Blast Furnace for the Elite Mamluks. Ah, not Nacho. He's got to take a fight eventually, and he's gonna get slaughtered when he does. Tatau up by 16,000 resources collected. Mamluks destroying outposts. 2-man saw and a Blast Furnace, both on the way for Tatau. That's the Saracens' home continent? I guess you could make an argument Saracens have represented civs on Europe, Africa, and Asia. Siege Onager on the skirms. Nacho knows what's coming now. Counterweights trebuchets with more attack. Siege Engineers is in, so this castle will go down against 5 counterweights trebs with Siege Engineers on a hill. Goodbye, castle. I don't think you're repairing against that, Nacho. There's no hope of repairing against that. Looking for a big onager shot. Now we just keep track of the onagers. Look for a big shot. Look for a big shot. Nacho trying to dodge. This is a brutal siege. So the Mamluks are going to kill some Vills, but then the onagers are going to kill some Cav archers. Tatau with a couple of good attack grounds. There we go. That's what he needed. There's the GG from Nacho. And Tatau goes up 2-0. That's what he finally was waiting for. At the same time, Mamluks were killing some Vills up here, or about to kill Vills. 3-2 Eco KD. Well, that is exactly what he finally wanted to get. Tatau with a huge onager shot. Nacho was at 200 population a moment ago. Now he's down under 160. And we gotta look at the graph to see, where did that happen? Oh, look, remember when Nacho had 60 military population? That'll dropped in a hurry. How many kills on the onager? It went from 60 down to 17. No, down to 11. So I'm going to put that as 49 kills on the onagers. Up, but the other way. You mean down 11? Thank you, Ocaso08 for the follow. That's a good line. Line on the graph. The best line I ever saw though was that Thames game where the Goths had 230 military and took one fight, and the other population collapsed. And let me save the win for Tatau there. As well, one more game between the two of these, then we'll head over to Cast Doubt. Nacho, unfortunately, out-civ picked on his home map. For him. Will he pick Satan next? Yes, he will. He will pick Satan. And try to fight Tatau on a very open map. So good luck to him. And okay, Tupi, the Tupi for Tatau. Against the Mongols for Nacho. So I've not seen the Tupi really played all that much on this map. The Mongols seem like a standard pick. FC Step Lancers, maybe. Could be Blackwood Archers here. And players in their colors. And here we are. So Nacho will be the blue Mongols to the west, Tatau the red Tupi to the east. And settlement will be between the woodline and the stone. Remember, the settlement is the drop-off point for all resources. Plus 25 of each for the Tupi. Villagers can garrison in settlements. And this might be FC Blackwood Archers. Do we think there's anything else from Tatau other than FC Blackwood Archers here? I think that's gotta be it. As the ray gets pushed in. Oh, nice gate to block the scout from stopping the javelina, but I don't think that really did much. Don't think it was going to blame anything anyway that close to the TC. Anyway, Champion Scout gets a hit on the Scout Cav. We'll keep trying to push in the Rhea. Doesn't want to lose. Tatau doesn't want to lose his goats if he can avoid it, but ooh, Nacho getting some laming. We'll be taking the goat. Nacho taking this very seriously. Taking in the javelina as the Mongols. Wants to go fast up. Could be men-at-arms, could be scouts. I'm curious, will we see FC Blackwood Archer, though, from Tatau? Blackwood Archers are crazy good. Oh, not going for the double Rhea push. Not going for the T90 strat. We cast the T90 last night. He was going for the double deer pushes every game. Tatau feeling like he doesn't need to show off the same way, maybe. So second settlement on the pineapple bushes. Why are there 3 buildings listed in the Dark Age? On Capture Age. Doesn't it just take 2 to go up to Feudal? Now I'm curious. And why it's the second build, like the outside buildings highlighted for Tatau. You had that next stage building bug a lot. You've seen up to 4. Okay. It's just a bug then. And I take it the settlement counts as 2 buildings because 2 slots are highlighted and Tatau's doing loom. Third is the TC. Well, I mean, there's still a darkened one. What's that? Yeah, there's the stone. 21 Vils plus loom, and this is 21 pop phosphor with stone. Well, it seems clear that 2 settlements do count. Maybe the mule cart did something? It was a Georgian game with 4? Maybe. It does feel like the settlement kind of messed that up. But no barracks yet from Nacho, as he's up to the feudal age. Which actually does kind of make me wonder what he's doing. It won't be scouts if he doesn't have a barracks. Will he just go market FC now? Oh, look at that. Outpost walling Tatau with the Champy. He has stone to outpost wall. And he saves the Champy with an outpost wall. On cracked terrain of all places, too, so the scout will have extra attack. He's just showing off now. Gets away, tries to get maybe to the hill. Oh, tries it again. Can't get it again. Nacho wants to block it. He'll kill the champy. He'll kill the champy. Oh, no, he won't. No, he won't. Tatau just showing off, saying, you know what, let's get off of the cracked terrain. Do it on level ground, on normal rock. That was destroyed, though, and he loses the champy. Didn't build it enough. Alright, showing off, lost a lot of stone there. Market blacksmith for him, he's ready to go up. Champy's like, this never used to happen to me pre-nerf. Well, pre-nerf, he'd just be champy rushed. Yeah, so Nacho, he's just going to turn Mongols into a fast castle. Will this be FC Forward Workshop Scorpions against Blackwood Archers? What are the Mongols doing here? Just mangonels? Maybe it's a workshop. There's a barracks, maybe one stable, one workshop. That's a lot of wood that Nacho doesn't have yet, but 14 vills on wood. Double stable lancers, I don't think he could afford on food with only 4 on food. He doesn't really have all the wood he needs to add in farms if he wants to do forward buildings in the next minute. And there's the stable, so it will be lancers. Will be lancers. And can Tatau get the castle up? Forward workshop. Is there a chance Nacho gets a mangonel out in time where he could maybe deny the castle? The castle would have to be right under the TC. Alright, here come the lancers. Here come the lancers. Tatau can garrison the settlement, so he shouldn't be taking damage on vills. Alright, the vills should just hop inside whenever they're in danger. He's trying to get back to the TC. Doesn't quite have the stone yet. Almost there, almost there. Here come the lancers. He's towering. Well, if he towers, then that's the stone he's not going to have for the castle. Is the tower a mistake? Or, no, that wasn't a tower. No, was that a... Wait, did he replace that with a palisade? I could have sworn that was a tower. He doesn't have the stone. He needs a tiny bit more stone. Alright, where's the castle? And then he needs fletching, he needs upgrades for the archers. Is this just so YOLO that there's a chance Nacho wins the game? Does Nacho have a chance here? Does he have a chance? Tatau trying to do palisades. Step Lancer. Can't push through. The mangonel not in the right position, though, to deny the castle. If the mangonel were here, that castle might actually have been denied. Mangonel, he almost had what he needed. He delayed the castle enough. But now it's going to be Blackwood Archers. The castle is between the wood and the gold. And Tatau has phosphored his way to a castle and unique unit. A unique unit that probably doesn't want to fight mangonels. Tatau might also lose the TC. Like, he could end up 0 TC gaming here. Yeah, Nacho's playing sudden disaster here. Might try to destroy the TC. Mangonels could go for the settlement, go for the house, and fletching on the way for Tatau. Yeah, no, he does have a blacksmith. Blacksmith there, fletching. You know, he doesn't have many of our Blackwood Archers yet. He only has 2 of them. Nacho with the 500 score lead. He has 600 more resources collected. He has the mangonels for fighting the Blackwood Archers. Settlements here for Tatau. All he has for the woodlines. He has to wall up to defend from the mangonels and the step lancers. How many archers can he get? How many can he afford? He's not pumping them out. I mean, this unit can't be that expensive, right? I mean, Nacho could do this. Nacho could do this. The mangonels finding ways to hit the vills on the wood line, now on the gold. No TC, 0 on food. Oh, do they cost food? I thought it was wood and gold. What do they actually cost? Does Capture Age tell us that? Let's see, oh, Lancer out there could hit vills. That could hit vills. Vill's fighting the Lancer. Nacho's gonna do this. Nacho's gonna pull this off. Tatau, you gotta hop inside. Not much garrison space, though. Only 5. Maybe that doesn't help. The archers are there. They have fletching. They don't have poison yet. Let me double check the costs of these things. If I check Tatau's tech tree in game. It is, yeah, 35 ward, 45 gold. So Tatau doesn't need food. Okay, now he's starting to get numbers up. Now he's starting to get numbers. He has to watch out for the mangonels, though. 40 damage against 20 HP. These things get flattened. One wrong move against the mangonels. He's raiding. Oh, he's raiding with 4. He's raiding with 4. There are 2 TCs for Nacho. Nacho's going to get a 3rd TC. His eco's going to be fine. Does he need eco against this, though? 24 vills to 19. 14 military to 8. Tatau just needs to maybe hold until he gets more archers, but that's going to let Nacho get more eco. If the mangonels get one hit anywhere, Tatau loses the army. Bodkin, he somehow can afford Bodkin. Tatau 0 TC gaming here. Still trying to raid. Still trying to raid. Maybe find vills here and there on farms he can pick. On the gold mine, there's a weak vill there. He's doing what he can to keep everything alive. And now that he doesn't... Yeah, now since he doesn't have the TC, he doesn't need food, so he could afford Bodkin. Vills have to... Ooh, Vill goes down. Okay. Those Vills are valuable. He can't replace them. 18 Vills. Mangonels will survive. 6 attack against 6 pierce armor, so Mangonels take 1 damage. These archers here trying to pick weak Vills. Vills hopping to the TC. Tatau has to be on stand ground so he doesn't run into the TC. Palisades deleted so the archers can micro better. Vills, big mangonel hit on the Vills, 2 go down. 16 to 29 Vills. And split. Split on the archers. And dodge. Mangonel's attacking the crossbows. Crossbows kill a mangonel. Another mangonel goes down. The mangonels are destroyed. Can Tatau do this with the archers? Pushing the steppies away. He's still attacking. Nacho's eco is completely idled. He's got some fills on wood over there. But he's cleared Nacho's army. Nacho trying for another mangonel. Nacho doesn't have any military left at all. Oh my gosh, what is this? What is this? Tatau, there's no way, right? The 0 TCs, 16 vills. Does he need villagers? Does he need villagers? Oh, the mangonel needs to be repaired, but Tatau can go for the step lancers then. 1 mangonel shot completely changes everything. Like 1 mangonel shot flattens all the archers. Should Tatau do a TC at some point? Like, I don't even, what do you do as Tatau here? Do you just keep making more archers? Do you need a forward vill and a workshop? Maybe he needs a workshop. Okay, so if he gets archers surrounding the TCs, which he can idle everything. So he's got 26 of them. You get like maybe 5 around each TC, and then the rest to micro the mangonel. 1 on stone, 1 on stone. He can make a TC eventually. He's killing more vills. The Vill KD is 10 to 9. Roughly even. More archers forward. And there's a workshop for Nacho. Mangonel forward, attacking the archers. They have to pull back. Who needs eco? No one needs eco. And what is that? What is that? Defensive workshop, but also forward workshop. Let's go. Tatau sending the Vil. Will Nacho see it? He might not even scout the Vil going forward. He's doing everything he can to repair Tatau. Dodges somehow. Somehow dodges. Here's the question. Is the workshop the right call for Tatau, though? Because Mangonel versus Mangonel, maybe he gets killed by a Steppy or out-microed. Maybe Ballistics actually could have been the better pick. Then he could kill Vils more reliably. Just more archers? I mean, maybe just more archers is the play. Oh, there's a Vil going down. 31 to 16. Mangonel shot misses. And one slip up from Tatau still. One slip up from Tatau, and he loses a bunch of archers. Nacho not repairing. There he goes for the repairs. Tatau maybe needs to focus repair Vils. Ooh, runs into the TC a bit. He's microing against two Mangonels at once. And he's making a town center. He's getting an economy. He'll have more than 16 Vils again. So Nacho still double the Vils, trying to defend with Mangonels. Weak archers all around. That's cheating. Oh, there's a Mangonel shot. Only on two, though. Only on a small group that Tatau wasn't microing. Okay, he's paying attention. TC could garrison there. Mangonel. Ooh, has to be repaired. Tatau pulls back. 3 Mangonels now for Nacho. And this is a big risk for Tatau going for a Mangonel. I mean, he's going to need food eco, right? Remember, it's 6 farms for a TC. He's also almost out of gold. Mangonel will have the hilt. Oh, Nacho loses a Vil. 34 to 17. But the archers need to be near the Mangonel to protect it from the Step Lancer. Decent hit on the archers. Decent hit on the archers. Another hit on the archers. Things may be falling apart for Tatau now that he's trying to add eco. But another good fight on the Step Lancer. Another Mangonel shot on the Vils. The Vils are weak. The archers still don't have ballistics. Tatau running. Tatau running. He needs to do more Mangonels, but the Mangonels are a waste of wood. That's the thing. Mangonels are temporary. Ballistics is forever. And he lost the Mangonel. Ooh, doesn't lose the next Mangonel. This is such difficult micro. He loses the repair Vil too. But he has Vil production now. He has Vil production. He has a TC that's up. Nacho up by 200 score. Tatau with the outpost. I think the Mangonel was a mistake. I think ballistics and he would pick repair Vils more easily. Be able to micro the archers better. This TC is just abandoned right now. Nothing by the TC. All these Vils are so weak. But without ballistics, it's hard to pick them off. These Mangonels are uphill. Can Tatau get the shot off? No, he micros back into it. The Mangonel micro has betrayed Tatau. He's lost 3 Mangonels so far. And when you only have 18 Vils, you can't afford to lose Mangonels like that. You can add a couple more farms for Vils, though. On the wood line, the archer's pushing. Low HP repair Vil. Oh, repair Vil's here by the Mangonel. Mangonel gets a good shot. As they hit the Vils. Can Tatau still do this somehow? That's a very low HP Mangonel, 2 HP, but it gets repaired. No, it can't be repaired. There's no wood. No wood for Nacho, but Tatau's not in position to snipe it off. Nacho needs more wood. Oh, he was out of wood. He couldn't repair it. Still on 2 HP. Okay, finally the repairs come in. So, 19 Vils, minute 30. Can we get a good Mangonel shot? Can Tatau get a Mangonel shot? Nacho not paying attention. Loses another Vil. Loses more Vils on the front. That's a good Mangonel shot. But Tatau uphill finally can tank a Mangonel shot. Needs to get repairs. He has more archers. Splits away from the Mangonel. And he's getting another Vil from the Hill Mangonel shot. 20 to 32. Tatau is coming back in Vil numbers. Tatau coming back in Vil numbers. Hello, Twissy. Glad you're always banning 2P in tournaments. Ooh, Mangonel's miss again. How did Tatau split away from that? Oh, we have a pause. We have a pause. What's the pause? Oh, Nacho pausing because he has a freeze. He has a freeze. Use a couple of horsies? Against all these archers, they were not very effective. Step Lancers? Maybe he needs to go and try to raid, but there's a castle. Tatau's going to be out of gold soon. I guess he doesn't need much. But he has got 7 farms. That's more than enough to keep the TC running.
Yes.
Nacho pausing in the middle of a Mangonel shot. Tatau still splits away. Dodges another Mangonel from behind the TC. Tatau really needs ballistics, but he keeps pushing for more Mangonels. Nacho trying to wall, keep the wood line somewhat safer. Oh, ballistics is so needed. Oh, big Mangonel shot, all the Vils dying. And Nacho calls the GG. On the other side, there are some archers raiding him. He doesn't have any gold access now. This would be his only gold. He finished the gold he had TC'd. And Tatau does it. Tatau up 3-0. What was that? What was that? Oh, Nacho had so many Mangonel shots. I don't think that was over even. But I guess Nacho, he was out of Mangonels. He's out of Mangonels. He got 31 Vils. I guess Tatau can just run archers here and kill all the Vils. I still think ballistics in this situation. Now that I look at this game, I'm thinking ballistics for just permanent better damage for the archers might be better than Mangonels. Wow. And Motije, thank you very much for the follow. So check out the stats. People were asking about Stone Please's match. I gotta go check up on that. So let me just check the schedule real quick. They should have been starting a bit ago, but let me see. Let's see. So you doubt Paganini's beginning, or they're already into their set. Where is this Stone Please set though? Since people were asking about it. Oh, that was a schedule that hadn't been updated. Oh, actually, I need to update the schedule. Alright. So let's hop into Doubt's set right now. And I'll also update the schedule for this. How do I spell Paganini? Let me get this correct. There we go, and should be just starting their game number 2. And I will give you a spoiler alert for game number 1 since we're joining this live. Doubt did win game number 1. And it'll be game 2 on Araucarias. That is Jurchins against the Maya. And joining that. And they've been in this game for a bit, so we'll just get caught up to live time. And we'll do a speed cast. Let me also add Paganini to my list of players. Do we know what PNLN is for a team? So, this is Araucarias. We're a good ways into it. Doubt did win game number 1. And the stream title too needs to be updated. Update is good. In the back, Doubt up to Feudal Market Blacksmith. He's the Jurchins. Is Doubt going to go FC Grenadiers? There's a barracks. Doubt could try it out. And FC Step Lancers by the looks of it. Double stables. He's going Step Lancers. Bloodlines on the way. Forward tower, but Doubt will fight that with Vills, and then fight it with Step Lancers. He'll force those Vills away. Paganini trying to apply some pressure. He is the Maya. He'll have a lot of archers. Alright, Castle Age versus Feudal Age. Trying to amass enough archers to win against the Step Lancers. Archers plus spears. Paganini kind of stuck in Feudal now. Doesn't have the food to go up. No one fishing. And Doubt will be warping around with these Step Lancers, trying to find archers. Maybe he has numbers now and kills the archers. I think the archers need to camp the TC. They can't be out in the open now. And now Doubt with the forward workshop. Paganini still stuck Feudal. Using the market, he clicks up. Clicks up. Lots of gold being floated. Doubt pushing with rams and rocket carts. And pikemen now, but they by the time they fight, they die. Just going full pikemen against Step Lancers. I don't think that really works against Step Lancers. I think Doubt now with the rocket carts is pushing. There's a 2-0 for Doubt. So we'll have time for game number 3 at least. Alright, open, let me grab their drafts. Those are the drafts from Tatau's set. So we might see Vala de Selva as our next map. Persian's the double first pick. Doubt picking the fun maps, Lensois Maroniensis and Monte Pasquale. And it will be indeed Vala de Selva. We'll be in time for this one. Britons versus Goths. So Doubt will be the Britons. Paganini will be the Goths. So a fun AOK Civ matchup. If you're curious about the Civs for the first few games, it was Doubt winning with the way over the Persians on Seados Karajas, and Doubt winning with it was just Jurchins over Maya for Araucarias. Oh, it's pronounced with a hard G, so Paganini. Alright, thank you. Let me leave Capture Age. Like the great clown, Pagliassi. What was that opera? Yeah, that's Is that Pagliassi? Yeah, Pagliassi. Oh my gosh. So yeah, every so often you'll post a reference in the chat and I'll understand it. Okay, here we go. Britons versus Goths. Sorry, I forgot to leave the previous game. Yeah, Pagliacci. Pagliacci. Alright, so right away we have Paganini going to the middle for the mill as the Goths to take the hunt. Doubt scouting around, finding the capybaras. Britons versus Goth, Age of Kings civs. This is what I like to see. Classic civs, none of these new Fire Lancer, Grenadier, War Chariot things. We got good old AOK, AoE 2 units. And let's be honest, this is less than a 200-point elo difference. Not that Doubt's ladder elo really indicates his skill in tournaments, but there's a chance here. You get to Huskarls against the Britons. That can be scary. Nothing but semi-obscure references. Yeah, well, this map has given us some insane games. Some absolutely insane games. And if there's a map you're going to try to pull an upset on, maybe this is it. Doubt will open with the barracks. You can do some early drushes here, and particularly against the Vils in the middle. Oh, maybe this will just be an early feudal age for men-at-arms. I guess I need to do the math in my head to calculate Vil timings and what they are on a 9-Vil start versus a 3-Vil start. So I feel like a 4-minute click up to feudal age with the barracks is still early, but I guess with the timing differences it makes sense. Remember, the Goths will have their hunt last longer. What's their bonus now? Hunt lasts 20% longer. So kind of like the Maya, but specifically for hunt. And they'll get a ton of food from those deer. While also, the fact that we have the mill in the middle, just like I was talking about the Georgians earlier going for the mule cart. The mule in the middle with the early loom for the Goths. They can do something similar. Early loom so the Vils aren't going to be threatened. They can take the hunt, while also using their scout to grab the capybaras. And so far, it feels like Paganini actually may have grabbed a few more capybaras than Doubt has. Even forward, Doubt just not finding them. I mean, if there's one player who won't have good luck with scouting, it's Doubt. Looks like he kind of looped around and scouted the same spot a couple of times. But it'll be 4 militia into men-at-arms. The Britons do have arson. They have a fully upgraded swordsman line. And that will come in handy against the Goths. One of the counters to the Goths is champions, because the Goths have champions in numbers, but not the best champions. They missed the final armor upgrade, so if you have lots of your own swordsmen, you can actually win a fight. And archery range for Doubt, too. So Britons, swordsmen, and archers. The UI is flipped. Oh, sorry, the UI is flipped. Let me fix that. I need to hit save. Need to hit save there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ready.
Thank you. And then we'll have Vils ready to fight the scout. They can't get the wall up. The scout attacks the Vils. The men-at-arms chase the Vils. Vils are going to go down to the men-at-arms.
Mandatum.
How many Vils are lost here? 1 Vil can Doubt block with the scout. They're close to the TC. TC kills the scout. So trading a Vil for a scout? Okay. But now wood might be an issue, as Paganini has only 3 Vils on the lumber camp remaining, and they'll have to go and repair the house against the Britons. Doubt invested into arson already, so those will be scary men-at-arms. They are downhill maybe from the house, though. And double bit axe for Paganini, as he goes for a stable, and he'll be opening scouts, as he still does have a good bit of food.
Mandatum.
All the food on the map, he's not going to need farms. And in all honesty, needing to abandon the lumber camp won't be all that bad. Feels like actually what he needs to do is repair the house, get 3 or 4 scouts, and then just go forward, since Doubt is open. You can force Doubt to small wall, maybe pick a Vil, then turn around and clean the army. You're not going to need the farms, and losing the wood line won't be too bad if you're playing scouts and feudal now. You can hold on, wait until you recover, run the vills to the TC. This is the problem running the vills to the TC, though. Now the men-at-arms not attacking the wood line can come back and attack the scouts. And he will need maybe 4 scouts before jumping the spear. But if the spear is near the men-at-arms, he can't take a fight at all. So now he has to think about going forward because he can't fight in the back of his base. And is in the long run maybe in a more difficult position for wood. Adding in the blacksmith now, maybe he wants forging. Did I miss something? We missed the first 2 games because we joined it midway through. It started right after Tatau versus Nacho, so we joined midway through.
Ready.
Tatau played a game where he boomed to get counterweight siege onagers, and that took a bit of time. And then played a 0 TC game.
Ready.
Hills pushed off of the mill. Archers pushing the vills back. Scalebarding armor and forging for Paganini. 6 scouts.
Mandatum.
Mill up for Paganini. He's trying to do a house in the middle. This is tricky. Army's in 2 different positions. He lost the mill, he lost the lumber camp, and he might lose vills in the middle. He's trying to decide which army to fight. I think this is the right call. Kill the spear and then jump the archers. Armor comes in for the scouts just as they're about to fight the archers. This should be a good fight for Paganini. Should be able to clean up the archers. And now he can loop back and clean the other army. Doubt's army was not connected. There are still 4 men-at-arms there. Does he fight this or does he just run? He could try to wall this off, but then it's still tricky against arson. More scouts on the way. He has forging, he has armor, doesn't have bloodlines. But this might be the best fight he can take. He has the hill advantage too. It's all about that spear and whether the spear goes down or gets pokes. He's not able to focus the spear all that well, and he's losing the scouts. He cleans the men-at-arms though. And he cleans everything. More scouts on the way. Not the best fight, not able to focus the spear. And it's always so tricky when there's 1 spear added in, you don't have bloodlines, and it changes everything about the fight. More spears forward for Doubt, and no longer the scout mass needed to kill them. Yeah, and I think Doubt is happy with killing all of those scouts, especially after losing the forward army. And that's the pressure men-at-arms apply. The part of me thinks walling that out, maybe even resort to stone walls, use the scouts on the front to pick reinforcements, and maybe you're in a better spot. But now 2 spears fighting scouts that still don't have bloodlines. Oh, that's not a good fight for Paganini. Not a good fight at all. And investing into a tower. Oh yeah, that could have been the play. Wall plus tower behind. Capybara is still under the TC, so he doesn't need too many farms just yet. Yeah, that's true. Goths don't have stone walls. Forgot it was Goths for a second. No stone walls. I saw Doubt with the men-at-arms and was thinking Doubt was the Goths, but no, he's the Britons. And more houses up over here. Over here.
Yay. Mandatum. Yay. Ready. Mandatum. Ready.
Hill's hit by the archers.
Ready.
Haste.
Yay. Mandatum. Yay. Ready. Mandatum.
And Vils will repair the house.
Ready.
Did he scout the men-at-arms opening? Well, he got in on his wood line before he really did anything to react to it. So whatever his scouting, he wasn't prepared for it anyway.
Mandatum.
And there's 2 saves. Well, the Goths were the OG, don't have stone wall save. Have to be super aggressive.
Ready.
But men-at-arms against scouts always does give you that timing advantage with the men-at-arms when the scouts are not amassed to deal with the men-at-arms, and Doubt did a lot of damage early on. And he's up to the castle age. This might be GG once Doubt gets castle. There's no food income for Paganini. Still struggling for farms. Doubt has a smooth farming eco.
Ready.
Can't wait for T90 to attempt to play this map and place farms on all the rock terrain. Glad we're not the only ones dying to Men-at-Arms aggression, even at 2k2. That's why it's a strat. And I feel that Men-at-Arms skirms, or Men-at-Arms with some type of archer follow-up, whatever the follow-up is really strong these days. And with how quickly they go through buildings with arson. Feudal Age arson,
Mandatum.
especially if you're a good civ like the Japanese who attack faster, it is amazing.
Ready. Yay.
But yeah, I mean, options, going Men-at-Arms himself, doing the defensive tower,
Mandatum.
different ways he could have played it.
Grayton.
Ready. Mandatum.
Having more walls earlier so the Men-at-Arms from Doubt didn't get to the wood line.
Mandatum.
Lots of different things you can do on this map.
Mandatum.
Bereitet.
Yay.
Crossbows are kind of out in the open, though.
Haste.
Is there a way Paganini can take a skirm scout fight and clear the crossbows? Maybe there is, maybe there is. Why did he pick Goths? Well, Goths are pretty smooth for scouts. They get fully upgraded scouts with a hunt bonus. Goths are actually a pretty good scout civ.
Mandatum.
They'll get fully upgraded knights and light cav in the Castle Age too. It's not until the Imperial Age when their cav actually falls off. So he will have to run against the Briton crossbows though. We'll have to run away from that wood line. Maybe try to use the tower. He has a second lumber camp.
Yeah.
Skirms in the middle coming around, but now Briton crossbows with range can deal with that. But this is what he was waiting for. Skirms and scouts together. Crossbows can't micro against the scouts when the skirms are chasing them. But the crossbows are strong enough, maybe they just win the fight anyway. They're running into the tower. They all do get cleaned. They all do get cleaned. And Paganini is staying alive, or as alive as he can be. Down by 2,000 resources. Doubt moving in with more crossbows. Didn't scout the clandestine lumber camp in the middle of the map. And he's ready to start picking off more vills. Well, Paganini had a vill lead before that, and now he says he can't finish the crossbows off. There's the GG. And Doubt will win the set. Probably as expected, but 3-0. Paganini put up a bit of a fight that game. Ultimately, Doubt's Men-at-Arms micro were a bit too strong. The pressure too much early on. Even someone 2k2 can still be caught off guard by a very smooth and efficient Dark Age like Doubt has. Skirm's OP. Skirm's OP. Not enough. Yeah, the forward hunt bonus it's just like the Maya bonus, but only for hunt. They get a bit more time to leave the vills out there collecting. It's all about that initial reaction to the Men-at-Arms. Having the Goths at the end of the draft for that map is nice. So I think Thunderbolt versus Degao might be our next set. And then, depending on how long that takes, we'll get into Jordan versus Pela or Valessa versus Miguel at 17:30 or 18 GMT. So let me update some scoreboard stuff now. This will be... Who's actually the higher seed here? Is it Thunderbolt or Degao? I think it's Degao. Let's maybe check the brackets. Reminder, we have brackets here that you can check. We'll have some spoilers there. Yeah, Degao's the higher seed. The winner gets to face Dragonstar. So we'll look at the bracket real quick while they're getting the draft set up. And we'll have Degao versus Thunderbolt. Check out the Onamaru website for the wonderful details about all the matches. Oh, look at that. You can get match details. You can search for stuff. I don't even know how all this... I don't even know what's possible here. Website's been updated recently. Here we have Dragon Star will be winning 3-0 over Mauricio, facing the victor of this set, but... See, Dragon Star 20, Degao 24. Thunderbolt at seed 57 feels like a tough first round matchup for Degao. Had Stark last time, Thunderbolt this time. In all likelihood, we end up the winner of this match facing Tatau. Tofu is actually a tough matchup for Fire. That'll be close. And Jordan, thanks for rating Onamaru's channel. You just clicked here and it's working. Was the bracket not working earlier? Thank you very much, Jordan. Welcome in. We just casted Doubt, and we're gonna cast Degao coming up next. We're just looking at the brackets. Valessa Miguel also will be later today. That'll be a good first round set. The winner faces Vivi. Looks like Vivi did win 3-0 over FedEx. Stone Please Bad Koala. I think that got rescheduled for tomorrow. That shouldn't actually be live right now. We need to change the schedule. Wait, can you control F5, refresh the page? What are we refreshing? What are we clicking here? This looks like it's working. I wasn't clicking anything. I wasn't clicking anything. Ah, okay. That's what it is. Yeah, that's the set we saw earlier. You get details about the set when you click. Let's see if we have a soft dismiss. We do. Ooh, nice. Or a light dismiss. So there's Doubt over Paganini. Just casted that. And as we were looking for, where's Degao? There you are. Degao Thunderbolt. We will cast that next. So thank you, Jordan. We'll cast another Onamaru teammate coming up next. Let me find... Yeah, so Degao against Thunderbolt X. And they should start drafting in a moment. Oh, there we are. Hello, Jeep. Hello, Jeep. So, same map, Valle de Selva will be our first map. Lanzores Maranhenses and Seados Carajas will be the home maps for Thunderbolt. Then Araucarias and Amazonia for Degao. So Civ Draft starting. I'm going to, while they Civ Draft, take a brief break myself. Make sure that I have enough coffee to keep going today. And I'll be right back. Alright, the draft is finished. We'll start on Vela de Silva. And here we are. Degao will be the Malay, Thunderbolt the Tatars. We have a 45-second wait. So the Malay, because they're good on every single map, I think. The Tatars, because they're going to have a great sheep bonus for this one. If it comes into play, there is a 90-minute time limit, but maybe on this map, we don't have to worry about that. And if we do, then we know the game has been absolutely crazy. So 4 hours into the stream doesn't even feel like we've been streaming 4 hours. This is going by fast. As I said, we might have over 12 hours worth of games today. Hello, Baron. And here we are. So Degao will be the blue Malay to the northwest, Thunderbolt the red Tatars to the southeast. Lots of capybaras, so the longer lasting sheep will be a great bonus for the Tatars on this map. A civ that also can play pretty heavy into cav or cav archers. With how open the map is, that could be a good strategy for them, but also you have to worry about Malay men-at-arms with the extra armor they'll get for free. Both golds kind of far forward for Degao. Same thing for Thunderbolt, though. Love this map. I have really liked it. I didn't know how it would turn out. When I played one game with Ornlu earlier, the wood line was one level closer to the TC, so I moved it back one elevation, and I think that improved it a ton. And now there's so much room for drushes and action in the back. And look at what Thunderbolt is doing, walking all the way to the back to find a lumber camp location. Won't be able to wall that, but he's going as far down that passage to find a lumber camp spot as he can. Feel like they're diverse and encourage a nice variety of strategies. I have some ideas for what we need for the additional maps now. Gonna try to be kind of creative with them. So they appear under the TC as more deer get pushed in. We'll have some capybaras taken from Degao. And again, we're seeing the downside of pushing the deer. You're not scouting for capybaras. Degao's coming over to this side of the map, taking capybaras that would be closer to Thunderbolt. More forest. Everyone keeps asking for forest nothing in the map pool. I mean, we have a 90-minute time limit. That literally might just be chop wood for a score victory. I don't even know if we can finish the map in time. Oh my gosh, that's actually an idea. Force nothing score victory. Yeah, you give it like a short timer, like 20 minutes. See who can chop the most trees. Which civ gets the highest score. If we need to kill some time in between games at the LAN, that's what we can do. Speedrun to two-man saw. So Loom for Thunderbolt. 19 pop with Loom. Looks like he's going to do a fairly standard uptiming. Degao, as the Malay, will be going for the delay. He'll be up a bit later, pushing in a deer himself, but only after collecting several capybaras. That's 10 capybaras he has under the TC, compared to 3 plus a goose, so only 4 for Thunderbolt. And 2 more picked up from Degao. I do like how the militia are used to scout for capybaras while drushing. Kind of an interesting build where you scout one half of the map, then the other half is scout plus militia to try to find capybaras. So Degao, he opens Malay Drush. The only downside to the Drush is you won't be getting your extra armor until you're up. And this lumber camp position, I don't know if this is good or bad, because all the vills are atop the rock terrain now, as the scout goes to the rear. And they won't be able to wall themselves, but Degao, now he's got to be thinking, where's the lumber camp? Did he go up the passage? He'll head down there. And now barracks at the front, Thunderbolt with 3 militia of his own. He saw that. He saw the vill. He had to. He can wait though for the armor, but no, men-at-arms here for Thunderbolt, mining camp or Degao. And he's in the back, he's finding the vills, and like I said, this might be a bad spot for Thunderbolt if he can't wall the vills on the rock terrain. If he'd done the lumber camp here, it'd be closer and he could wall it. And he's just chasing the militia with 5 vills at the same time, trying to get to the papaya trees. Dagao will wall that. And the militia will find a vill on the papaya trees themselves. That vill gonna go back to the TC. Militia not fighting until they get their armor. Dagao not managing to wall himself fully as the men-at-arms get in. He will be walling his lumber camp. Doing the thing you can do, walling here, actually walling all the way to the TC, using half of the rock terrain as the walled area. But the scout will dive in. Men-at-arms tried to get through, and Dagao needs to send more vills to wall and to fight the scouts. A bit tricky to keep men-at-arms out when they do so much damage to walls now. But he's okay so far. No arson, just 3 men-at-arms. But that scout getting in through the TC gonna be a pain, and Dagao can't really find much more damage with his drush. Everything's so close to the TC. I think he could have stayed back here and kept attacking. I mean, these vills not walled at all. So far, so good for the quick walls, getting a spear to fend off the scout. I mean, he picked that spot. It's working. I mean, Dagao could have done something similar, but again, he couldn't wall it. There's a spot there. I don't know, if that area proves to be super strong, then maybe I need to do something about it. I didn't think that this passageway would have much of an impact, but seems to be occasionally coming into play. People trying to run down there. So 25 to 24 vills, that uptiming still giving Dagao a bit of a advantage in his vill numbers. He needs to garrison his TC and shoot the men-at-arms. He gets a man-at-arms, loses an archer. His vills will turn and attack, and he will clear everything because what's he doing on the other side? He's losing his scout to the TC. As his men-at-arms are still hoovering around, they can get, or his militia even, not the men-at-arms, didn't do the upgrade. They'll get to the berries, they'll be walled, they'll be under the TC too. And TC's OP, TC's now have just killed everything. Now the militia, will he kill the spear? No, he won't. 1 HP left on the spear. He can hop in the TC and heal. Double bit axe for Thunderbolt. And 1-to-1 eco KD so far. So 1-to-1, and Dagao must have got a vill diving the TC, as some archers and skirms will walk forward across the flowery grass and fight the scout. Scout killing an archer. Scout and spear both go down. And 2 HP left on the scout. I mean, I still think I like Malay more than Tatar's. But the opening didn't go as well for Dagao as I think it could have. Malay versus Tatar's is in a men-at-arms opening. I usually think that the Malay is a bit of a better civ for that. And as far as capybaras go, the Tatars are now out. Dagao still has more under his TC. He's done a much better job of scouting. Maybe Thunderbolt could pick up some more. There are still more capybaras over there. And yeah, 17 vills on food for Dagao, but that might change in a hurry as the capybaras start to run out, and you'll need to establish the farming eco. Neither player with horse collar. And the skirms will push Thunderbolt off of the gold. 2 HP on the scout from Thunderbolt. And we'll have a market and some walls going up for Dagao. At the front, the skirm's still hoovering around, find some vills on the papaya trees. And they'll start taking down the vills. House deleted as the vills have to run into the skirm, so not going to get a kill there. And Thunderbolt will return safely to the town center, send that vill to life on a farm. A dangerous farm, though, at the front. Don't want to swap him for a higher HP vill. His gold's still not walled in. Dagao selling stone and buying food. And ooh, the Jaguar getting involved in the archer fight. Jaguar giving chase to the archers. And the Jaguar's gonna help out. The Jaguar's gonna help out. Thunderbolt not gonna micro against Tatau. Both archers go down. And now Tatau gonna return and kill the Jaguar. And the Jaguar helped him out there. He must be really happy about that fight. And Castle Age plus gold mining for Tatau.
Selam. Emriniz.
Go Jaguar. Only Cats TTV. Rooting for the Jaguar. Melee timing always an issue. Thunderbolt not gonna click up. He's doing a stable. And Tatau's investment into the capybaras and the farms has let him get up faster. Skirms, though, harassing his vills. Skirms could even dive the TC now. That could cause a problem if they get to the back, which they could because of the rock terrain. If they had armor, then maybe they'd think about diving. Tatau with archers can't do much about that, but he'll fall back to the TC and try to do crossbowmen. He's up to the Castle Age, has to protect his vills. Crossbow's on the way forward. He's not worried about the skirms diving his vills, it looks like. GG, you are Tatau? MBL was the Viper. Other people are Tatau. What's the world coming to these days?
Sasananya Baginda.
Siege Workshop for Tatau now to defend against the skirms. And nice play from him. So his decision is defend with Mangonel Scorpion. Attack with crossbowmen. Walls up for Thunderbolt. Has to be walled against the crossbows. And now he's going to try to do damage with the skirms while the crossbows are forward. And if there's an opportunity maybe to dive the TC, this could be it. He now has armor, but that's against Bodkin, though. And Vill's on the gold. Tatau doesn't have much gold income, but as soon as the Mangonel pops out, that's a 2 HP scout. Anything picking off the scout will be nice. The skirms tank a Mangonel shot. And that might be it for Thunderbolt. Scores are still very close. But I think the actual game situation is heavily favoring Tatau now. The skirm's coming back, but they won't be able to clean up those crossbows. The tower doesn't go up. Thunderbolt, desperate for a market, has to sell wood to make farms, but you do not have much farming space on this map. he's trying to do more lumber camps. It's awkward to place lumber camps. There's rock terrain back here. And now the skirms, they're trying to jump the crossbows. This is his last chance for a fight. If the crossbows win this, then it's over. And it might be over anyway. Taking a decent fight. Kind of thinning the crossbow numbers, but thinning is not what he really wants now. It looks like the scout and everything else at the front was cleared too during that fight. You can defend from that for the moment. Well, Tatau already up by 4 vills and in the Castle Age. 0 food because Castle Age is clicked for Thunderbolt. And he's going to try to hold with that tower until he gets up and can do Elite Skirm. And he'll want Elite Skirm before he can defend. Tatau can do whatever he wants. Did sell the stone already, so he'll need to collect more for the TCs. Hello, Elevid. And we'll have a huge vill lead as it'll be another 5 to 6 villagers worth of TC time going up to the Castle Age. Crossbowmen take out a vill. Power forces the Mangonel away. Another Mangonel hits the outpost. Vill here will need to repair. As the skirms chase the Mangonel, Mangonel takes them down. Skirms kill, or crossbows kill the scout. That's armor and Castle Age for Thunderbolt. Thank you, Astro, for the follow. This Watchtower from Thunderbolt should go down to Mangonel's while it's in the Feudal Age. Once it hits Castle, it'll get more HP, but it's going to be too late for that. No repairs, and it goes down. The skirm still can't fight Castle Age crossbowmen, and now the attack on the TC commences with the Mangonels. Maybe a swordsman could pop out from the barracks and attack the Mangonel. Yeah, they're a bit close to that. But now it's up to Thunderbolt to defend. And what else will he do for his units? Double stables, and it's going to be double stable knights. Doesn't have bloodlines, only has the first armor. And he's going to hope that double stable knights quickly can snipe off mangonels and then continue against crossbows. He will need a lot of knights for that. Maybe he can get enough if he gets maybe 8 to 10 knights. And he dodges mangonel shots on the way in. It'll be tough though without gold control. Lost the tower on his first gold, losing the tower now on his second gold. Had to expand to the outside for farms in the middle of nowhere, doing a TC. 3 knights, I don't think that's enough. I think he needs to wait longer. The mangonels will fall back to the crossbowmen, and they'll try for an attack round. I think they get a nice hit there. And the knights now, no bloodlines, only 1 armor. They will be slaughtered by the crossbowmen. Ooh, Thunderbolt went too early there. He didn't want to lose the tower, but I think he still went too early. And there's the GG. Maybe that was his last chance if he couldn't get more gold for knights, but Tatau will win game number 1. Nice play by the Malay. Weird, still a weird lumber camp location from Thunderbolt at the start, and I think Tatau probably could have punished that a bit more, but he didn't need to. Wins the game anyway, 37 to 19 kills. Better eco as the Malay. GG. And that'll be Tatau winning Vela de Silva. Give him a 1 on the overlay. And for the civs, also Malay over the Tatars. So, reminder, also go check out the Onamaru channel. We got some people chatting there too. Give them a follow. Trying to get as many follows as we can there before we really get into the event in earnest. So what do we have there? We're up to 1,609 followers, so go make sure to give them a follow too. And Saya dos Karajas, our next map. Whenever I watch Tatau, they get into the next games very, very quickly. It'll be Vietnamese against the Maya. Civ matchup where I think I heavily favor the Vietnamese these days. I'll have another 30 seconds, then we'll pop into that. And thank you, Plotter Ghost, for the raid. So Tatau will be the blue Vietnamese to the northwest, Thunderbolt, and the red Maya to the southeast. All of Thunderbolt's woodlines are towards the back. That's a good spawn for him. Plotter the goat. These tapirs are your boars on the map, 340 food. Pretty standard Dark Age on the map, but it's very open, even though you can wall if you want to. Deer pushed in by the scout. And thank you very much for the raid. Hope you're enjoying these qualifiers. This is a first round matchup that I think is a very difficult one for Tatau against Thunderbolt. I'd still call him the favorite, but Thunderbolt a very good player in his own right. He's around 2k4 right now. Tatau a single point under 2k7 though. And Eagle pushing in more deer to the TC will have a mining camp. Up Thunderbolt on the gold. A very nice gold spawn. He can get a wonderful camp on it. And that'll be Loom for Thunderbolt. And 19 pop looks like you'll go up. Late loom for the Maya. On the 9-vil start, they can skip loom immediately. And same population, but a vil later for Dagao. So good eco at the start for the Maya. Not seeing an early barracks, so no aggressive men-at-arms, but skipping the mill. So should have the wood for a barracks soon. Still using the eagle to push in the deer, so hasn't moved out to scout. Remember, once you get to the feudal age, the Vietnamese scout will be a bit better. Players are somewhat far apart. So even though the map is pretty open and they're downhill, they are fairly far apart. And we have seen attempts for fast castles on this map. I still think feudal play is the way to go. Whether it's men-at-arms or scouts, you're downhill. And it's hard to defend when you're downhill. So I still am very tempted, though. I think that... I'm still not sure about removing the rock terrain or not. I know Ornlu's not a fan of the unwallable rock terrain, but I'm thinking of adding that back for the land event. I'll have to talk to the players and see what they feel once we get the players for the land set up. I know some of them didn't like it early on. Felt it was hard to put the lumber camp there. And I know this is still a very aggressive map, but maybe we could make it even more aggressive. How far behind is spectate mode here? It's just a 2-minute spectator delay. Yeah, that's all.
Shot it.
So both players up to feudal archery range as another eagle scout is trained for Thunderbolt. He'll open with the eagle, but take a... Oh, okay, they don't fight. They do fight, okay. Walked past each other for a moment, then turned to fight. It was a bit of an awkward moment there for Thunderbolt running into Dagao's scout, because the scout is better than the eagle in the feudal age. Maybe there's room for the eagle to try to run for a hill. And now Dagao, since he's faster, will run away. You're an eagle scout, too. I'll see how many of these scouts Thunderbolt keeps adding. Maybe we'll upgrade to Eagle Warrior. When he gets to the Castle Age. But that runs into Fire Lancers. I think it's going to be really difficult to push with the Maya here. Maybe an option if they get an overwhelming crossbow numbers advantage? Maybe plumed archers could be useful at some point with how open the map is? With walls going up? Maybe it would be even better for the Maya if they couldn't wall. Or had to do a circular wall. I guess you could wall through all of the wood lines on the map. There's a blacksmith and a house and a palisade for Dagao. Will he get the house up? Yes, he will, just in time. And he's walled now. He's walled now. The eagles won't get in. They can scout, but they'll have to break through the buildings. Blacksmith kind of far forward, but the archers here don't have fletching, so Dagao should be able to finish that. Thunderbolt being quite annoying. 50%. Dagao needs his own archers, and he'll be fine. Can't do fletching, of course, because he doesn't have the blacksmith. As fletching is clicked first for Thunderbolt. Oh, the Jaguars! Jaguars coming! Didn't kill an archer, though. Low HP archer. Survives the Jaguars. There are some predators on this map you gotta be careful about. As you venture over the terraces. More houses for Dagao. And fletching for Dagao too. Oh, the previous map should be named Capybara Massacre. A couple of maps could be named that. There are several maps with extra hurtables. I think they work well for the 9-vil start. It gives you something to do with your scouting. More walls going up towards the edge of the map. I see Thunderbolt fully walling. Dagao fully walling. So players turning the map into the wall, basically. Do-it-yourself walling.
Shot it.
Archers here back and forth, ready to fight. Astigo has to turn for a moment. And horse collar. Now click for Dagao.
Shot it. Ashike.
And market going up for him in the back.
Shot it.
So second range for Thunderbolt, amassing archers. And I think this is probably the best opportunity for the Maya against the Vietnamese. Try to get to the Castle Age, two maybe 3 range crossbow, and push with a numbers advantage. But you need the numbers advantage, and right now Dagao has the better archers since they have more HP as the Vietnamese. And if he fights with a hill advantage, that's going to be rough for Thunderbolt to deal with. Thunderbolt might have to fall back from the berries. I don't know if he can take an eagle plus archer fight here. The Vietnamese archers are just so good. And he's losing a couple of numbers there. Oh, and this is a good fight for Dagao. He has the timing on the fight. He can even turn and fight the eagles, especially with the hill bonus, since they don't have armor. Eagles going down. And Dagao able to keep pushing. More archers being amassed for Thunderbolt. But it just missed the timing there. Up faster has a 40-second window, but doesn't have the archers together at the time he needs. Eagle goes down, we'll have Castle Age, still faster, but he doesn't have triple barracks eagles ready to go. House up for Thunderbolt as the archers come forward. And he'll force that Vil to turn away for a moment. And he'll have padded archer armor and Castle Age both for Dagao.
Shot it.
Archers all going down.
Tabish. Shot it. Xin phụng mệnh. Ashike. Shot it.
And there is Castle Age for Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt up to the Castle Age.
Tabish.
And can he get crossbow? He can't quite afford it. There he goes. Has to use the market to rebalance the eco. And Dagao saying, you know what? I've done my job. I've kept the army of Thunderbolt in his base. I'm almost Castle Age. I can fall back. And I'll have everything I need to get to Elite Skirm. So basically the opposite of that was what Thunderbolt was hoping for. That maybe he could take a small fight, get an advantage, and have crossbows forward doing pressure right now. Before Dagao can get Elite Skirm. But Dagao up Elite Skirm, Bodkin, crossbow, even a university. All clicked for him. And maybe there's room for Thunderbolt to pull back home and do TCs and boom and hope that the early ballistics is too much of an investment for Dagao where he could pull ahead in eco. But I don't even know if the Maya actually have that much of an eco lead over the Vietnamese. Gonna be a forward workshop, Thunderbolt realizing he needs to be aggressive here. So not going for the TCs, no more booming. And actually this could be a good fight for him if he had ballistics. Without ballistics he can't actually hit Dagao's army. Dagao can just turn and run away. And run back to the safety of the skirms. So mangonels with a hill advantage will be kind of scary, hard to clear. Remember the Vietnamese, they do still have mangonels, they don't have rocket carts. Late game though, they will have bombard cannon. And it'll be imp skirm versus potential ultra javelineer skirms. So far though, we've had a single-minded avoidance of Maya skirms from Thunderbolt. As the saying goes. And now his crossbows are being trapped by Vietnamese skirms, doing a decent job of killing them, but armor's in, they have extra HP. And the mangonel is out, getting a hit on the crossbows. As the crossbows run. Skirm's killing the crossbows.
Shot it. Ashike.
Mangonel hits the crossbow. And they dodge again. And Mangonel going down. Mangonel still fended off by skirms and crossbows.
Shot it. Ashike.
As the crossbows and skirms have to dodge, Mangonel down. Ooh, what is that? The gal couldn't figure out where to split there. The elevation confused him as much as it confused me. And this lumber camp, almost finished for Thunderbolt. Now, res collected now, Degao really far ahead, and it is crazy to see a save with an eco that much better than the Maya. And I mean, there's a bit of harassment on the berries, but that's about it. And lots of nice splits from Degao. Heavy plow for Degao too. Feels like there's a lack of wood on this map. There are actually quite a few clumps of wood, just none on the bottom level next to the player TCs. You have to go pretty far away for the wood everywhere. Here's wheelbarrow for Degao. His army could break through the palisade, but he has to watch out for the mangonel. Still wants to have the hill bonus, and still no ballistics for Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt, can he get a good mangonel shot? Is Degao paying attention? Yes, he is. He pulls away. Third TC for Degao, too, so he'll be ahead in eco.
Shot it. Ashike. Tabish. Shot it. Tabish.
Crossbow's going down to the skirms. I had an ecotech. Yep, and that's the advantage of the Vietnamese. That's the advantage because their ecotech, they cost no wood and they research faster. So very easy to get your ecotechs early. But also lots more idle eco for Thunderbolt. Just reacting for that pressure for Degao. Even though it's only a 2-0 eco KD, the reactions, needing to run vills, needing to focus so much on the walling. Make sure Degao doesn't break in. It all costs time. And when your eco is that inefficient. 37 minutes of idle eco compared to 7. You're falling behind in res. Third TC now, but he's behind in booming for that TC. Degao remembering Hera taking down archers. You just remember, if you have archers, mangonels don't counter them anymore. You just gotta micro and split. Degao trying to group up everything.
Shot it.
Both off with Thunderbolt. Everyone feels like Hera until they get rocked in the face. Monk wants to come heal. Handcart and gold mining for Degao. Oh, how did he dodge that? He goes right underneath the mangonel shot. Splits again. There's another mangonel, but he doesn't care about the mangonel. He can out-micro that. Split as the mangonel shot goes between. Splits again. And another split. Splits everywhere. And now pushes with the skirms against the crossbows.
Ashike.
So crossbows back for Thunderbolt and 47 to 28 KD for Degao.
Shot it.
That's what I was kind of worried about, Vietnamese against the Maya.
Ashike.
Oh, another mangonel shot, but he dodges again. Degao on point, dodging everything. Wants to go for a forward castle. Okay, if Thunderbolt is really lucky, he can one-shot the castle foundation. Will he see this? Will he see this? He can do it. He misses the castle by a tile. He sees it now. He sees it now. Okay, okay. Bad castle for Degao. The mangonel is there. Thunderbolt does not notice. He finally gets a shot off. He is worried about those raids on his TC, but he wants to deny the castle. Hits on the Vills. How many mangonels dead? All the mangonels. The Vill count kind of evened up, 86 to 86, but Degao clicks Imp. And he just feels so far ahead. He's trying to do an outpost. Why not with all the Vills? That'll group them up for a mangonel shot. Mangonel stuck behind the archers a bit. Bringing his army over. And then he'll have arbalests. He'll have all the tools the Vietnamese have in Imp. Skirms have to dodge a mangonel again. As the TC goes down. We'll have another castle up for Degao. As wheelbarrows in for Thunderbolt. And Thunderbolt's not too far from clicking Imp himself. Don't think he'll call GG when he sees Degao Imp, if he can Imp himself. They can micro it down with nothing but skirms. That's all they need these days. Also, hi Door earlier. Thank you for the follow. I missed that. Also, Twitch might be playing a short ad on my channel soon, so feel free to hop over to the Onamaru channel or to any of the YouTube streams if you want to skip that. So, skirm. Ooh, that mangonel. Not hitting anything to get. Ooh, one extra bit of micro, but it's fine. He dodges. Maybe he is Hera? Maybe Degao will win the next S tier land event? Maybe. I mean, that'd be sick if Degao were to win this one. If there were an S tier event for Degao to pull out his inner Hera and take a win, Brazilian Dynasty would be it. Vil from Thunderbolt forward. Skirms kill the Vil. Couple of barracks forward for Degao, and is this... He's doing archer upgrades, but this is probably for Fire Lancers. That would deal with any eagles that Thunderbolt can throw down. Will I stream Jordan's games after? Yes, Jordan's games start in around 30 minutes. So Imperial Age for Thunderbolt. Skirms and crossbows come over. Vils go down. More Vils go down. And he doesn't want to give up that gold. He is mostly walled. Watchtower forward for Degao on the wood line. Pressuring everything as Thunderbolt tries to do a lumber camp at the top. And Skirms pushing through the palisade wall. Defensive castle for Thunderbolt quickly thrown up as the crossbows and Skirms come forward. And is this a doubt castle? Does this go up? Does this go up? Degao could kill another 13 Vils here. That castle at 60%. I don't think that goes up. Degao, if he micros here, he kills everything. 74%. The Vils are fleeing. And the castle is stopped at 75%. We have plate mail armor as Fire Lancers will be the swap for Degao. He's got about a 20 Vil lead. He's trebling the TC. And the Fire Lancers will stop the mangonels at the front. Mangonels against the Lancers. Lancers tank the double mangonel shot. Even the Lancers splitting against the mangonels. Dagao has been dodging every single mangonel shot this game. The unfinished castle, even now trebbed, has some imp skirms still stand by it in case Vils come back. And come back they do. And those Vils are all low on HP, and there is a GG from Thunderbolt. Said Dagao, he will take this game, and he'll go up 2-0. Nice play from Dagao. If I can click the stats button, there we go. 79 to 33 KD for Dagao. Economy, much better eco. And GG there for slower castle age, but it didn't matter. Thunderbolt, you could tell he was close to the build he wanted, but that fight on the way up to the castle age was not what he wanted. Didn't have his army all together, and got punished for it. So GG, that's 2-0 for Dagao. And as I said, Dagao does like to get right into the next game very quickly. And it'll be Lensois Mariniensis for the next game. So Thunderbolt losing on Seados Courageous. And that was the Maya against the Vietnamese, and probably the Civ matchup Dagao wanted. And the next Civ matchup will be a Japanese mirror. So Japanese mirror. Eldorado Eagles versus Fire Lancers. Remember, the Vietnamese Fire Lancers have more HP on them too. Haven't played for years since Armenians' Georgians expansion. What's the state of the newer civilizations? There was just a DLC release with South American civilizations. When they first released, they had a new Dark Age unit, which dominated every single game. And they've since been nerfed, and they're kind of finding their place right now. How are mirrors allowed here isn't... The very first pick is done in parallel, so the first pick occasionally gets mirrored by players if they have the same priority, and they did here. Japanese for both of them. Crazy that it's been that long? Yeah, it has been a while for the mule carts now. You're right. Oh, thank you very much. I was muted. I was eating my lunch during that. Thank you for pointing that out. Only 2 minutes of game time I was muted for. Let's start again then. Thunderbolt, the red Japanese to the north. Dagao, the blue Japanese to the east, as someone asked earlier. Thought I was going insane, you could hear the sounds. No. As someone asked earlier, it is a mirrored pick. The very first pick in the draft is done in parallel. That's also the good thing about when you're at a LAN and you have a production team. You have people who catch the mistakes and fix them for you. Now I have to rely on chat. Thank you, Chiber, for using your Prime sub.
Barbarossa, I have some unfortunate news for you. You see, it is I who should be Holy Roman Emperor. Kneel before the lion.
Oh, look at all these goats. The big goat migration. Killing a goat. Thunderbolt, the lamer. Laming Dagao's goats. What's the map's name? Are you trying to get me to say Lensois Mariniensis again? That is, I think I've got that name down. Of all the maps, I think that's the one I've gotten the best. And Long Pete, thank you for the sub, as we also have a scout fight here. And Thunderbolt will get back. Try to use the hill. Lots of hills for scout fights here.
Highwaymen preying on helpless travelers. What has become of our homeland?
What's the map name to, superhero? As it'll be a nice peaceful dark age now of fishing before the action begins. The whale's a bit far away from the docks this time. Maybe that's something I should look at making more consistent in the future. The distance of whales from the shoreline could make them a bit closer. This is the one of the first maps I've ever used whales on, so I wasn't sure exactly what to do with them. So barracks up for Dagao, as he is up to the feudal age. And loom for Thunderbolt. That pronunciation feels good, well done. Thank you. Now I just need to get to that level with all the maps. Safe gold for Dagao in the back. Safe gold for Thunderbolt too. Also the option to take whales. But ooh, he might dock this pond and take the shorefish. As he's doing a barracks too. So as usual, players walling up the wood lines, adding in the barracks, and both up to feudal. Barracks forward for Thunderbolt, and 4 fishing ships to 5. So earlier militia for Dagao, a bit more of an eco for Thunderbolt. And where are these 4 vills going? Thunderbolt, what are you doing here? What are you doing with those vills? Are they going to take a dock spot too? Okay, Thunderbolt going to hope his eco is hidden enough that while Dagao is dealing with the men-at-arms, he won't see vills on the dock out here. Alright, he needs to do the dock, doesn't quite have the wood. And Thunderbolt will lose the scout in that fight. So Dagao keeping the scout alive is great because he might be able to scout that dock out there. And actually, it'll just be a mill. Well, it makes sense for the Japanese to do the mill too. They are cheaper. So it will be mills on both of those lakes. And be a good militia fight here. 3 HP on the scout for Dagao. And men-at-arms plus double-bit axe for Thunderbolt. They're very strong. Whenever there's water or hybrid terrain in a map, you're going to see Japanese. In other settings, they're really not as strong. So it's very map pool dependent on whether you pick Japanese or not. And I don't think they're so good that they're auto wins against the other hybrid map civs. So maybe they're in an okay spot. I guess their fishing ships did get nerfed a bit in the water balance change because they no longer have both extra HP and extra armor. But galleys themselves are so bad at sniping fishing ships now. Maybe that's just a buff to them anyway. So fishing lines also for Thunderbolt. As the men-at-arms for Dagao will get on the hill, but more men-at-arms for Thunderbolt. So Thunderbolt simply using all the mills to produce more and more men-at-arms. He'll have to turn as he gets near Dagao's TC. He's doing arson. But this is what I want to see. 7 Japanese men-at-arms with arson? They can destroy the barracks or the house and tear right into Dagao's eco? Where are they going? Are they going to try to get a hill bonus too when they attack a house? Oh, they are. That house will go down very quickly. Can Dagao actually wall that in time? Needs to get 3 tiles of stone wall up. This is going to be close. The house is down, but the stone wall goes up as the house is collapsing. The next house will go down too quickly, so Dagao has to keep walling. Dagao getting his own men-at-arms forward. And meanwhile, on the water, it does feel like Dagao still with more fishing ships, but more hulks, though, for Thunderbolt. Dagao with double docks, producing hulks, needing to stonewall out these men-at-arms. Eco's still very close, but Dagao with that, more emphasis on getting fishing ships out. So if Thunderbolt now pushes on water, maybe he changes the game by disrupting the fish. Stone walls everywhere. And fishing ships just hop in the dock. Dock arrow is most effective against hulks of all ships. And hulks fighting fires under the dock, yeah, they counter the fires, but that was, I think, a bad fight for Thunderbolt near the dock. I think if you're near docks, you really need to pull hulks back or extra ensure you're within the murder hole's range. So the men-at-arms finding a Vil from Dagao, they're checking the ponds and seeing there's nothing there. And Thunderbolt ahead in res collected. I kind of have a feeling Dagao's ahead because of water, but water that he's not actually winning. Or ahead in score. Because of all the fish. And I think that fire goes down, and now all of a sudden these fish are vulnerable to the hulks. There's still Japanese fishing ships, and the hulks are just, they're in range of the dock. Thunderbolt can't keep fighting under the docks. Meanwhile, Dagao's starting to get into Thunderbolt's eco, but he's running into archers that don't have fletching yet. Got in with men-at-arms, but now he should be cleaned up. 1-0 eco KD in favor of Thunderbolt with all the fighting. Dagao will find some goats, and he'll turn and fight with the men-at-arms on the archers, as Thunderbolt is trying to fight his way in. The fighting men-at-arms at the rear has to micro the archers back so they don't die. Yeah, docks can shoot things now when fishing ships are garrisoned. Very recent change. So locked gate for Dagao. And archers killing men-at-arms. Men-at-arms all going down. That's actually pretty good shots, especially against hulks. Okay, Thunderbolt is just going to YOLO in through the TC. Didn't realize it, did a dance move stutter step. And we'll try to get out, won't be walled in, and maybe doesn't kill a Vil. Probably should have just kept going there. And double ranges for Dagao as he throws up a market and thinks about clicking up. And nope, Malay still have harbors. Harbors just now shoot even more arrows when fishing ships are garrisoned. Malay still indeed have harbors. Oh boy, yes. So it feels like Dagao stabilizing with hulks on the water. No, it's not the highest level because it's not 10 skirms versus 10 skirms. There are definitely skirm-heavy maps in the map pool, but I think we've had a nice mixture of feudal compositions for these maps. Castle Age for Dagao, he'll be up first, Thunderbolt's still a bit away. Dagao trying to get a win for the Onimaru team here. Is Japanese the favorite save in the mirror? I think the Japanese will win, but I also think they'll lose. Unless we have some type of Ruben Andre situation. Or no, we can't even have that, there's a time limit. There's a time limit, and we're guaranteed a win. If they're exactly tied at the time limit, whoever's the host will win. So Dock for Thunderbolt. And Castle Age Horsecollar both on the way. Castle Age also for Dagao. And 90 seconds away from Thunderbolt. What time? The score's at 90 minutes. 90-minute score victory. So 15 minutes longer than what we had at Red Bull. Medium warships for Dagao. Archers hitting the men-at-arms. And Dagao may be struggling a bit for gold. He's mined the gold that was in his base and has to move out now. And needs to micro crossbows though, and if he micros properly with ballistics on the way, he's okay, but he needs to keep the crossbows alive until ballistics is in. Bodkin now for Thunderbolt just clicked. The timing here is so tight, but I think Dagao has managed to pull it off, and he'll immediately add in a workshop. On water, it does feel like Thunderbolt is still okay. Didn't do medium warships, but has more warships. But Dagao's still fishing, so both these players with the Japanese fishing ships. Dagao attempting to do a TC. Thunderbolt still needs upgrades, Elite Skirm padded archer armor, both for him. And forward workshop from Thunderbolt. We'll have to see Wonder Victory. I don't know about Wonder Victory, but I think Relic Victory might be interesting occasionally. I think that's more interesting, because you can't just camp the whole game and do it, and you have to move out and grab the relics. And it's a bit easier to prevent, because the monasteries are weaker. So, lots of things happening on the water. Hulks attacking fishing ships. More Hulks on the other side attacking here for Dagao, trying to defend himself against the other Hulks. We've still not seen any galleys or war galleys. Even with a Bodkin, a couple of war galleys from Dagao might be nice. You can kind of camp the docks a bit and destroy the Hulks. And he is still struggling against the numbers of Hulks that Thunderbolt has. 63 to 60. Or eco units. Very close eco units. This is definitely the best game Thunderbolt has played this set. He's getting his second TC up. And still we have the mirror, the Japanese mirror, that is going for skirms and mangonels. On this map we might even see cav archers, but I guess it's kind of hard to get the timing for them when you're investing so much onto the water and the skirms are cheaper. AoE3's trade monopoly. It's like reverse high tides. Seville's repairing mangonels. Mangonels hitting the skirms. Skirms go down. Mangonel out for Thunderbolt. More houses. That's low HP Vil. Gets mangonelled in the face. Mangonelled in the face. Now visually, it can rotate in all 4 directions too. So maybe in some directions you'll think, oh, it looks like high tides. Vil's going down. Mangonel on the hill for Degao. That's some micro there to tank the TC arrows, get the Mangonel shot, and get out just in time to survive, and still have the hill bonus against the TC. Lots of skirms from Thunderbolt. We'll have a TC up as well. And that workshop could go down, but a Mangonel will pop out first. Pops out the back. And Thunderbolt needs to clean this. Has to dodge the Mangonel shot, which he does, just barely 4 HP, but the crossbows pick it off, and then dodge. I have no idea how Degao managed to see that shot and dodge it. Mangonel getting hit by crossbows on all sides. He'll go out to repair. And okay, Hulk fight on the water. Oh, this makes me miss Galley Micro so much. What is this? What has Age of Empires become? Oh, it makes me miss AOC Galley Micro. What was that? Let's see, Thunderbolt wins. I can go for the fish. Okay, 4 Mangonel. Okay, Degao, you got me worried with them grouped up like that. Thunderbolt, can you get 1 Mangonel shot right in the middle of that? You have a nice hill there. Oh, ooh, he's downhill. Okay, oh, he gets it. I was gonna say, sometimes I feel like the more Mangonels you have, the more you have to lose. Thunderbolt manages to avoid the shot there, get a shot off, and goes down. See people sleeping on adding galleys. It has been pure Hulks right now. Even though Degao's no more Navy, I mean, he's taken all of the fish. Pretty soon the water will be completely fished out. There'll be no more fish in the sea. The wheelbarrow for Degao. Mangonel's attacking the TC. Nice shot on the Vil. And Degao pulling ahead in Vils, as he does have a good eco advantage in that he's the one applying the pressure and not taking pressure. 97 to 83. Vil difference. Another Mangonel gets the uphill hit this time. Thunderbolt attacking the Mangonel in the pond. The TC so close to getting a Mangonel. 1 HP. 1 HP is all you need. Repairville goes down, but the Mangonel survives. That Mangonel dodges, gets a nice... Ooh, not a nice hit. 2 HP of a hit. And that could be... Ooh, okay, Degao looking for a castle. Little hill where he's going to place the castle foundation. That's risky. Can Thunderbolt one-hit this? Thunderbolt, if you get a good Mangonel shot here, you one-hit the castle foundation. There, see it? Shoot, shoot, shoot. Oh, Degao deletes it. Degao is like, nope, not with the Mangonel there. Gonna wait for the Mangonel to go down. Then he'll do the castle. A bit safer. Adding a bit of chicken to the map. Defensive castle from Thunderbolt, but with Degao up to Imp and Thunderbolt only 9 on food, he will not be up. And the pressure on this TC where he wanted farms has been great. Just adding farms now to the back, and even though Degao lost all the fish, by the time he's lost it, he's already up by 27 or almost 28k to 26k res collected. And he's trying to deny the castle with Mangonels. Nice shot on the Vils. That Mangonel pops out of the workshop for Thunderbolt, but perhaps just in time to die to the castle. And Degao will try to deny the castle. More shots on the Vils, just delaying it with the Mangonels, doing whatever he can. Oh, and the Vils can't really find a spot to make the castle. Or they can. Okay, just finishes, but once Degao's up. He's even going with Long Swordsman now. He's ready for Imp. He's ready for Imp, looking very, very rough for Thunderbolt. Mangonel out of the workshop. And goes down to the castle again. He goes down to the castle again. And Gambesins for Degao. Go Degao. I'm sure we have a lot of Degao fans here. I mean, we are casting on the Onimaru stream as well, right? That should be his home audience of supporters. Forging in squires for him, and he's gonna try to end the game with Japanese champions, and he wants another castle drop on the stone. Monk's going for some skirms. Crossbows killing skirms. Vil trying to block the castle foundation. Two-handed swordsman and plate mail armor, all for Degao. And his monk might... Ooh, monk can dodge the tower. No ballistics. Ballistics not in yet. The monk gets the relic and dodges. Oh, almost. He tried to get out with the relic. Doesn't work. Degao also the national favorite for the Brazilian Cup. Yeah, I think Degao probably #1 player in Brazil right now. So if there's one player to make it to the LAN from Brazil, it would be Degao. I really don't know who the #2 is right now. But I do feel like Degao's probably a bit ahead. Did make it to a land as recently as NAC. I don't know, I mean, there's Fire, there's Miguel, there's Gabby, there's Goku, there's Alive. I think #2 would be pretty competitive. I mean, I think the Latin American qualifier is going to be really competitive. That's the thing. I feel like some of the old Brazilian players, as we get the GG from Thunderbolt and Degao takes the win, maybe aren't quite at the level they were a few years ago. I feel like there have been a lot of new players, like a lot of young players from Argentina, like Lucho or Prisma coming up, who might be competitive in the Latin American qualifier. Yeah, Sebastian too. Yeah, and then Stark, bruh too. Yeah, that's right. We got a whole bunch of players. Yeah, Miguel Fire, Goku Alive, Riot all retired. But Degao will take that win 3-0 over Thunderbolt. And get a win for Onimaru, as we'll have yet another Onimaru player coming up next. We'll have Jordan. He'll be playing in about 7 minutes, they should be starting. So, Thunderbolt, 0-3 to Degao. Not as difficult as Degao's first round set that was a 3-2 against Stark. But Thunderbolt's still a very good opponent for the first round. So next up, we will have Jordan. Let me see where his scheduling chat is so I can grab the drafts. And GG's for Degao. It'll be Jordan versus Levi, 17:30 GMT, so starting in... What's that going to be? A good 5 minutes. So Jordan, the unretired player. You're right, the unretired player. So let me just get this scoreboard set up. This will be Jordan. What's Levi / Pela most known for? What name should I lose? What name should I lose? Yeah, use. There we go. To lose, use Pela or Levi. I'm open to options for the scoreboard and the Twitch title. I feel like I've seen Levi a bit more. Pela? Okay. Combine them. Pela / Levi? I can leave both? Now we gotta pick one. We gotta pick one. Is he on Wonders right now? Oh no, he's on Dark Side. Okay. Whatever he uses in-game, I'll change to that. Now, Darkseid uses a capital E at the end of their name. Alright, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes. We'll get the next set going. Thank you all for watching. Again, make sure that you give a follow to the Onamaru channel too. Try to get some support for the Onamaru channel before we get the land. That's where it'll be broadcast this July. We have 1,616 followers. Give them a follow. Did Dogao Thunderbolt end already? Yes, it just ended. You can go back in the VOD and check it out if you want to see it. So make sure to go give some support to the Onamaru channel. And we'll be right back with Jordan versus Pela. Alright, coffee number 2 of the day is ready as we're about to get started here. Thank you also, Mimb and Dave. Looks like everyone's casting Ornlu too. Hope everyone's enjoying and hope everyone's getting some good gameplay out of this. Looks like Jordan's just going live. He's saying versus Levi. I'm genuinely not sure which player name Levi's most known by. He used Levi himself, so I'll say Levi in my title and on my scoreboard. And their drafts froze, so they're making a new set. And Civ drafts commencing. So for those of you not familiar, Levi is an Argentinian player, also known as Pela. I'm still not sure which name he's known by more. But pretty high-level player, plays with Darkside. And will, of course, be eligible for the Latin American qualifier should he not qualify right now. He's around 2k2 on the ladder. Should be a good test for Jordan in the first round, make sure he's... First round of the qualifier. Remember, Jordan did lose last week, so he has to try again to qualify. And as they're drafting, maybe we want to look at the bracket real quick. Once again, you can check out the brackets yourself on the Onamaru website. And we'll take a look at his bracket. It's bracket B. This will be Barl's Warrior also going on. Barl's lost to Stone Please last time. And Doubt almost lost to Stone Please, but Doubt ultimately ran into the Viper. Here, Jordan against Levi would then face Classic Pro and potentially Barl's. On the other side of the bracket is Doubt. Sorokuma 2. Ozone Gali. But to be honest, this is a really good bracket for Doubt. I remember seeing him beat Barl's in Stronghold Frenzy. Doubt Jordan could probably go either way. So for Doubt or Jordan to qualify as a player to this LAN, this is probably a really good shot for both of them. Barl's still highest seed, maybe the favorite, but I'm not actually sure between Barl's, Jordan, Doubt, Sorokuma, who the favorite's going to be. I think I'd favorite all of them over Classic Pro, but Classic Pro actually a higher seed than Jordan. And Jordan, I know, had been seeded a bit low because of his poor KOTD results, but I think probably he's a bit underseeded, even at number 22. See, doesn't really matter at this point. Well, it matters for your bracket positioning. It matters for the bracket positioning, which does matter quite a bit. Okay, we saw, I think, Andy last week, because he had gotten a high seed in the tournament rankings from having played in a lot of A and B tier events and done very well. Ended up getting a good bracket. Still a tough set for him against Lewis, but a set where he ultimately prevailed. And thank you, Udyu, for the follow. Talking about who is the favorite. Well, it does matter for your map picks. It does matter for your map picks. Hello, Rodney Falk. Is he Tatau in his worst form, maybe? I don't know, he played really well against Leary. I feel like Tatau is going to be well prepared for this. And let's just see, as the draft's just about finishing. Arcarius will be our first map. And Jordan and all of his Rage Forest experience should pay off for this one. Not sure what civ he's gonna go for though for it. Could be Vietnamese or even Portuguese. Spanish feel like Jordan's Coast Arena civ. Dravidians maybe for Lensois Mariensis. Magyars for either Satan or Seidus Karajas. Celts at the end. Our base will be happy to see the Celts. Trying to get the admin win from our bases, Jordan. For Levi's draft, ooh, that feels like an insane draft. Armenians for Coast Arena, Japanese for Lensois Mariensis, Malay maybe for Araucarias, or even Menway for Seados Karajas. I mean, Burgundians maybe for Coast Arena, Malay for Satan if he wants to play Skirms? I really like Levi's draft. Do Celts even have a decent navy? They have a good navy because of their wood bonus. They can produce their ships easily. Spectator dashboard pros for a second. Let me refresh that. Temporarily offline. No spec dashboard. Don't be temporarily offline. I need you. Alright, there we go. And Jordan hosting the lobby. Pronunciation became good. All right, I'm trying. I had another listen to Gabby's recordings of the names the other day, and I tried to improve. Can South Americans try both qualifiers? Yes. This is the second international qualifier. 5 players qualified last week to join Hera. Now it is Viper, Leary, Yo, ACCM, and freaking Andy. And 5 more will qualify this week, and of all the Latin American players who do not qualify, they'll be able to compete in the regional qualifier Monday and Tuesday. So Levi has joined the lobby with Jordan. Jordan also streaming his point of view. So if you want to go check out Jordan's stream, he'll have a 2-minute delay. Let me give Jordan a shout out. What is his stream name? Does he have underscores or AoEs in it? I guess he does have an underscore. So go give Jordan a follow too, if you haven't already. He did raid the Onamaru stream earlier, so I'm sure most of you are familiar with him. Most importantly, from my point of view, I haven't actually seen a bugged map yet today. So that's good. Casted like 10 plus games. Everything looked good. Okay, so we're launching. Pela picked purple. So I think I will put him in red. It'll be Vietnamese against Bengalis. I wonder if we'll see a fast castle from Levi. And Pela and Levi are the same person. I believe he uses Levi in-game, so I'll try to pronounce it like that. Or pronounce it, use that name. Failed to download match content, DE, not like this. And yeah, he uses Levi in-game. So we'll do Jordan against Levi. He'll be Vietnamese against Bengalis. This map will get started right away. And I think Jordan's Rage Forest skills are going to pay off for him here. I think the Rage Forest will flow through him. I don't recognize Levi as all that common of a Rage Forest player, and I think this is a very Rage Forest-esque 1v1 map. I really like the way it's turned out, and it's given us some interesting games with lots of strategies. You can dock, you can avoid the dock, you can lure the javelinas, you can skip them, you can go forward, you can boom, you can try to wall the passages. And I don't know if there's a meta, I don't know what civs are the best. Saracens for Lewis the other day, I think, were a great pick for the archer bonus. And Andy got punished for going for the fish boom. I think the fish boom is, in many cases, just a trap, and you put yourself behind too much trying to go for it. Needing to defend the fish. Needing to invest resources into fishing ships that lead to getting forwarded. So here we are. Game number 1 of Jordan's second attempt to qualify. He will be the blue Vietnamese to the north, and Levi will be the red Bengalis to the south. Levi, oh, is Elo higher than what the dashboard told me? 2446. I thought he was higher than the 2K2 I saw. So 2K4 against Jordan, who's 2K6, 2678 right now. And 2 vills forward for Levi. Loom on the way, Jordan doing loom, and Levi's struggling a bit. But he'll get the javelinas. Only 1 for Jordan. He's already doing house foundations and doing Rage Forest stuff. He's focusing mostly on winning the scout fight, though. So 2-1 right off the bat. Advantage for Levi. If I'm Levi, I'm not bothering to try to stop that vill. I just want to protect the scout, but it's close. It's close. Jordan can block the javelina with his scout. Yeah, he took an extra hit there. Ideally, you block the villager because the javelina does more damage than your scout does. If I really want it to be Rage Forest-esque, the tunnels need to be narrower. Now, that's not the point. That's not the point. I just wanted it to be kind of a themed kind of like that, but also its own thing. I wanted it to be its own thing, but tried to use some Rage Forest gameplay aspects to make it interesting. Jordan will head over to the eastern passageway now to lure in another triple of javelinas, as he's going for the double-triple javelina lure. 3 following his vill on the left, and oh, he only got 2. Only got 2 out of the 3. Jordan. What is this? Only taking 2? Man, imagine if Doubt were watching this. He'll come in towards the TC. TC will kill the javelinas here. Nice shot by the vills. Everything going down. And all the javelinas under the TC. What does Jordan have now? He's got 5 javelinas under the TC and a 6th out here he still can lure in. Is it worth it to have so many so early? Well, you really can't avoid waiting. I mean, you really can't avoid taking them so early in favor of waiting, because then your opponent can just go and lure them, and then you won't get them at all. And with that many, I don't think you can play a game of letting them walk back, shoot them once, try to keep them under the TC. I think you just have to take them. And yeah, there will be some decay. But 1,000 food, and you have 12 vills on it. You can spread them out and take all of them nicely. In the back, Jordan also going for 5 vills on the lumber camp as he tries to dock. So very, very greedy from Jordan, luring the javelinas and docking. Well, we have a dock from Levi, too. Or we might have... Was Levi going to lure? He needs to scout and see that they're not there first. Stone Please. Stone Please is being played tomorrow. I think that got placed on the schedule and then rescheduled and hasn't been updated. So Stone Please will be tomorrow. Let me tag an admin here. Let me just tag someone if they can do that while I'm streaming. What happened to Jordan's scout? Someone asked me about Stone Please, and I tagged an admin. I didn't see what happened to Jordan's scout. Probably lost the scout fight. And we'll have a dock forward for Levi. When does Winchester play? I'm not sure. There we have way too many players for me to remember the schedule off the top of my head. You can check the Onamar website for the schedule. So, Feudal Age will be here in about 30 seconds for the Levi. And a barracks for Jordan, as Levi has gone for the forward dock. Okay, that Ville didn't find any javelinas, but she found a dock location. Found a dock location. That'll be Feudal Age now for Jordan. And Hulks for Levi. And Jordan, can you see the dock? Yes, he can. That is a good question if the pond's so big he can't see the dock. But yes, he can see it. And a Hulk. Part of me thinks... I don't know what to do. I guess it's the small pond, so you open the Hulk. They are more vulnerable to dock fire than fires would be. But I guess you just have to go Hulks, because otherwise you just do a Hulk and clear up the fire. So, archery range for Jordan, but his fish boom is denied. And that's why I kind of don't like the fish boom from what I've seen. I think it's too greedy. I think you can go for a late fish boom. The early fish boom is greedy. And no garrison in the dock for Levi. He will opt to repair. Is it better to repair or to garrison? I don't know. Jordan does have more fishing ships nearby. Levi will be doing a Hulk. Is it worth it to do one fishing ship just to garrison in the dock? There's probably a metagame needing to be developed around these pond fights, as the Hulks from Levi are attempting to be under the dock of Jordan. Scout here, hit by the archer. And I think he loses the scout, Levi. Yeah, and some archers will be able to clean the Hulks. The archer 1 HP, well, that's all you need, you outrange the Hulk. And with such low pierce armor, only 1 pierce armor, land units, archers, even skirmishers clean up Hulks fairly well. Forward Ville could be in trouble too. But so far, Jordan defending and not fish booming, which is, I think, exactly what Levi wants to see. Hard to keep repairing when the Hulks have been pushed into a corner and outnumbered. Now, that one fishing ship for Jordan has to be extremely useful against the Hulks in this fight. And it feels like Jordan's taking the advantage there. But meanwhile, more villagers, as we had a bit of idle time for Levi, but he's the Bengalis to make up for it. And he'll be walling himself in. Walling his gold out, as a few farms go up around the TC.
Adish. Hi.
Hey.
Hey.
More farms around the TC here for Levi. So, Jordan stabilized. Stopped the forward on the dock, and now he can add in some fishing ships of his own. Adding in the fishing ships as Levi finishes the wall over here. Archers on this hill for Jordan. They'll push in against Levi. Dock here going down to the Hulks. And fletching for Jordan.
Hi. Hey.
All the villas out on that lumber camp. And another Vil comes back for Levi.
Irish.
Vil will do the market.
Kudwaga.
And that talk will go down, but Jordan had to invest into a couple more hulks to win the water. And Levi could go for his own fish boom now if he wanted to. He has his pond. And kind of crazy how they've both walled this. How they're both on only one side. And it's like opposite sides. That's like a cool... Look at this mini-map we have here. Jordan walling on one side, Levi on the other. I think I might just lagged capture age to all heck by zooming out that far. And Jordan trying to push in with archers now. He will be walled out by the time they get there. Wheelbarrow for Jordan. And defensive archers for Levi. So he's still defending, doesn't have fletching yet. Jordan does. Res collected a bit ahead for Jordan.
Tuyar.
Now that he's got the fishing ships working. Three of them on that pond, but Castle Age clicked first for Levi. Double ranges, and no stone being collected for him. He did sell the stone to go up. So it won't be a quick castle into Ratha's. Jordan with a few archers. Part of me would be tempted, and this is also seeing that the difference in Castle Age timing, to YOLO a castle forward for Levi. But that's something you do if you know you're up faster. Drop it on Jordan's face. And Jordan walling up to the left. Now, showing how you can use the passages as walls. Has to hope there's no hole in between the houses on these hills. Also, walled the relic on the other side. So Levi still has access to all 5 of the relics. And oh, an archer! Jordan luring Javelina with an archer. Pulling it in from the side. Oh, let's go. Let's go, archer. Look at that, 0.96 speed. I think the Javelina charges at 1 speed. So this is the easiest lure Jordan's ever done. He's just going to get a free Javelina under the TC now. TC with the archers even can kill it. Just put Vils on it, then shift gear back to the farms. Shooting with the Vils. Ah, Jordan, the beautiful archer lore. Archer's good against hulks, good at luring Javelinas. Oh, here are some forward Vils. Yeah, maybe he's not committing to the castle, but maybe he's committing to the forward workshop. Yeah, there's the workshop as Castle Age comes in. Crossbow clicked for Levi. Have a stable for Jordan. Interesting, but that would help against the workshop. If Levi scouts that, he might need then to go for a monastery. Convert knights, or could just try to stay crossbow. And push with crossbows. There's one Vil down. Nice Vil pick, and archer pick too. Lore boars with heroes in the campaign. If you lose a campaign because Joan of Arc dies to a boar, that would be insane. Are there even any boars in the Joan of Arc campaign? There might not be. There are a couple in William Wallace. In William Wallace 6. I know there are some in Genghis Khan. I'll need to check that up. And see if there are boars to lure in. As the crossbows keep pushing, but Jordan with a market wall will be safe for now. That's a lot of archers for Jordan, and this gets to a tricky fight now for Levi, as the scout is attacking the mangonel, but the crossbows can protect that. And Jordan says, okay, you can go for your forward workshop. You're not walled down the passage. I will head forward with my extra HP Vietnamese crossbowmen. They should get to 42 HP, and if he has to, he can take a shot. There's a hole between the house and the range. Jordan's scout is keeping the hole open, and Levi has to get this town center up. He has to send the entire village to raise the town center. As Jordan crossbow bodkin hit at the right time, these vills have nowhere to run. All they can do is build the town center, and this will be devastating to Levi's economy.
Tuyar.
Oh, that's a good raid from Jordan. He got in at just the right time. Didn't hit the Vil. Miss Micro there hitting the Vil who was still running away. And now he can shoot the palisade, break out the right side, and escape again. Or he can just loop around and go back through that hole between the range and the house. At the same time, though, looks like we're pushing in on Jordan's base. That's now a 9 to 8 KD, but Jordan able to run a bit better. He does get his TC up successfully. So counter raid by Levi. I do see a Vil or two dead among those farms. So things happening on both sides of the map at once. I like the elephant ram play. I like the elephant ram. Jordan will try to loop around the pond and go through that palisade walls. We now have a second workshop with the defensive mangonel at home from Levi. Mangonel looks like Jordan cleared a mangonel in the trade, but now Levi has the elephant ram to push. Jordan has to keep that mangonel behind the TCs to keep it safe from the elephant, where the Vils can attack the mangonel without, or attack the elephant without threat of the TC fire. Crossbow goes down, Levi diving the TC. That's a weak Vil. The mangonel doesn't, yeah, it gets a decent hit, gets a decently good hit. Crossbows need to split. They're getting into the woodline. They're getting into the woodline at the same time. Jordan just splits at the last moment. Crossbows in the villagers. Somehow the mangonel shot kills all the crossbows without killing a single villager. Danger close shot for Jordan. At the same time, though, he is raiding the woodline, and Levi cannot hold with that raid. He will call GG. And with a crazy sequence of events, Levi throws his crossbows under the TCs, doesn't get enough value from them, and Jordan takes game number 1. Nicely done from Levi, I have to say, to harass the fishing ships there. But Jordan constantly had more archer production. Was able to amass the archers while fighting on the pond. And holds on, gets a beautiful raid. They both raided each other at the same time, and Jordan, his micro was a bit better, got a better trade. And he'll take that 1-0 lead. As Levi now will pick the map for game 2. As a win for Jordan. For the Civs, that was Vietnamese over the Bengalis. So very last pick Civ, but Bengali's still probably good for that map. Yeah, 44 Vils each, but Army in the Woodline. Army in the Woodline will do it. And again, Jordan is streaming his point of view. If you want to see the micro from his point of view, you can go check out Jordan. Trying to advance farther through the ranks of Onomaru players for this LAN. Jordan versus Doubt for a spot to qualify would be extra hype. Jordan would have to get past Barles first, though, in his part of the bracket. And Doubt would have to get past Sorokuma. And neither of those are guarantees at all. And it'll be Coast Arena for game number 2. Spanish for Jordan and Armenians for Levi. Two very strong civs for the map, but with very different approaches to it. Jordan to beat Barles? I think I would favor Barles, but I'd say Barles 60-40. I think Jordan has a good chance, but I think Barles is still the favorite. Who knows, though? Maybe Jordan practices with Stone Please. Both of them being Germans. Stone Please went on an insane run, almost beating Doubt. Beating Barles and almost beating Doubt, so... everyone, I think, is looking forward for Stone Please this round, but... had some scheduling issues with Bad Koala, and they're probably going to end up playing tomorrow morning. And just about loading into Coast Arena. Game number 2. Everyone's mind at some point, Stone Please did beat Doubt. Man, that Coast Arena game when Doubt was 0 TCs, that was amazing. And let me get the colors set up. And here we are, Coast Arena. Levi will be the Red Armenians to the west, Jordan the Blue Spanish to the northeast. Immediately Jordan lures in his boar. What's the music? Everything I have on the Between Game playlist is from AoE 2, Age of Mythology, or the AoE 1 DE soundtrack. Ooh, bit of a speed up there. Let's make sure we're at ×1 speed. AoE 1 DE, they definitely put the most effort into the soundtracks of all the remasters. Yeah, that full orchestra recorded. I wish they had done the same for H2. I'd be surprised if Jordan practices with Viper. I mean, they are teammates again. And Viper did qualify, so Viper can practice with everyone. And Viper is going to have Doubt versus Jordan to watch, though. So, Boar Lord, a bit later for Levi than it was for Jordan. I know Jordan likes to lure these boars really early on the 9-vil starts, and I think a lot of players do. Sending a second vil out to take the boar along with the dock. Jordan placing the dock. There are lots of shorefish out here. He's placing the dock right next to some oysters. And Jordan will lure in that boar. Capybaras, stop the boar lure. That was weird. The boar clearly didn't lose line of sight of the villager. Sometimes boars can't pathfind and then stop chasing vills. I've seen that quite a few times. I think that's a new DE thing where they stop chasing more frequently if you're blocking them. It's kind of weird. I don't understand the question, His Royal Freshness. So second boar lord in for Levi a bit later. 3 shorefish fills normal on this map. Definitely normal on this map. You do have quite a few shorefish around the dock. And remember, you don't want to do what Levi's doing and take the shorefish with the fishing ship. You want your fishing ship on the deep fish, where it's more efficient. Shorefish vills are this, or villagers are gather at the same rate, regardless if it's shorefish or deep fish. Fishing ships are much faster on deep fish than they are on shorefish.
Servidora. Mande. Servidora.
So some vills chopping wood out there.
Presto.
And when we look at the middle resources, there are golds and stones scattered throughout, so you can get them on either side. A few neutral berries if you want them too. Coastal Arena, so much better than Arena. I've really liked Coast Arena. I think normal Arena has been, we've used it a lot, and it's nice to get a bit of a twist here and there. Especially for tournaments that might have a unique LAN aspect to them. It feels kind of weird to put Arena in a map pool with a bunch of other crazy maps. As much as I do love Arena. I think Coast Arena gives us that same clown gameplay with an interesting twist to it with the outside. I thought it was better before the water patch, but I still enjoy it, and I think we've gotten some crazy games. I feel like it resolves us who's going to build and support the first castle? Maybe, but I mean having a fish boom while your opponent castle drops, if they lose the water, can be pretty nice. Also, Twitch is going to play an ad soon. I think it's just a 30-second one, but reminder, I am streaming both on YouTube and on the Onamaru channel too, so go check those out too. They're saying we need Bozzy random? We need Bozzy random? If we get Bozzy random at a LAN, I don't know if the players are going to play in the LAN again. They might all just quit AoE too. I feel like you can win as long as you have like 10% of the middle, but you can't have 0% of the middle. Do you count your own resources as being part of the middle? I think you do. I think you do with how far forward they are. It's just part of the middle is stone walled. It's not actually yours. What is Bozzy random? If you know Bozzy, he works for Capture Age. He made the Aqua Arena map that's in the game. And a couple other maps that are in the game now. Maybe one you haven't seen, but it's called Sardis, where your team starts off behind a stone wall. He's also the author of Zawal and of Jungle Rumble, which you might have seen in a few events. Zawal, that one map with a neutral wall across the middle. Jungle Rumble, the map where you start with 1 TC on the inside and 1 TC on the outside of a enclosed jungle space. He's made a lot of crazy maps, and Bozzy Random is Imagine Mega Random. You know, sometimes Mega Random gives you normal maps, sometimes it gives you crazy maps, and sometimes it gives you maps that try to kill you. Bozzy Random is basically only maps that try to kill you. That's his sadistic twist on Mega Random. So, double bit axe for Jordan. He's committing to the feudal upgrades, fishing lines. Maybe he thinks his eco is good enough he can click them and still click up. And we'll do loom. And yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is. Now, Houseboat is a very old map, actually. Houseboat is from the Voodoo days. Imagine a map with absolutely zero food on it. We've all played Force Nothing, right? That fits the bill. Well, Armenians for Levi, 13 fishing ships. Actually, more than that, 14 and 15. He's adding more. Jordan only 10 as he's stopping fishing ship productions to start making hulks on the way up. And now you start asking what's better, the faster uptiming for a few hulks or the slower uptiming for the fishing ships. In the middle of the map, we do have Levi mining stone, but Jordan will likely want to do a castle. Question is, does he go forward or does he do it at home? Market and blacksmith for Levi. This is where Jordan... It's always a risk to do the forward castle if you don't scout it. But the Spanish do build the castle faster. And I think it'd be safe for him to place it maybe right... I wouldn't mind it right in front of the gate, right in the middle of the map. Try to control this part of the map, while also still being in Treb range everywhere. But he's definitely going to go for conquistadors. Missionaries, remember, they can pick up relics now. They're slower while they're carrying the relic, but they're still pretty fast. Faster uptiming with more fish. Ah, I got it. Do both. So here comes the Hulk. I still feel that Hulks can't really pressure anything. As there go the Vills from Jordan. And he will probably do the castle right there, right in the middle. That's where the Vills are headed. Levi will scout that. Jordan doesn't want to be scouted. He's trying to avoid being scouted. But there come the Vills. He is seen. 1 second away from being up. And castle drop time. Levi 90 seconds slower. Won't be in a position to stop it. Part of me has felt that on this map, the forward castles aren't all that effective because you can run out to the middle. But that's also very civ dependent because with conquistadors, someone's not going to run out to the middle all that well. So Hulk's pushing back for Levi. Medium warships clicked for Jordan. You have a ton of eco on this map to go for the fish boom and the castle drop at the same time. There is the monastery for Jordan, and if there's one civ that doesn't mind needing to run, it's the Armenians or maybe the Georgians with the mule carts. They can run the mule carts too. You like the castle closer to the side to cut off that side? I think if you cut off one side fully, then your opponent just goes to the other side. I think being able to cut off both sides is the way to go. From all the castle drops I've seen. So it will be now a castle drop from Levi. 14 fishing ships to 10. Res collected still very close. Levi's hope would be that with more fish, he can go imp faster. But Jordan now may be attacking the... Oh, okay, Levi. Losing the fishing ships and is just going to call GG against Jordan. As the Conquistador is out, the wall's going down. He doesn't think he'll get the castle up against the Conquistador. So yeah, castle is perfect, denies both golds. And so what Levi's seeing here is Jordan has just finished medium warships, and with the war hulks, he's going to lose on the water because of the uptiming. So a bit of a slower uptiming, but can't hold on the water, and he's also castle dropped. So he's in a situation now where Jordan's going to get imp faster because he has more fishing ships. And because he has the fishing ships working, it'll be imp and treb for Jordan. And Levi's just cutting it short and not going to try to fight it out. It'd be one thing if maybe he were winning the water while being castle dropped and you had an asymmetrical game, but here it's just a castle drop. That's 2 wins there for Jordan. And he's a win away from advancing. 9 kills for Jordan on the... Now also that 9-0 KD on the water will do that. Levi invested into the hulks, but they did nothing for him. Jordan consistently ahead in eco, despite fewer fishing ships. So interesting how he was able to manage that. Against the Armenians, too. But just felt like the build was a bit cleaner for Jordan. What was the idle time? Oh yeah, too. Look at the TC, a minute 47 idle time. So that was a build order game, honestly. Jordan had a cleaner build for the map. And build order plus the castle timing. That clinches it. So we'll see what map Levi picks next. That was his first picked Armenians too against the Spanish. I'm still questioning how I feel about Armenians on that map. And thank you, Smurf,
Sweet
for the
son,
sub.
I shall avenge thee.
Extra appreciate all the tier 1, 2, and 3 subs because they help count towards Partner Plus. If we get 300, then we get to the 70-30 split on Twitch. And that does help us out quite a bit. And better than 60-40. would nerf the conch, let the rest of the Civ shine? Well, they buffed the conch. They buffed the conch. So it won't be Lensois Moniensis. It will be Seyados Karajas as the Civ, as the map now, picked by Pele, picking one of Jordan's home maps. And Jordan will pick the Celts. He will pick the Celts against the Way. Let me send that to our base. So, can Jordan win with the Celts? Celts time, everyone. Celts time for Jordan. Oh, I'd love seeing the Celts. Is this an FC on the map? FC Huang? The QP ladder? The quick play ladder? It's another thing you can click on from the main menu to play with a hidden elo instead of a displayed elo. I don't think it's used all that much. Get Levi in his color. And load in. So here we have Levi to the north as the red Way, Jordan to the south as the blue Celts on Saya dos Karajas. And immediately Jordan lures in that tapir, pushing the deer too. One game in 2021. It was added at the same time, I think, or around the same time as Battle Royale. It's on that extra menu they added to the main menu and then never did anything with. It's that weird AoE 2 worked on over many years by many different developers and managers and published by Microsoft with different producers. That's how the menu came to be. Here we have quick play, ranked, lobby, and different queues that are all split up. And it makes no sense with different menu systems. But it's there. It's there. And if you want to play Battle Royale, I don't know if anyone still uses it for Battle Royale. So, Celts here, and what does Jordan do other than FC Huang on this map? He's not going for an instant barracks early drush, which with the spacing of the wood lines, I wouldn't be too surprised to see. But doesn't look like it's the plan for him. Pretty nice wood lines in the back of the base for Levi. Jordan actually wouldn't have a bad wall himself if he uses his wood lines and goes to the edge. But I guess there's a big open spot over here. Yeah, and now they can't justify the rework anymore, so they're stuck with it. So deer pushed in here from Jordan.
Kid?
And it appear under the TC as the deer comes in. And, oh, very nicely pushed from Jordan. Dow could learn a thing or two here. And there's Loom, so 19 pop with Loom feels like just a normal barracks men-at-arms opening then from Jordan. No Huang, no fast castle. Just a standard game as Celts. Faster moving men-at-arms. And if Levi plays the Way going scouts, and he's not moving to gold yet, Then there's that timing window where the scouts won't be able to fight the men-at-arms. And if you're thinking maybe 4 militia for Jordan, follow up by a spear and then the men-at-arms upgrade. Maybe a bit late to do that now with the uptiming. How long does it take a militia to train nowadays? 135. Does capture age tell me the train time? No, it gives me the woad raider. Let me maybe Google that real quick. Maybe to militia. 21 seconds. So you make 3 of them in a minute, or a minute 3. So in a minute 24, you make 4. So yeah, more than enough time to make 4 of them all up to feudal, and then you click men-at-arms right away. What does the bracket look like? Can Jordan actually make it to the LAN? The other contenders in Jordan's bracket would be Classic Pro and Barles on his side of the bracket, and Doubt and Sorakuma on the opposite side of the bracket. And definitely a possibility for Jordan to make it. I still think Barles probably the favorite out of there, but Jordan and Doubt fighting for the final spot would be epic. And man-at-arms for Jordan. Here come the militia. They will run into a cat, this jaguar, in the middle. They'll need to fight, but nice micro from Jordan to get all the militia attacking. So it doesn't lose much HP. His archery range will be forward. And Jordan's saying, it's already past my bedtime. It's, what, 8:30 p.m. almost in Germany? I gotta end this fast. I gotta build my range forward. And archery range forward for Levi. I know Jordan was streaming at what must have been 5 a.m. his time. I saw him before I went to bed last night. I don't know what his sleep schedule's like, but he's an early bird these days. Yeah, 20:30. In the evening. Men-at-arms attacking the palisade now. And we'll try to break through. And men-at-arms on Jordan's woodline. Did not notice it, did not wall. And Vils will have to attack as the men-at-arms attack the Vils. Vils go down. Vils attack the scout. Men-at-arms chase. And forward mill for Levi now. And preamp, thank you very much for the follow. Men-at-arms still hoovering around. Jordan has to wall the lumber cap. That is his only wood line too. He's Celts with double bit axe, so even with 2 Vils working, he'll still get a bit of wood. But that is annoying, needing to clear the men-at-arms. And it feels like Levi's men-at-arms have maybe done a bit more than Jordan so far. That's 2 kills. But I think Jordan just overall a bit more efficient with the economy management. The way have not gotten a single eco upgrade. And there's a forward tower for Jordan. Defensive tower from Levi, but with all those Vils, it feels like he's panicking now. Feels like he's panicking, while unable to do much with his men-at-arms. Levi doesn't have the follow-up that Jordan does. That build order was really smooth from Jordan. And the Vils here are going down to men-at-arms. Jordan getting some kills of his own. Does this tower go up? Okay, it does. Weak Vils still dying. Weak Vils in abundance under the tower. Tower forces the skirm back. That's now a 4-3 KD. There's another, 2 more Vils actually went back to the woodline for Jordan. Mistakenly going back to the woodline. I think Jordan needs another lumber camp somewhere, maybe by the gold, where 1 tower might be able to defend wood, gold, and berries. Another forward tower for Jordan. Well, or not another tower so much as he tries to put it back a tiny bit. Don't think he gets it completed though. He'll have to delete it. And as he deletes it, he no longer has 175 stone, so he can't place an, oh wait. Oh, it's never mind. It's 125 for a tower. I think it's silly to us thinking of a donjon. And not... Well, can't keep placing and deleting. He's inching closer to that 125 stone where he won't be able to add another one. Yeah, some Vils asked Nilly how to path to the next tree. So Vil killed by the archers and the skirms. Skirms killing the archers. Hello, Genoese crossbow. How you doing? Fan of Festida Pulvora?
准备就绪，
I'm a fan of it too. I need to see it played more, but I'm a fan of it. Probably one of the craziest of the maps.
准备就绪，何种命令？
I still think I probably need to mod the barrels a bit to be a bit weaker to archers and to explode more. But I'm happy with the games we've seen. It's been a good closed map too. It feels like the barrels are kind of striking the balance between being unique while not being too gimmicky, which is a tricky line to cross. So here archers are just gonna fight the Vils who rush forward. Levi sending everything forward. Sending everything. Jordan losing most of his archers, but the men-at-arms is still there. And the tower goes down. Vils fighting. That's now a 5-4 KD of Vils in favor of Jordan. But look at the idle TC time for Levi. He hasn't had the berries, he hasn't had food income, he's struggling to farm. That's now 23 to 32 Vils in favor of Jordan. Jordan dominating this game. He just needs to hold on and let the eco do its work.
准备就绪，
Jordan mined more stone now. Has 3 Vils on stone.
何种命令？准备就绪，何种命令？准备就绪，何种命令？喂，什么？
This will be Vils attacking the tower.
什么？何种命令？什么？
Skirms killing archers, killing other skirms. Men-at-arms going down. Maybe he needs to let some of those towers go up. Maybe he needs to stop YOLOing his Vils into Vil fights. Oh, there's Horse Collar for Jordan, focusing on his eco upgrades. Still 0 eco upgrades for Levi. He could recover 5 Vils from all the eco upgrades, but there's a GG. Yeah, Jordan just kept placing tower foundations, getting Levi to run forward and fight, but the Vils never took a good fight. Ah, man, that felt like Levi got off to a good start with his men-at-arms, but didn't react to Jordan all that well. He took the forward gold. I mean, Levi could have taken this gold and been fine, and then wouldn't have had all the pressure in one place. Always a tricky decision, though, whether you go for
就绪，
eco in one place and one tower to try to defend everything, or you split it up so you take less damage. But Jordan wins 3-0. Congrats to Jordan. Tower Foundation. Jordan just figured out that the most dangerous thing in the feudal age is not the tower, but the Tower Foundation. 15 to 13 KD. But the real thing is Levi idling the eco there. Idling the eco. The pressure from Jordan never let Levi get the eco running. And showing you that even at the highest level, Dark Age efficiency against a player who's 2k4 still can win you games. So there's Sea dos Courageous. And that will be a win for the Celts. And a loss for the Way. So GG's Jordan, he will advance. He will face, I believe it's Classic Pro in the next round. So what else is going on right now? We have Valessa versus Miguel, who did not activate spectators for game number 1. Valessa, Miguel, what are you doing? I'm gonna spectate you. What is this? Okay, Negro Drama. Taking the admin. It is Valessa versus Miguel time. Let's try to spectate this. Let me update my title and everything. Grab the drafts. And update the scoreboard. That's... I can press the right buttons. This is why we have a production team at LAN, so the buttons get pressed properly. Alright, so Sea dos Courageous was our first map. I don't know if they won it or not, or if they're finished. Valesa's very Finnish. So I'm going to put the players, when we do get something to spectate, I'm going to put Valesa in blue and Miguel in green, because those are the colors that I always associate with those players. Valesa is playing as red, and Miguel is playing as blue, which, doing blue for Valesa and green for Miguel matches their flags better. Valesa player 8? Alright, well, we're just gonna hang around and wait for them. We'll get to game number 2. Player 5. No, the max is player 5. I always imagine Finland is... Valesa is blue, Zupi Ravalis is green, the max is cyan, and Rubenstock is gray. We can do white on Capture Age. I don't think that's a good idea, but we could do it. Yeah, Finland's always the cold colors. This background is beautiful. Well, all credits to Akame for all of the graphics for the Brazilian Dynasty. We're going to work on some more stuff for the land itself. We had a stinger transition with the logo that animated a bit, but I couldn't get it working on top of the draft because the draft like instantly disappeared. So I need to rethink that. Yeah, let's imagine the first game. So what's happening with Valesa Miguel on Sea dos Karajas? I can give you the sibs. Miguel is the Vietnamese. Valesa is the Lithuanians. So Miguel, he'll know exactly where Valesa is. Not that it's hard to find him on this map. But let's imagine Miguel. This is the Brazil land. He's got a strat planned. He has a strategy. He wants to qualify. So he's going to go for a super early drush. Valesa, he could do that as Lithuanians, but he's just going to play standard. He's going to play standard, and he's going to do everything that Valesa does. As soon as he gets any hint of the drush, he's going to palisade everything. So Miguel wandering around with a couple militia. Let's say it's a 2 militia drush. Valesa just goes up. He was maybe thinking of scouts, but no, he's going to plop down the range. Can't really get to the gold because of the drush, so he'll add some skirms. Miguel will go up, he'll go skirms too. So skirm more, faster moving skirms for the Lithuanians, more HP for the Vietnamese. Extended feudal, they both go skirms. Miguel, he's a player who likes to add scouts. So he'll maybe add in a scout. I've seen him go double, triple stable scouts before. It's an open map. He'll add in a stable, he'll add scouts. And Valesa eventually... No, he's not going to have holes. Valesa, he's not a player with holes in his palisades. But the pressure is forward on Valesa. He's defending downhill, using the skirms under the TC. But he'll try to go up to the castle age. Miguel will be forward with scouts. And Valesa has to wall everything. Defend with skirms. Eventually gets to gold for some archers. He'll be up to the castle age first. And he's going to get to a few knights. Lithuanian knights. And he'll start to push back Miguel. Miguel's going to lose the skirms, but Miguel will click up too. And he'll be up in time to get some Fire Lancers out. And he'll get some Fire Lancers out and defend against the Knights. So that kind of evens it out. They both start adding TCs, they'll both boom up a bit. And Valesa will be fighting for relics though. Since he's the Lithuanians, he's going to probably grab 4 of them. And I think it'll be 4-1 for Valesa. Miguel will add a few more scouts to try to snipe monks, but ultimately Valesa, he knows how to micro the monks. Probably make a few spears to defend them, he'll be okay. Siege tower? No, I don't see a siege tower. Neither of these players scream siege tower. So then they'll go up to Imp, and Valesa will have the relics, and maybe a slight timing advantage, I think. But Miguel, he'll probably have added a 4th TC, he likes to boom. So 4th TC for Miguel. 3 for Valesa, they'll both go up, and as you might imagine, it'll be a skirm war. Faster moving skirms for Valesa, but Imp skirm for Miguel. And Miguel will add in Fire Lancers. He'll have the earlier push. And he'll be pushing out, but Valesa slowly but surely adding in those upgrades for the Lechai. Adding in those upgrades, getting Elite Lechai. He has 4 relics, and he's going to have full Lechai now. He has three castles. And he's going to send all those Lechai forward. He will kill all of the Fire Lancers and clean it up. And eventually he'll win game 1. Push Miguel with those Lechai. And we'll have Valesa up 1-0. So I don't know if that actually happened. Miguel uploaded the rec. We can speed run the rec to see what happened. How close are we? How close are we to getting this right? No, they made the first game private. They made the first game private, so we couldn't spectate it. Miguel just uploaded the rec. So let's see this. This will be Lithuanians against Vietnamese. We'll get to the game. We'll get live time for the next game, but we'll just speed up ×8. We'll watch the rec, and we'll see what happens. What actually happens? What actually happens? And Orneus, thank you for the follow. AoE audiobook version. So what's gonna happen? Okay, just a standard game. No drush. Miguel, where's the drush? You're Vietnamese. Go for the drush. Go for the lame. Anyway, it looks like it'll be a scouts war then. Stable. And lots of walling. I think for the main event, we gotta put the rock terrain back. We've seen so much walling on this map. Bit of a boom fest. Yeah, I'm waiting to see skirms everywhere. So, what do we have here? Scouts and spears, archers from Valesa. No archers from Miguel. He's just walling up. Armor for the scouts. That weird animal noise. Is it the jaguars, maybe? Bold of you to assume Doubt knows which hand to hold the mouse with. I think Doubt knows that. I've seen Doubt's keyboard and mouse before. So crossbows for Valesa. He's pushing Miguel, who's trying to go cav archers then. Vietnamese cav archers. Oh, I should have predicted that. Here I was all on the Fire Lancer bandwagon. Ballistics for Miguel, and he's going for the forward workshop. Doubt played with a joystick. I mean, Doubt is such a legend at Age of Empires. The keyboard and the mouse just kind of float in front of him. And he manages to play the game. So, good mangonel push from Miguel. Have Valesa holding. And how's the relic situation? No relics yet. Forward monastery for Miguel. Nice, he's still playing cav archers. Good KD from Miguel. Better res collected too. Look at Miguel here. He's dominating with the cav archers. Vils go forward for the castle. All gamers should get pedals. All video games should use :Q to close them. So, ooh, a single G from Valesa. From Valesa. As Miguel will just win that. Single G. What's gotten into him? Valesa's the last player you'd ever expect a single G from. Alright, so Miguel wins game 1. They didn't enable spectators. I think my imagined game was a bit more epic than that one. But Miguel, Vietnamese cav archers, worked out for him. And that's Lithuanians' last pick, losing to the Vietnamese. So let's get into an actual live game. Hopefully they enabled spectators now. And see what map. It'll be Pantanal. So we didn't miss much as they're building their TCs at the start. And it'll be Chinese for Miguel, and Huns for Valesa. So Miguel has to get down to business to defeat Valesa on this map to get a 2-0 lead. And Here we are. So Valessa will be the Huns, Miguel the Chinese. They're building their TCs on the same island. The Hunnic horse for Valessa will be used to pick up the capybaras. The Chinese for Miguel will be used to give him 3 extra villagers. Needs to gather 150 food. The Chinese start with negative 100 on a 9-ville start. And brings in the Javelina. 3 seconds of idle TC time as he has Loom. And 3 seconds of idle TC time as the Chinese. The Chinese are crazy good on these land nomad starts, but then so are the Huns. So are the Huns. And the single G is Valessa pressed enter too quickly while he was typing. It's Valessa. He's not going to BM and type a single game in the chat. This is Nomad, Ranger Alpha. This is Nomad. You build your TC wherever you want. We did see one game with an outside TC. It was the same matchup, Chinese Huns, but it didn't work out. But usually this player is going to the middle. The middle has small clumps of trees and some gold and a lot of capybaras. Around the shallows on the outside, these muddy shallows, are javelinas to be lured in. And then on the very outside, there's stone, there are papaya trees, and there are rhea. A lot of players will do what Valessa has done. 1 TC in the middle with a mill on the outside. I think the downside to that, actually, is if you're not sending all your vills to the TC in the middle, you're actually not going to collect as many capybaras. And you won't have as many herdables. It was Tatau versus Leary on this map, where Tatau was the Huns, and Leary was the Wei, but Leary did a great job of spreading his vills out while he went to the TC, and by the time Tatau had made the Hunnic horse when he finished his TC, there were basically no capybaras left for Tatau. Who is the player on the outside? I believe it was the Huns on the outside. Who was that? Was that Lix who did it on the outside? That was Lix versus Kasva, I think. And Lix tried the TC on the outside, and didn't work out for him as the Huns against the Chinese. So capybara's coming in for Valessa. Valessa wants to grab as many as he can. Gotta be careful with the Hunnic horse. Only 50 HP, and it has a very low line of sight. You have to be extra careful about not running into the enemy TC. And if you're scouting on the outside, then you're not finding any of the capybaras. So I don't know what the best scouting pattern is, but Valessa up to the feudal age, he clicks up first. We'll have 500 food for Miguel, he'll click up as soon as that lumber camp's finished. And look at that, 8 seconds of idle time for the Chinese. Only 1 for Valessa, but having that many vills gathering food, especially with javelinas, wonderful for your vill production. So we also have our Onimaru player, Miguel. Both of these players, probably not at the peaks of their careers right now. Not at the level they were a few years ago. Valessa was maybe even pushing top 4, beating Viper in events. Miguel I most know as a team game player. Lots of 2v2s with Dagao. Lots of 4v4s with Brazil and Nations Cup. But also a 1v1 player who's probably best known as a boomer. Probably best known as a boomer, but he's been around for a long time. Good water map player, too. In Onimaru, so trying to qualify. And even if he gets knocked out in this bracket, he will still be eligible for the Latin American qualifier. And Finland, no slouch in the team game department, too. That was the LAN in China a few years ago in Nations Cup. Finland versus Brazil. SY probably hoping that a Chinese team would make it there. But it was Finland versus Brazil B. With Brazil winning. Everyone in the game is known for being boomers. That's the fun way to play, right? Booming. So another archery range for Valessa as the spear comes forward for Miguel. Max and Ruben versus Yo, Lix, and 2v2. Yeah, Finland came in, I believe, 3rd last Nations Cup. We got Canada 2nd and China 1st. That Canadian team of Hera, Chris, Slam, Mentalist was crazy. think Chris can still play at such a high level after all these years is insane. That his pocket migration games going demos as the Chinese back when they had extra HP were amazing. So blacksmith for Valessa. TC hits the spear. Spear has to run away. Here's a blacksmith. On the outside, still a mill for Valessa. He's got a spear out there. As Miguel going scouts, and this is feeling like a standard game. Scouts and archers and feudal? What is this? This is also the type of game that seemed like Miguel won in game number 1. Oh yeah, I forgot there was that Sax Nations Cup too. That Sax Arabia tournament was great. Nations Cup kinda didn't really have the full Nations Cup feel. Nations Cup's a tournament that needs all of the teams. It needs 13 Argentinian teams signing up for it. So scouts hitting the Vills. The Vills to dance around a bit, and a couple of spears force the scouts away. Clutching for Valessa. As the archers come over, they will fight the scouts. Scouts have to run away. We'll have a tower up for Valessa. And archers start to hoover around the farms from Miguel. So double tower defense for Miguel, which is kind of tricky when you have to be mining stone on the outside. There are his stone miners over on the side. Bit of an awkward mining camp directly adjacent to the stone. Miguel will take the scout fight. He's separated Valessa's scouts from the archers for the start of the fight, but can't continue sitting in there when the army comes over. And Valessa will try to pressure the gold. All the golds are in the middle. At first for this map I was worried that all the golds in the middle might be too much without gold on the outside, but I think it's worked out very well. The middle is large enough that you're not completely denied of gold, even if you focus on the outside more. So scouts from Miguel wanting to attack the tower. As the scouts are pushed back. Are they always on the same line? Nope, it's Nomad. They put their TC wherever they want. Put their TC wherever they want. Double towers here. Part of me was thinking to make this a lumber camp start with standard resources, and then you'd have to chop trees while and you'd have a bit of time to decide where the TC goes. Like old school land Nomad, but with a 9-ville start. So spear poking the scouts. Scouts run away. And towers will be fighting now in the middle. Alright, fletching for Miguel. Sounds good, you like the lumber camp? Like the lumber camp start? I know there are going to be some land nomad purists out there who like that. So army numbers much higher for Valessa, 20-7. He is surrounding Miguel. And Miguel actually down in resources now, as Valessa with the Huns managing to win this feudal war. It can be hard really to finish someone off in feudal because of how much of the eco that TC protects. And it can also be awkward to trush because of the shallows on this map. And you can't build the towers in the shallows, you actually have to get on land for the tower. And forging for Miguel. TC attacking some spears here. Spears going down to TC fire. Scouts, ooh, wanting to get under the tower. Valessa trying to wall them out. There are some low HP Vils there. The spear comes over, but the spear is weak. The scout is weak. They go down. This tower on its last legs. Miguel's double tower is shooting it down. Miguel's scouts will kill quite a few Vils here. That tower can't be repaired anymore. Only 15 stone left for Valessa. The archer's coming over to try to save the Vils, but they'll save only one, as this tower looks like it is doomed. At the same time, Valessa diving under the TC, losing a scout. Miguel could pick off some more archers with his scouts, finding a good fight. And Castle Age now for Valessa. He's up first. Only forging on the scouts, though, for Miguel. No other upgrades. Miguel continues with the Trush, but runs into some archers. Bringing his scouts over, the spears are kind of far away. And the scouts focusing the low HP Vil and spear. They get the spear first. They'll get another Vil. That's now 5-0 Eco KD for Miguel. But 1k more res collected for Valessa. Still has more military numbers and has been fighting very effectively. This is what I said as we imagined the game. Miguel likes his heavy scout investment. As we imagined that first game, but yeah, Miguel, now he's idling the TC. Hard to get food when you're in the middle, and maybe not as much on the outside. A few Vils on the hunt. A few Vils out there. Valessa not really controlling the outside. Town watch for Miguel, as he'll be able to click up soonish. And another tower, but that gets denied by the archers. Those archers, though, out in the middle of nowhere. Miguel will rush the tower while the scouts rush the archers. Miguel has to try to micro and dodge tower fire in this fight, but he gets the tower up. The archers are cleaned, and the tower can be garrisoned. So he's going to continue in a tower fight. Once Valessa gets up, he'll be able to do a workshop and maybe some mangonels. And Miguel needs to fix the eco. Well, he doesn't have much room to fix the eco. He's almost out of wood on the starting island. He's gotten more towers up. And a lumber camp up. As a few scouts will fight. And better HP on the scout for Miguel. I think he could turn and fight that. Forging versus armor. Hope it takes an extra hit, though. And Valessa. Calm Valessa things. Looking to turn those archers into crossbowmen and research a bodkin arrow. Scout down to the crossbows. They might be able to dive the tower. Scale barding armor and bloodlines both for Miguel. And the villas here for Miguel will come up to the papaya trees and to the Rhea. And try to find a spot to do something just to hide right now. I think it's actually really important to scout the outside early on so you can see the Rhea in the fog of war. And know when you see them run, if your enemy's walking past them. You really got to pay attention in the fog of war for that, though. But yeah, 3 minutes of idle time for Miguel as the Chinese. He still actually has a Vil lead, though, as he's about to go up. So Castle Age for Miguel here. Tower hitting the scout. The scout runs away. Palisades and houses up as the tower could be camped by crossbows. Valessa going to make the run. There's a knight on the other side. Vil's going down. This is looking kind of brutal for Miguel as he can't really get a foothold going for his economy. Still down by 1k res collected, but it's only a 5 Vil difference. He has no presence on the outside though, and the knight will make it hard for him to get out there. And remember, no more camels for the Chinese. And they lost those when they started getting the Fire Lancers. Yeah, having all the towers, I mean, 4 towers, what are we up? You have 5 towers. The 5 towers, the Lord of the Rings sequel everyone wanted. Defending Miguel's eco. Good against the crossbows, less good against the knights. Cav archers from Valessa as the Huns. Miguel, with those Vils he had in the top of the map, will be sneaking a TC all the way to the north. This map is crazy. I didn't know what to think of this map when I first designed it, but I've really been enjoying the games on it. So watchtower here for Valessa, as the TC's up there to the north, and knights are going to continue raiding the Vils. Everyone loves, yeah, the old Killer Bee clandestine economy. Monk will want a conversion on the knights. Knights will have to run. Cav archers attacking a mining camp on the outside, of course, of course. I don't think when doing maps, not really. It's more an act of performing magic than it is an act of thinking. Nomad makes every map better. Another TC on the outside. Who named it? It was more of Pantanal's an area of Brazil that I tried to design a map around. And I kind of designed this. This is one of the later maps I designed, and we needed a nomad map. That's basically how it came to be. I just image searched for images of the region, saw lots of rivers running through wetlands, and plopped this down, added a few rivers, some muddy shallows. This is one of the quicker rough drafts of maps I made. Rename it to Clandestine. As technically a T. You can TC drop this late into the game. TC drops just at the start. Can't be done with the first TC on Nomad. He's more than allowed to lose 3 Vils to Valesa's TC while building his own. Here comes Valesa with a Mangonel, not in time to deny the TC though. But yes, this is a TC drop. Miguel taking control of this island, to be fair, with all the towers and the TCs. Taking inspiration from the real world is crazy. Yeah, that's the opposite of how we got Sea dos Carajas. We had Terrace as a map existed already, and then we found an area that fit the name of the map. so some different processes for the different maps. Rocket cart here from Miguel. As he's trying to defend that TC he just dropped, he's out of wood so he can't repair. The score in the Vil count's still insanely close. He's trying to repair the TC, he needs more wood. 9 Vils on wood, not enough. He can send all the Vils he wants, but they'd be better served on a lumber camp. And the TC will go down. He's got to be careful of the Cav archers, but he has enough towers he can fall back, put the Vils in them, and defend again. Rocket cart surviving. Yeah, maybe next they'll be naming regions after our maps. And Black Forest made in Germany after they saw the map, right? That's how they named it. Have archers hit by the rocket carts. Did someone try to TC drop a Swomi player? That's true. Valesa's probably dealt with lots of TCs from Rubenstock over the years in practice games. I'm sure he knows how to deal with it, even in the Castle Age. So Valesa's starting to pick up relics. He has 3 relics, and he needs to grab a 4th. Rocket cart hitting some Cav archers. As the Mangonel just misses the rocket cart. Mangonel 3 HP on its last legs. Knights will charge in and attack a monk. Mangonel gets a nice shot. And the Vils all hoovering around here, dying to the knights under the tower. As the Mangonel comes forward. That TC could go down too. Miguel just about to control this island. At the same time though, Miguel struggling for the outside as Valesa's getting out there. Is there a rainforest map? There is Amazon Tunnel, somewhat similar as a late game team game map to Black Forest, just with one big tunnel. So some Cav archers out here, killing Vils, forcing them away from the tower. Mangonel hitting the Cav archers, or a rocket cart rather. Miguel about to clear that TC. The Vil count is still similar, but Valesa 3k more res collected. I feel like Miguel's had to spend more time idling his eco, and yeah, he has around 1 hour. Somehow turned 1 hour into 1,000. That is the weirdest American unit chat's ever seen. 1 hour of extra idle time. As long as Valesa doesn't throw. Well, you never know when he's going to run his Cav archers into rocket carts. Nice repairs from Miguel, a couple of good attack grounds. But Bloodlines is in, so they have enough HP to survive. Don't know if that knight will actually get a kill here. There are 3 towers attacking the knight. It only has 1 armor. The towers only have fletching. Oh, Miguel really needs Bodkin, but he will call the GG, and Valesa will tie it up 1-1. Oh man, I've really enjoyed this map. That felt great. 47-37 KD. Miguel even the better KD, but a lot of those kills probably came from towers because he didn't have as many units. So 3k more res collected for Valesa. Miguel and Valesa now finding themselves in a tied set 1-1. As that was even the first home map for Valesa. Miguel went for the more watery maps a bit in his map picks. That was his first pick of the Chinese. Valesa also has the Chinese super high up on his draft. As we've now turned this set into a best of 3, all tied up. And it looks like Amazonia will be the next map. So Miguel will be the Georgians, Valesa the Portuguese. So the very first pick of the draft is done in parallel, so they can have 1 civ that is the same. Yeah, hidden plus parallel for the first pick. And YouTube asking map scripting in C? Nope, map scripting is its own language. I'll copy and paste the link if you want to see the guide to it. Let's see if I can copy and paste from chat. It's a more configuration file than language. Now, thank you all for tuning in. Glad to have you around, and we'll get into Amazonia now, the map with the bridges. Oh, is anyone casting MBL's match? I don't know right now, because MBL is in a pretty big ELO mismatch. You can check on Twitch and see if anyone else is casting it. We have a lot of simultaneous matches again today. So also remember to give a follow over to the Onamaru channel. They are the hosts of this LAN, and have gobbled up every single AoE 2 player in existence onto their roster. And let me keep the colors. So we'll open to swap the scoreboard. Yes, alright. So we'll have Miguel as the green Georgians to the southwest, and Valesa as the blue Portuguese to the northeast. This will be Amazonia, where we have these lovely bridges. I fixed a bug where the fish sometimes didn't appear recently, so they should always appear. There are 2 deep fish per player in the middle. In the back, no deep fish, but you can get a safe fish boom, and I did see Valesa going for the fish boom the other day in the back. Usually I've seen players docking the front. There are oysters out there, but otherwise not many resources in the middle. I think you certainly can overinvest into water. And then you have to expand to the sides, where there are tons of food and gold and stone options. I have seen a lot of players trying to wall up. I think this is probably the most boomy of the maps we've had, as they lure their javelinas across the bridges. Give some early action for the bridges. But also I'm okay with having 1 boomy map. I was thinking maybe for the LAN, we could take some of the golds and stones, and maybe instead of putting them behind the bridge, we put them in this area in front of the bridge. Maybe get rid of these golds and just have the player resources a bit closer. But I'll have to have a discussion with the players after we have everyone who qualifies. Stream title? Ooh, yes, let me update the stream title. Valesa versus Miguel? That should be updated. Put the gold on the bridge. Armenians and Georgians would be insane then, with mule carts. They'd be the only ones who could mine it. So forward dock from Valesa. Oysters out here. And so this was a bug that we discovered during testing this map, that if a fishing ship collected an oyster, the same way that Vils swapped between shepherds and lumberjacks and fishermen, the fishing ship would change to an oystering ship. And if you put an oystering ship inside of the dock, it didn't shoot any arrows. We fixed that. But that was a very silly bug to discover. Well, one of the players was playing a practice game and sent me a wreck, distraught that their dock wasn't shooting. Want to see people use the backwater to Omega Fish Boom, but you get it? Yeah, I want to see that. I think the backwater also gives a nice ability, if you need to transport ship back and forth. In case your front is lost, the bridges stop ships from getting to the back. Ramps you have to mine through? Maybe in the future we get a map with destructible bridges. I think there's a way to do that in map scripting, using dead objects. But I'd need to do a lot of hacking to get that working. So Feudal Age for both players. Bit of a forward fish boom from both of them. 3 fishing ships for Valessa, 4 for Miguel, Georgians and Portuguese. Georgians, really good eco with fortified churches. Portuguese, a pretty good hybrid map civ, able to play on water and on land. Organ guns are always scary. Gunpowder in the late game can be pretty good against the Georgians. Gives the Portuguese a way of at least tearing through the fortified churches a bit better than other civs if they can deploy siege engineers and bombard cannon. Arquebus 2, their unique tech making the gunpowder units more accurate, essentially ballistics. Helpful against any type of late-game trebuchet sniping or trebuchets that run or siege you want to fight. Stone Nothing. I did play a game of Stone Nothing once. Someone had modified the costs of every unit to cost stone. And it was literally everything was stone. Every building, every unit. Anything is better than the Course UTA with VBA. Oh, I had to use Visual Basic for healthcare software years ago. It was during a transition when some of the software was written in JavaScript, which was an improvement. But it was a very weird experience swapping between C# JavaScript and Visual Basic. I think it was VB6. So up to Feudal is Miguel and is Valessa. Both of them on the water. Valessa opening hulks. Miguel opening fire galleys. Now the hulks will counter the fires. Feels a bit counterintuitive to me too that hulks counter the fires, but that's what we'll have. Can you tower the middle? This is mangrove terrain, so yes, you can tower the middle. I think Viper and Doubt played what was probably the best game on this map, with castles and trebuchets in the middle. So hulks there for Valessa attacking the fishing ships, but they hop right in the dock. Fire is the best ships underneath docks, but also countered by hulks. And you do need quite a few galleys to fight the hulks. So it feels like the hulk opening, Miguel garrisons in time. Now, repelled by fires as Valessa shifting to fires. There are lots of Kaimans in the middle of this map. Secretly Gold Rush. Gold Rush, but kind of with a water theme, somehow. It definitely feels like it's its own thing, kind of unique with map concepts. Can I terrain blend? I can, but I didn't want to because I wanted it to be obvious where you can and can't build. That's always a decision of, do you make it clear what the terrain is, or do you make it look prettier? And I generally err on the side of making it obvious for gameplay purposes. What is the total stone count? Each corner has 2 groups of 3. So 6 times 4 is 24 total tiles of stone. And each tile itself has 350 stone. Age of Cubes agrees. That's why we're casting Valessa. Does Valessa still use the cube mod? Or was he ever a cube mod user, or was that just the other Finns? So right now on the water, just skirmishing, is we'll have Valessa and Miguel just scouting the side, no one actually moving out. Also some neutral capybaras you can capture, so we have seen Britons on this map too. But right now they're just playing it like a pure water map. Valessa managed to get a good number of galleys out. I still think galleys overall are the best ship, and both players trying to get the swap over. But it does take a while until you get fletching. Miguel has it, Valessa just will be about to finish it. His collected still exactly the same. Remember, these Portuguese warships will have a gold discount and we'll have a bit more HP. Mainly Rubenstock used it. Who else was there? Did anyone else use it? I don't think Zupi used it. Well, Valessa getting pushed back underneath his docks is a fishing ship's garrison for him. And the galleys will dance a bit. Fire is still trying to push the galleys. As I said earlier, if you're underneath the docks, I think fires are the best at tanking the arrow fire. Feels like Miguel is trying to overwhelm Valessa and kill all of the warships right now. That's maybe a bit difficult with the fishing ships in the dock. Galleys able to wreck the hulks. It feels like the Feudal Age fires are much better against galleys than they were in the old patch. In the old patch, basically, you got to the point where you had enough galleys with fletching, and you'd kill the fires. And then that would swap in early Castle Age once the fire ship upgrade came in, and more galleys became clunkier to micro. And Valessa now finally players moving out to the sides. Miguel sending his mule cart over, he's doing a market. Valessa up to the Castle Age, Miguel shouldn't be too far behind. Might need to sell the stone though. Resources still similar, but if you're focusing on winning the water, then you always have to worry about over-investing. Especially if you're fighting under enemy docks. And you're constantly taking more damage, but if you're still winning, that probably means you're investing more. Especially against the Portuguese, nice use of the fire galleys here from Miguel, and feels like he's going to get the cleanup he's been looking for. Valessa's galleys all will go down. If he finishes them off, that is. It feels like ships are just so tough to destroy now, maybe a bit less fragile than they were in the past. Or maybe that's just galleys not quite having the damage output with the different bonus attacks. 121 HP for the Portuguese. And there's Miguel up too. He'll be a minute slower. He's adding in horse collar because he'll need some farms. And managing the eco on this map, I think, is going to be very tricky. Because you need to manage the starting island, which doesn't have much resource on it, so you're probably going farms, versus the back dock potential for shorefish, versus the front dock with a couple of deep fish, but then that runs out very quickly. And then you head to the sides where there are papaya trees and guanacos. But I always felt like it's awkward if you're not adding farms slowly, because you might try to take the faster food sources in the hunt, but then you still need to make that harsh transition once they run out, and you don't want to have a bunch of idle vills. So enough fires to destroy docks for Miguel, as he has won the water. Did anyone see demos? Nope, demos don't really have a place anymore. They have a separate upgrade from all of the ships. Well, if the capybara is just looking on, watching the docks go down, they're cheering on the fire, saying, "Go, fire ships, go! Go, destroy that dock!" We're not fans of those baskets that are knocked over with all the apples. So medium warships and wheelbarrow both in for Valessa. Castle Age here for Miguel. A separate upgrade plus nerfed damage plus changed cost. Valessa running across the bridge. And town center for Valessa. He invested into medium warship. I don't know if that's worth it. That's again an example of, you have Miguel winning the water when there's no fish. Maybe he's over-investing into the water and you can try to outboom him. Vlessa getting the TCs up first and also getting some knights. He's gotten a forward stable on the outside and is pressuring with knights on land. And this is maybe what he's thinking. If he can pressure and stop Miguel from getting his eco established, he could retake the water. I'm just not sure what value he gets from the water at this point. Late game, yes, it has gold, but maybe you could just retake it later. So Fortified Church is up. Georgian's one of the best civs at defending from this type of pressure with those churches. No upgrades at all on Vlessa's knights. No armor, no bloodlines, so he'll pull back, as now some monk defense will be queued from Miguel. But some good early pressure. Miguel with the stable sending one knight forward, but Vlessa probably has the ability to defend from that. He needs to garrison the Vills. Well, Miguel no upgrades on his knights either. Vills dared to fight the knights. And Vlessa expanding to both sides, so if he can pressure Miguel down here, he can expand to the north. And 48 to 39 actual villagers, he has more land economy. Miguel has to be wary that his score is inflated from having won the water. Vlessa did, however, force Miguel himself to invest into medium warships, and there's a knight picking off another Vill, as the knights did run across the bridge, and now they will maybe cross the other bridge too? They're still going to look for Vills. But yeah, he could have used medium warships maybe for a knight upgrade, bloodlines or armor. Or even husbandry with how cheap that is these days. Miguel going for the monk defense, conversion on the high HP knight. Vlessa trying to run away. I think the conversion does come in. Will he be chased across the bridge? I just love watching the bridges. So Vlessa can't really use the bridges anymore. And the knights will run across the bridge again and get back across. Oh, no, it was 250 in AOC. They decreased it at some point. But again, part of the reason Cav Archers are so good because you can get husbandry for cheaper than you could. Yeah, it used to be 250. Might be fun to restore that tech cost. It's such an important upgrade. Probably deserves a high cost. So now we have the light cav for Vlessa. He'll be trying to stop Miguel from picking up relics. He did see the church, so he knows monks are the choice for Miguel. And no sanctity on that monk, so it won't get a lucky conversion. Scout does manage to pick it off. Nice Teutonic Knight dance emote. Bill's here attacked by the war galleys. Bowsaw for Miguel. And handcart for Vlessa.
Get to us.
My Cav and Scout will fight each other here. Monk wants a conversion on the light Cav. Hops in the TC and won't get the conversion, but will survive. And nice job with the light Cav for Vlessa. Picking off monks. Miguel will go for his own light Cav, try to fight for the relics of it. 1 for 1 on relics already. Losing their conversion. Target if it goes out the monk line of sight. Honestly, monk mechanics are so technical. It's hard to describe any change in isolation, because it's not just the line of sight of the monk, it's also other units and then the walking behavior of the monk that controls it. So what the exact change should be, along with swapping targets too. There are a bunch of little things that go into it. And I don't know what the exact change should be as much as it is something to consider. And I think that probably would have been a better change to monks than all the devotion and other stuff they added. You know what percent? Well, it is random. It is random. There's no real... I mean, there's the counter towards the max conversion time. Scale Barding Armor for Vlessa. Yes, he's gonna redock. But it's not like the monk just converts for long enough and then it's converted. There is randomness for every second or so that the monk has a chance at a conversion like that one. Yeah, I have an old YouTube video that goes into depth on that.
Satellite amortisaita.
So the barracks for Vlesa will go down, and Vlesa's taking a score lead, 83 Vils to 72. Miguel has 5 fishing ships, but still on shorefish. Didn't go for that fish boom in the back, which I still think players are maybe missing opportunities for fish booms in the back. Or for some transport ships in the back, maybe. As we'll have more relics for Miguel. Is that gonna fit? He needs to ungarrison a Vil from that church. I don't think the relic fits. Oh yeah, the monk can't drop it off. There's no more room. He needs to eject the mule cart. As more upgrades, including Imperial Age for Vlesa. Why do you decide on booming on one side? I think it's just easier to defend if you're on one side. There are enough resources here between the papaya trees and different food sources you can get away with it. Probably the most limited resource is gold, but if you're focusing on one side, you can force gold over on the other side. It does give Vlesa the option maybe to come forward, wall off the bridge, and go for a map control victory. The same thing we saw Doubt do against Viper in that, what was it, Georgians versus Britons game. Where Viper felt like he was ahead the entire game, but only had one of the corners, and couldn't quite match the eco of Doubt when he was struggling for gold. His Bloodlines and Ballistics both on the way for Miguel. As monks move forward to try to convert the Cav Archers. And they'll get 2 conversions. Nice conversions there. Was Miguel devoted? No, he's not. Yeah, and Vlesa is returning to water. We saw those docks earlier. And he is up to the Imperial Age doing clinker construction. Has Miguel seen that? Oh, Miguel hasn't actually seen the docks. His fishing ships are right there, but he hasn't seen them. He's tried to go for fish traps, but the fish traps in the front, not in the back, so they're exposed. Husbandry for Miguel. And I think we saw Miguel maybe overinvest a bit into water early on. That was my feeling on this map, that if you're winning water, you're probably overinvesting and not booming enough. As Vlesa has managed to boom up, and Cav Archers will be atop the hill now. And Thumbring, Bracer, Chemistry, all the Archer upgrades for Vlesa, as he's going to probably start going for Arbs rather than Cav Archers. The Portuguese don't get heavy Cav Archer, no Parthian. So it'll be a move towards Arbalest for him. Remember, he's on 103 Vils, but that's not all that much, and could even think about a Fitoria now. I wouldn't mind that all that much, 1 or 2 Fitorias, but it would eat into the castle stone he'd need. Can you put fishing ships in a siege tower? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. They'll go down to the Kaiman. And some Cav Archers looking for the TC in the back, but Vlesa will get the win. We have Miguel. He will call the GG. Don't worry, in-game, he wrote GG in the chat. Capture just didn't pick it up because it was after he resigned. And as Vlesa gets back on water, he will win. And yeah, that's look at the military count for Miguel. You see this on water, but he was getting raided on land. That's what I feel overinvestment on water is on this map. You're peaking at more ships, and then he wins, and then he adds more ships again. 11 to 13. And then as he's up to the Castle Age, I think he's even adding a couple more ships. Vlesa, look at the uptiming. Or look at the eco, kind of similar uptiming, but pulls ahead in eco with being up a minute faster. So Vlesa, I think, played that map a bit better than Miguel did. And even though Miguel was winning the water and having the score lead, didn't quite get the eco lead he needed on the sides. The fact that the map is so boomy means that if you get a good start to the boom and just a very small advantage with the night raid, then you snowball things, and that's what Valessa did with the Portuguese over the Georgians. And we could have Monte Pascual or Satan as the next two maps. Miguel can pick either. Miguel won the first game. Wouldn't be a reverse sweep. That'd just be Miguel ignoring that he won game one. That'd just be Miguel winning. Simply be Miguel winning. Yeah, 8 fills in the church for a couple of minutes did hurt. Maybe a bit over garrisoned. So let's just check what's still on the schedule for today. See, Fire versus Tofu is just getting started. As is Kambito versus Niaz. We'll have Gali versus Ozone coming up a long time in the future. In 30 minutes, we'll have Chancellor versus Hart. And we'll also have Jubileu versus Nikov at 23 GMT in 3.5 hours. This will at least be our final set with an Onimaru player today. Insta-Church solves everything. Alright, so the next map here will be Monte Pascual. Alright, so Miguel going for the home map, despite the Chinese pick for Valessa. Thank you, Ringlord, for the sub.
Attila is king of the Huns. He will lead us to victory against our blood enemies.
And 3 villagers garrisoned in a church for 3 minutes should become a monk. Okay. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, both players going to the middle. Valessa to the middle as the Chinese, he's to the south. Miguel to the middle as the Armenians, he's to the north. They're both going to the middle. They're doing it. I've seen both players on the islands before. I've seen one on an island and one in the middle. This is the first time I've seen both in the middle. We've seen different approaches to the map this entire time. I did modify it slightly so that the forests are more consistent on the beach, easier to get your TC up, perhaps. We're not going to have those big blank spaces like Tatau had. Now you can transport the sheep, you can dock the starting island and then go to the middle as both of the players did. You can dock to the back if you want more access to the whales, maybe dock to the front if you want more fish. Each player will have a whale, but the whale will be to the back. Alright, yes, both going to the middle. Let's go. Miguel trying to force a game number 5. There you go. Double Javelina lore. Let's go. Miguel, no loom. He'll take one more hit. I think he gets this. He should be okay. Can shoot the TC now. Can garrison. Do whatever he wants. Just don't lose the Vil. He's fine. And let's take a look up here. We do have a hill with tons and tons of jaguars on it. And right beyond the jaguars, we'll also get into the Black Panthers at the top. So, YouTube saying Insta-Church solves everything. Well, maybe we could get Insta-Church here again from Miguel. The good thing from the Armenians would be if they could church the coastline and stop their opponent from landing, but Valessa landing right from the start. We saw Miguel with the Chinese on a Nomad map earlier. Thank you, Gamer HOST, for the follow. Now it's Valessa's turn to have all those extra villagers. Miguel had and res collected slightly so far. And we'll have a mule cart and a couple of villas in the transport for Miguel. Whales on the beach. Beached whales. Beached whales. Everyone always likes seeing the beached whales. I think they surprise people. The new graphical assets that are added a while ago. So Valessa luring in some javelinas too. There are some javelinas in the wood you can bring into the TC. Taken by the vills. Castle drop. I mean, is this a race to the castle age to castle drop? Wait, I think you want a castle drop maybe towards the land more to make it harder to get to the inside. What's the point of the neutral market on Michi? So you can trade with it. I don't know why it's there on the 1v1 map. Michi was originally a custom map, so whoever added it to DE decided to add the neutral market. But it's for trade. Why do you... I think that's just a bug for the Nomad start on Dark Age. Maybe it counts the town center? Well, will we get a... I mean, we have two buildings, obviously. You start with the lumber camp. You build the dock. Maybe starting with the lumber camp bugs it? Wait, why is there no lumber camp here for Miguel? Did Miguel delete his lumber camp? Did he have a trap? Wait, what? Why does Miguel not have a lumber camp? Oh, it's a mule cart. Never mind. He starts with a mule cart and he transported it. Okay, okay. He's Armenians. I was scared my map was bugged for a second. No, okay. Everything's good. Everything's good. Just transported the mule cart. I don't gotta go write a bug report for myself. So transporting a villa, you could find another island for a dock, or just do a dock out here. Do they get settlements? I believe they do. Or actually, they have their own lumber camp graphics. The South American civs actually have graphics for all of the buildings. I think only the mills are replaced by settlements. Lumber camps and mining camps, I think they get as normal buildings if you place them. So both players will be working towards the middle. I'm excited to see this because it's the first time, as I said, that we see both players on the land. So another javelina being lured in from Miguel. Res collected are still very close. And that Vil difference won't matter as much if you have all the fishing ships too on this map. When Yo played the Chinese, he tried to do the instant TC and get as much advantage from the Vils as he could. There's another house from Miguel. As we have a mill on the pineapple bushes too. Feudal Age from Miguel will be a minute slower than that of Valessa. They're both working their way up. And a barracks for Valessa. Barracks forward. Why are there rugs? Just for scenery. Just for scenery. Just to make it a bit more interesting. Well, just an object. Same reason there are beached whales on the beach. Just to add something to the map. They're the magic carpets the Vils flew in on. That's why they're there on Stranded too. That villa's outside the stable. So stable for Valessa, barracks for Miguel. Have they scouted each other? I think Valessa lost a sheep, so should know. Same with Miguel, so it looks like they both know they're there. Feudal Age for Miguel. This is where I know you're fast castling, but I wouldn't mind one Vil plus Town Watch. That's kind of what I've been doing on Nomad in my games. One Vil plus Town Watch. So you can outpost around and see everything. As the Armenians, Miguel has much better access to the stone on the islands. Just transport a mule cart and mine the stone. Won't need to do a mining camp or try to fit the camp on the islands. There's some stones spread out there. Some fruit bushes too. And little clumps of trees. Standard Armenians, warrior priests and monks. Feridov's infantry, composite bowmen. These fishing lines from Miguel. And this is a gold rush-like map, so fortified churches up here, even though it is cracked terrain, could be valuable. Neither player mining stone, so there's no stone on the beach. You would have to go to an island or venture into the Jaguar Den to try to find stone. So Forging and Castle Age both clicked for Valessa. Same for Miguel. Is this going to be a Spear Monk war? Is that what happens? The 5 relics on the beach should be pretty evenly balanced, but because Miguel TC'd the middle rather than the side like Valessa, he'll have the advantage in grabbing relics, since he should get 3 to 2. Yeah, Valessa has 2, Miguel should get the 3rd, and then the 2 kind of far away but on his side. Valessa back there with scouts ready to look for monks. Valessa up to the Castle Age, just now doing Loom. Ooh, well, that was a risk not doing Loom early on. As the Chinese, too. He skipped Loom. What? Zero idle time for the Chinese skipping Loom. That's how good they are on this map. So players now starting to fight on the water. We'll have Hulks for both players. Doc on the way for Valessa, trying to defend the fish. And feels like Miguel's slight advantage in the water pressure. Armenians, I would think they're the better water civ than the Chinese, but the Chinese also have the dragon ship now in Imp. Apparently stronger than Fast Fires. So Light Cav immediately clicked for Valessa, even Bloodlines as both players do medium warships. Valessa takes a score lead, Miguel still with a slight Vil lead. Also with a good res collected lead. And don't worry, there are also living whales out here. Maybe that's not much reassurance because you can fish them. But there are living whales, not just dead ones. Spears move in. Spears not fighting the Light Cav. Spears are just running with the Vils. Can the Mule Cart block this? Okay, that was a great Light Cav raid. They did not pathfind back into that fortified church. That was great. That's now 63 KD for Valessa. Feels like those Vils should have just hopped inside and been okay. Oh, no Loom for Miguel either. Miguel didn't do Loom. No, Miguel. I feel like Miguel has the advantage on the water. The Loom of shame, you lose all your Vils and then you click Loom. So Fire is taking down the fishing ships. That's what we miss with Empire Wars. Everyone gets Loom automatically in Empire Wars since you start in Feudal and it's a Dark Age tech. Good old 9 starts mean we have these Loomless situations. There's Town Watch for Valessa. No one misses Empire Wars or its paradox. So Spear forward for Valessa. And feels like Valessa maybe a Light Cav advantage, but Miguel has a good water advantage. And probably matters much more on this map than it does on Amazonia. Transport ship out to this island too, in case he ever wants to do a mule cart and start mining stone. And Valessa's still kind of trapped here. That was probably a good fight for him with Light Cav against scouts. Adding in Wheelbarrow. And adding in a second TC. So Valessa's starting to move towards the mountain. Wants to head over there, but still has to be careful of the Jaguars. Losing the fish. I think Miguel might need a few fires if he really wants to push into the docks. Oh, look at that patrol stack on the Hulks. Look at all those ropes at once, grappling the dock in order to set it on fire. Hulks. And so Valessa gets 1 relic. And he should get that second relic without issue. It's well behind his walls. Miguel with 1, and again, access to 2 at the north. Didn't scout them, though. And we'll have the second there, so that's his Armenian's relic in the church now. 1 warrior priest or 1 monk should be able to grab that one without issue, though. And he'll start moving to the middle. Valessa maybe more control on land as he goes for the TC. And the spear is poking the Light Cav. Monk wants a conversion, doesn't get it, but the monk goes down. And Miguel pushing with Light Cav. We'll have some more War Hulks. chasing Valesa's Warhulks back. And Miguel gets his second TC up too. Now I feel that Miguel winning the water is in a good position now. And the Chinese, they do have Fire Lancers, but Armenians with Feriders have a good champion line to counter Fire Lancers. Knock here for Miguel goes down.
被就绪。喂，
And Miguel's finishing the gold, but with the mule cart simply can go to another one. Wants another conversion, but will head back just to stay safe from the light cav. Let me see if our base pinging me, responding to my Celts message. Light cav attacking Vils now on the wood line. Vils getting hit. Nice raid from Valesa. And Vil count is still similar, with Valesa actually up in real Vils compared to fishing ships. And real Vils, I feel, are more valuable, as we'll get another TC on the pineapple bushes there for Valesa, securing some more gold. Neither player really walled. They can both go around to use the inner part of the map. And Beto, thank you for the follow. What happened in Jordan's set? Jordan picked Celts and won a game with Celts. That's what happened. So Doc here, going down to the Warhulks. And Sanctity for Valesa.
什么？
Yeah, Paradox. A fan of the Celts. Fan of the Celts IRL. And nice hill bonus for Miguel to defend. Maybe not enough spears of his own, but the monks in the back should do the trick. Trying to get conversions wherever he can. Those monks took a long time to convert. Is Valesa devoted? He's not devoted. He is just determined. Determined to get his army away and not be converted. But he's aggroing the Jaguars. A couple of Jaguars chasing the first spear. Like half spam, are we on Arena? I mean, if we somehow designed Arena in disguise, that would be amazing. I mean, Arena's the best map, we all know that. Spear, it's a poke. And Vil killed by the light cav. Bazi random wall, that's a good one. So Warhulks around the island. We'll get to the wood line here, not galleys, but Valesa still a couple of vills that'll probably be cleaned up. Also, Miguel has access to gold now since he won the water. 4 whales that have been untouched so far. Light cav chasing monks. Monks go down. Spear will poke light cav. John's slow tournaments are the most entertaining. I would agree with that. You should tell that to World's Edge and say that sudden disaster needs more funding. So Javelina lured in. A couple of farms going up. Monks go for conversions on the light cav. Light cav picking off monks. And man, these scores are still so close. The bill counts are still so close. Miguel with a lead. He's actually down in Vil count now. 53 to 67 villagers. Valesa pushing with light cav, getting in within the trees on the wood line. Vil's dying to light cav. Light cav getting a good raid. The Armenians, but they don't have church. I feel like Miguel maybe missed an opportunity to do a church here in the middle. And that would have given him a spot to defend this push from Valesa. Now he has TCs, but nothing really in front of the TCs. Oh, Valesa, don't do it. Don't do it, Valesa. No. No, no. The Vil will find 3 Jaguars. Valesa, he needs some army. Some monks to heal the Vil. Oh, the poor Vil. Didn't even kill a jaguar. Last night you fell asleep to me casting Lewis. It's only been 7.5 hours of a stream. We got a ways to go. Rocket Kurt's killing some vills. And, ooh, nice rocket cart hits. Miguel. Not like that. Pikeman now. The Jaguar is killing more vills. The Jaguar is trying to help Miguel. He's the people's champion. He's the Jaguar's champion. The Jaguar is still helping him out. Valessa. He finally killed the Jaguar. Miguel will lose some light cav to Pikeman. The Jaguar is trying to keep Miguel in the game. Valessa up by 20 vills, not if the Jaguars have anything to say about it. There are lots of javelinas around here for Miguel. Maybe could have taken them instead of farming. Yeah, man, you need to pick Magyars on this map because of the Jaguars. That's what you could do. You could pick the Magyars and then do your first TC up here. Fight off the Jaguars with your vills. Valessa, no, don't. Where are you going, Valessa? No, don't send another vill to her death. Oh no, double teamed by Jaguars again. I think he kills one. Or I think she kills one. And then now she'll attack the other Jaguar. She has a friend coming, but no, just gonna mine stone while her friend dies and now fight the Jaguar herself. Says this is how it's done. And then mine stone. So Valessa also up, what's that, 82 vills to 49. His light cav raids have been very effective. Miguel's still trying to defend with warrior priests. Miguel's still on the water though, as Valessa's up to imp. Yeah, that's Eco KD. Miguel has 19 kills, Valessa has 24 deaths. That's because of the Gaia units getting the kills. Like Cav want to pick off another Mangonel. Miguel there to repair. And Imperial Age. I think Imperial Age wins this for Valessa. Miguel's nowhere close and I don't really see a way up for him. Warrior Priest's dying to the Rocket Cart as the Light Cav and the Pikeman will come in for a fight. Rocket Cart kills all the Warrior Priests. Yellows for the house, too. Chain Barding armor for Valessa as Imperial Age comes in. Oh, and what's this? What's this? Miguel. Okay, Miguel trying to sneak to the middle. Sneak to the middle. He doesn't have stone for a castle. Miguel also has to be worried that Valessa will go for a castle. He wants a TC spot. Valessa, I don't think, sees that. So Miguel is not done going for a TC up here atop the hill. Maybe there's still a way he makes a few military buildings here, a few fortified churches, and holds the hill. Castle Age fletching, Castle Age fletching. Miguel still transporting villas out to the corner, taking the fish. Maybe he can take the whales too, but here he's completely safe. Valessa's still not on the water, but still raiding with the light cav. Using that warrior priest, needing the defense from it. Bodkin and crossbow both here for Valessa, as ballistics is on the way for him too. But as imp comes in, Miguel will call the GG, and Valessa will win the set. 3-1. The Jaguars were not enough help for Miguel. And despite the early eco advantage, maybe again an overinvestment into water? Where Valessa's concentrating fully on land, fully on that Castle Age push, and Valessa holds on. GG. Fish were not enough. The fish, the animal kingdom, not enough for Miguel. They look quite sparse. I think that's just because they're all fished. I don't think they're even that sparse on the map. But after a nice winning game 1 that we almost didn't see, Valessa will take his top 3 civs and win 3 games in a row. So congrats to Valessa. There are, let's see. There's one set going on right now, that Old Time versus Sebastian. That looks like it's just about wrapping up though. Kambito versus Niaz is tied 1-1, and we might jump into that in a moment. Thank you, Rescued OSRS, for the follow. And earlier, Beto L, if I didn't say that, thank you for the follow. Also, reminder, go follow the Twitch channel of Miguel's team, the Onamaru channel, Team Onamaru on Twitch. Give them some follows, give them some support. They're hosting this tournament. Thank you so much to them for also letting me dual stream. So we're getting both the streams, also on YouTube. Streaming everywhere. So yeah, get some F's in the chat for Miguel. So how about we go to Kambito Niaz? There's also a set about to start, Chanchalaru versus Hart. Chanchalaru is not a player who has a profile, so I think Hart will probably be a heavy favorite there. So we got 2 more sets later on. In about 2 hours, we have Gali versus Ozone. And then 23 GMT, Jubileo versus Nikov. And see, we're only 7 hours and 43 minutes into the stream, so not even that long of a stream yet. But we'll hop into Kambito versus Niaz next. So let me get my overlay set up for that. And this will be, let me see who's on which side of the draft. Niaz, the favorite. Against Kambito. Niaz had a great Vil fight last time. Let me double check that both of these players are on my scoreboard. Niaz definitely is. Yep, they are. Lovely. Game number 3 will be Fernando de Noronha. First time I think I've casted that map today. Oh, I hope we get to see Pulver. And draft setup. And I will give you some spoilers for the first 2 games, since they've already been played and we're joining in game number 3. So game number 1, Valle de Selva, was won by Kambito. Pulling a nice upset there. And the civs there were Romans over the Tupi. Ooh, haven't seen the Tupi much, but maybe an FC Blackwood Archer that didn't work out. And then game 2 was Koreans for Niaz over the Wu. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break myself after that previous set, though. I'll be right back, and then we'll get into game 3 here. And looks like Kambito's rejoining the lobby, so we got a minute anyway. Alright, we're back, and it's going to be Coast Arena, actually. Fernando de Noronha was their previous map. And let me load in. Here we go. Gambito in the red, Niaz in the blue. Here we go. Is Mod Center broken? Can't edit? I haven't tried today, Paradox. Doesn't surprise me if sometimes that happens. If it still doesn't work later, message me again and I'll have someone look into it. I'll probably try uploading a mod. I have a couple of small updates for the map pool tonight. So, welcome back everyone. We will have Niaz as the blue Vikings to the north, Gambito as the red Italians to the south. Tied 1-1. Gambito did win the first game, probably Roman Scorpions against Blackwood Archers. Tatau played an amazing Blackwood Archer game where he had 0 TCs and 16 Vils, and won against someone with 3 TCs, although it was only 31 Vils with 3 TCs, maybe 32. Oh, the Crocs is here. Hello, how you doing? Vikings? I've not seen Vikings on Coast Arena. They're not really a clown civ. The Italians certainly are. The Italians have been dominant on this map, able to go for forward castles, fast imps. Niaz feels like he's going to play FC longboats, win the water, and then maybe go straight to imp with fish, but that can be hard to do a castle if you lose your stone. So what does Niaz do here? I'm not entirely certain. But let's see. I'm interested. I like the different civ pick. Elo is also very close between these two players now, 2493 to 2470. Fast feudal for Gambito. The players also, they have the diplomacy menu. They either forgot to pick lock teams or did something weird in the lobby. So we can tell that they are allied with each other. or not allied with each other. Score is, 1-1. Thank you. Thank you very much. Forgot to set the score. 1-1. So joining this for game number 3. Then we got 2 more sets coming up in about, I think, 2 hours. We'll have Ozone Gali and then Nikov set potentially after that. Maybe one day we'll see Teutons here. Not on a water map, I'm afraid. Although Crenellation's castles can be silly on water maps. How's the plural of latest spelled? I don't know how it's spelled. There's a C with some type of mark underneath it. I don't know what that's called. It's pronounced Lechai, I believe. I forget if there are other diacritic marks over the letters, or under the letters. Near the letters. So barracks for Niaz, too. Something like that, Barbarous. But unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the language. I can only pronounce it the way chat has told me to pronounce it. It's in one of the tooltips in game. If you play as the Lithuanians, you'll see it. Or maybe it's over the sea. So Galley opening from Gambito. Usually we've been seeing players open hulks on this map. He's opening galleys. A couple of fires should be able to defend the fish for Niaz. But this could also be a reaction to longboats. You probably don't want to be opening hulks against the Vikings who can go longboats. Longboats demolish hulks. They're still good against fires and galleys, I think, but they absolutely demolish hulks. I memorized the alt code. I always do the good old Google the letter and copy and paste it. Windows, unfortunately, is not that friendly for entering non-ASCII characters. So fire defense from Niaz, fending off the galleys. And right now, up 16 fishing ships to 13. Gambito shouldn't be too far away from the castle age as the Italians. So wanted to go feudal to get some warships out. Harass the fish a tiny bit if he could. But Niaz sending a Vil around the outside, he might look for a forward dock and forward longboats. He already has a dock around the right side where they're a bit closer. Castle Age first for Gambito. Niaz won't be too far away, particularly not with 16 fishing ships, most of which are still working. Some on oysters. Have to Google a letter to write your own name, oh no. That's maybe where it's worth memorizing the alt code. Or just keep your name in a text document on your desktop so you can copy and paste it whenever you need to. Oh, the lovely changing sails of the Hulks will engage. As both players now up, Niaz around a Ville's length behind. Gambito a bit faster, Niaz on gold. And Niaz opening with a range. So why is he doing a range? Because he does not want to be castle dropped by Gambito. Niaz adding in fishing lines. Gambito, though, maybe he's playing some 3D chess. He's not going for the castle drop. He is heavy on gold, but what could he do? Maybe a monk rush? As the Italians, Vikings should be pretty vulnerable to that too. As they do not have the best light cav line, no husbandry for them. And fletching for Niaz. So fletching with archers. And you know what this could be? If he sees there's no castle drop? Because he sees his... Oh, he didn't scout the stone, actually. He didn't scout there's nothing on the stone. This could be siege towers. This could be a siege tower. Crossbows. This could be siege towers. Chat, do you want to see a siege tower? I know I do. I want to see something interesting now for Coast Arena with the siege tower. Here is Castle Age fishing... Oh, not fishing lines. Medium warships for Gambito. Don't know if he's using hotkeys for the text, but medium warships. Against a Vikings player who's making more hulks instead of longboats, I would have thought immediately this is longboats. Particularly seeing all the galleys. Ram can also hop through because of the diagonal walls. That's true. That's true. I think you might be able to tower hop too. I did force the gate. If this were diagonally on the side of the gate instead of the tile back, then you could tower hop there. I know diagonal walls and hopping is a thing. So, archers are found. It will be a monk for Gambito. Gambito's still fighting on water. We have medium warships and the first longboat out for Niaz, who's hoping longboats will help him win. And I'm still trying to figure out how you fight longboats on the water. I've not found an answer to that. Oh yeah, tower hopping 100% is still in the game. Longboats go down. Caravels, only turtle ships work? I saw caravels, but I think caravels are tricky against the entire triple of other ships that can be added. The Vikings then, since they have fires now, go longboat fire, and that should beat caravels, and pretty much beat the Portuguese. Turtles for longboats. That's the answer. Well, we don't have Koreans here. We have Italians. What do the Italians do? Feels that war galley is the only real option, but then the Vikings player adds fires now. It's definitely not hulks. War galley is what he's trying to amass. Maybe you need a couple of hulks to deal with fires? There's careening for Gambito for armor. He'll try to destroy a dock. Nia's still fishing over on the western side, as he's trying to move in with the war hulks in the south. Now what upgrades do the Italians get? Yes, they do get siphons and incendiaries. They get the full dock tech tree, and they also have the 25% discount for dock and university techs. So they're still very good at researching all of the techs. I don't know if all of the techs, though, help against longboats. Are siphons fire ships the answer? Maybe not with all the hulks. It feels like whatever the answer is to longboats, the Vikings also now have an answer to that. Now the galley should be good against the war hulks, as Niaz is pushing. He has now 18 fishing ships to 10, and a 43 to 38 Vil lead too. So we've seen the Italians dominating on this map, maybe Niaz with the answer in the Vikings, able to not just afford the archers, but also a second TC. Ballistics now for Gambito for the war galleys. He's trying to move out with monks. Somehow there is neither a conversion or an archer shot there. And a forward workshop for Niaz. Now the Vikings don't have the best siege workshop. I still have the hope. Still have the hope that we do have a siege tower. Look at everything that Nias has added. 2 rows of units almost. Kambito basically just war galleys. Deleted gate for a siege workshop. The monk wants a conversion on a Vil. Could maybe swap to the scout after charging for a bit. Oh, Nias, worried about a conversion on the scout, just deletes the scout. Did not want an insta. Did not want to gift Kambito with a scout. But because of that, he'll have to run? Now, Italians will have better monks, no question about that. Will monks be enough? You get Sanctity, you can probably convert the archers. Atonement, Redemption, lots of options. Vikings, do they get fast fire? No, they don't get fast fire. Maybe in the Imperial Age, then you might have an option to fight the longboats, but looking at the res in their stockpiles, Niaz is much closer to Imp. And he's around 1.5k, almost 2k more resources collected ahead of Kambito. And I think that's all thanks to those extra fishing ships he's had. My feeling for this map is that water dominates in the new meta as long as you don't die on land. And maybe water plus crossbow, being able to delay and invest less on water, knowing you get to longboats as the Vikings, could be the key. I think there was a reason for Vikings not having fire ships. I mean, Italians here on the water just look almost... I mean, they still look competitive with the Vikings, but they don't even look close. I feel we've almost returned to AOC levels of Vikings dominate on water. Yeah, also free wheelbarrow and handcart. So speedy Vils in the middle of the map, that's useful for doing outposts and whatnot. Still, okay, the Vils are on the stone. Kambito saying, I need outposts to see if anything threatens my stone. Also needs town watch for the outposts. He has here great outpost, he sees everything going on. They don't feel as unbeatable. Really? I feel like Longboat's gonna beat everything. I don't think I've seen a game where Longboats have lost yet. Kambito trying to push back Niaz with the Mangan. Oh, can he get a good shot somewhere? The monk, the archers, anywhere. Gets the monk. But Imp clicked for Niaz. Even as the Italian's Kambito's nowhere close. He loses his monk. Does not have anywhere near the stone he needs for a castle. I think Niaz just needs to castle here and he's won the game. Maybe the Mangonels win the game too. Oh, loses the Mangonel. Okay, well maybe some life for Kambito if he can win Mangonel fights. Take down archers. Bills need to repair. Another nice Mangonel shot. He gets a Mangonel shot from his workshop. Okay, maybe there's a bit of life in him. Maybe he has some life, but he's not going to win against the Trebor or against someone in Imp. Oh yeah, those are their clans under the names. I put the teams there because putting the prefix that they use in their own names fills up the scoreboard too much. And Capture Age had been not rendering the names fully. So old school for Niaz, OS Plus, and Uxmal for Kambito. I do wonder how Uxmal decided on the UX apostrophe, using the apostrophe as a separator instead of a bar, or a space, or an underscore, or a dash. And, ooh, nice hit on the Vil. So 3 Mangonels in the middle for Kambito. Scores are still close. Kambito's booming away on land now. As he's still down in Vils 49 to 64, as we've had the boom for a while now for Niaz. Niaz will do what looks like a safe castle for him, as he's enjoying 3 relics and some Mangonel micro. Yeah, 9 start might even make the Vikings a bit more dominant, since Dark Age civs like Persians won't have as much of an advantage. And they still can lose water in Feudal. And wow, GG, says Kambito as Niaz hits Imp. Wow, GG, Kambito had exactly the save he wanted for the map. The Italians, but Niaz with the Vikings counter pick. Interesting pick from him, and it worked out. Kambito would have needed some pressure on land in the mid-game maybe, but the archers stopped that. So, well played from Niaz there. It takes the win against Kambito. Niaz always has some good, clever strats. And he pulled it off there. So, Pantanal, potentially the next map. Kambito gets to pick the next setting. Yep, and those were Italians over Vikings, so high picks for both of them. Bloodless didn't trust in the Vikings. Always gotta trust in the Vikings. The more I see water maps that are not small ponds, the more I think Vikings are OP. Unix trademark. Registered trademark symbol. They aren't good, they're great. Score and Civs, not correct. You are absolutely correct about that. I got the colors mixed up, thank you. Italians are so good, I can't believe it. Or the Vikings are so good, I can't believe it. Bloodless can't believe it. And in the lobby, both players in the lobby need to pick the map. As a reminder to chat to stay hydrated too. Basically, Korean is the best, but can be rivaled only by Vikings on water maps. Okay, I can see that. I can see turtle ships working. The turtle ships also still feel weird to me. And, okay, let's go. Festa da Polvora. Alright, Festa da Polvora. Maybe the da is less emphasized. Kind of like a schwa in English. And Burmese for Niaz. Vietnamese for Kambito. Burmese certainly, I think, more suited to the map. That's like when you have like the word two that you don't pronounce fully. That becomes de-emphasized in between other words. Like the score is not 2-2-1, it's 2-1. You basically de-emphasize the pronunciation of the word. So Burmese, Vietnamese are civ picks. Monks potentially. Maybe a Rambai? Getting English lessons from your AoE 2 streamer? Yes. Lucy Pig. I'm getting Portuguese lessons from my chat. I also teach math. We can answer math questions. So here we go immediately. Niaz, the blue Burmese to the north, Kambito, the red Vietnamese to the south. 3 groups of 3 vills, one over by a mill in this area with all the hunt, One by the starting TC with the capybaras and some outposts, and another over to the west with some gold and stone. Players will have barrels in front of their bases. You destroy the barrels, they have 60 hit points, and the wall goes boom, and you can get in. Melee units, they have 0 melee armor, 8 pierce armor. So late game, archer units can destroy them pretty quickly. Early game, you really need a melee unit, such as a scout. You don't need to destroy it with the scout, you can whittle it down. 95 attack and then 280 attack against buildings. So it creates a nice big hole in the wall where you can raid your opponent. This map is a fever dream. That it really is. And the Javelinas lured in from one side to the TC. We see a lot of the times players will wall this up towards the middle of the map. Try to keep themselves safe.
Até bem. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
I love that. Rhea pushed in from Niaz. He's going to push that all the way to his TC from one base to the other as he lures in another Javelina. But players certainly getting creative on how they deal with these areas and how they push the hunt to the TC. You have to get barrels with barrels. Yeah, this is the map for barrels. Although they are called kegs instead of barrels. See a nice little fire icon out there. This is Arabia, minute 5? Not really. It plays more like a closed map. I mean, you do have lots of walls everywhere. We have seen some good men-at-arms rushes. And I think Andy had the best strat that I had seen with the barrels is you weaken a barrel in the Dark Age so that when you want to destroy it later, you can. What is the blast radius? So the blast radius, by default, is 3.25. I increased it to 3.75, which for reference, the blast width there is, compared to a heavy demo, 3.25 to 3.75. So whether it's a blast width or a blast radius, I'm not actually sure. Both terms are used in the game data for the same value. Thank you, Opti, for the follow. And obviously width and radius, if width could mean radius or diameter. I'm not sure which is which. I think it's just radius and it's 3 tiles, 3 and 3/4 tiles from each side. Not entirely sure about that. This map is something else, yes. 3 maps, 3 groups of circular walls. At least it's pretty unique. So, both players feudal at around the same time, 20 vills, 21 vills, a couple of militia, so it will indeed be a man-at-arms push from Niaz, as he engages in a scout fight and gets the advantage in HP on the scout fight. Barrel map, yes, Starbase, barrel map. Do I take the campaigns? Sometimes I look at campaigns for inspiration on how terrains mix together. Not really for maps, though. I think random maps and campaigns are very different. Okay. Yep, and here we go. Niaz definitely knows how the map works. He's going to start doing some damage to the barrel, and he'll pull back when it's very weak. And he'll leave it there. And he's going to leave it on 9 HP, so when he wants to get in, he can. And the men-at-arms will apply pressure elsewhere. Vito already walling behind this. On your drive home, Arbase, be careful driving. So, Javelina lured in. No, was that Javelina? Oh, that was. The wall was patched up. Kind of a late Javelina for Gambito. He does get up first. He could maybe attack the scout with the feudal advantage? Or actually, no, never mind. He's not up first. There we go. Never mind. I need to see both notifications. Sometimes I see one notification, then I look to the side and I don't see the second. So much going on when you're trying to cast. And 4 men-at-arms, they do get through. As the men-at-arms upgrade comes in, upgrading the militia to the more powerful men-at-arms, Niaz picks off the scout from Gambito. And Gambito going for more walls, wants the wall behind the barrels. There are no barrels at the front of the main base, but there are at the back. See, you could potentially try to slip around the back for some pressure. I do think Fast Castle is the way to play the map, but maybe I just need to play it more. And he has, again, weakening that barrel for when he wants to destroy it later. Base layout looks like it's out of a Dungeon Keeper scenario. I never played Dungeon Keeper. But I'll take your word for it. So, Ville's repairing there. Niaz, Burmese, remember, they get extra attack. They don't have Arson yet. And they can stack Forging with their extra attack. And so they'll just try to attack Palisades. Convito needs to wall behind this. And Niaz will connect all of his bases with some more walls, and he will be walled everywhere on the inside. And we'll have fletching here, fletching for Niaz. And skirms and men-at-arms converging. So, army grouping up. We'll have... I think the blacksmith survives a barrel attack. Oh, the barrel had been weakened, but the wall around it doesn't. So, Kibito will make a spot where he can go through. There'll be an opening, but I don't know how much damage he can do since Niaz is prepared with skirms. So we'll see a nice explosion there. There is a hole on either side of the blacksmith now, but the skirms are ready to stop the archers. And those archers will go in simply to find skirms. That is not what they wanted. And Niaz will try to wall behind this now. The barrels have already been destroyed, so he can do walls now. I'm glad to see players using the barrels, though, influencing the walling on the map. I feel like maybe the barrels should be strong enough to destroy the blacksmith, though. Maybe I really just need to give them a super increase to their attack against buildings. Maybe give it, like, an extra 3,000 attack against buildings. So not enough to destroy a castle, enough to destroy almost anything else, though. Nah, Paradox is like, nah, don't make the map more fun. What I don't want is a house wall behind the palisade, at least. I think I need to make it destroy a house, at least. Dark Feudal Age house. I'm glad players are realizing they can weaken the barrels. Looks like Niaz did eventually get in with men-at-arms, but now he'll be trapped. Oh, he went around the back. He went around the back with the men-at-arms and got in. Went around the back of the men-at-arms. Over here, he's still not able to push. I don't think players have really used the barrels to their fullest yet in the mid-game. My other thought was decrease them to have maybe 5 pierce armor so crossbows do 2 damage to them. And then you can snipe off barrels more in the mid-game if you see Ville's mining, and it wouldn't affect Feudal. Yeah, but Neo's definitely, he likes this. He's destroyed the barrels on the... Oh, he's destroyed the barrels in the back, too. And he's gonna get in. He didn't even need to do that. This was open. Kibito left it open. And he'll be through. He'll be through. Nothing on the other side. And palisade walls for Kibito stretching over to the TC. And Ville's against the skirms here. As Castle Age comes in for Kibito. Ville's will wall up. And Men-at-Arms will keep breaking through. We'll have a Man-at-Arms in the middle. And Kibito's still trying to wall him out. So Castle Age will be faster for Niaz by just a bit. Burmese could definitely go longswords. Those longswords, or those men-at-arms at least, will get an extra +1 attack once he gets up to the next age. +1 per age, starting in Feudal, so that'll be a total of +2. In Castle, you do longsword, arson, iron casting +2 attack, you're breaking through buildings pretty quickly. They must have hosted his Diplo somehow, not clicked lock teams. I don't know how they did it. It's still a 1v1, not like it matters. So passage on the outside, you can't really wall on the outside like you can on the inside. The radius of the circle is too large. And Vill's fighting the man-at-arms on the outside. And there's Nia's up to the castle age. And castle age padded archer armor both there for Kambito. So Kambito probably gonna go skirm. Burmese, I think, will struggle against Vietnamese in terms of army composition late game. So as long as Kambito holds, he's a chance late. We've seen that Vietnamese against Mongols on this map before. This is where I want to see barrels sniped. On the outside, Nia's attacking the gate. Kambito tried to re-wall, but that gate will go down. The fort gate we used. Another asset we found from the campaigns to put in the map, the fort gate. So yeah, elite skirm, no surprise there. Elite skirm from both players. We all know how good elite skirms are. Fire lancers. Fire lancers won't be great against Burmese infantry. But Vietnamese, I think, still have enough options against infantry that it won't matter too much. And nice cleanup here for Kambito. He will, however, start falling behind a bit in terms of economy as Niaz gets the next TC added in, and with those cheap Vietnamese eco upgrades, already has heavy plow. Light goes down as the skirms keep pushing forward. I don't see how Burmese win this. Yeah, I still feel like it's a difficult civ matchup. I think Niaz wanted to go crazy with the men-at-arms pushing against the barrels, but I feel like against Vietnamese now, Kambito should have the civ advantage. Men-at-arms down. That'll be a third TC now for Niaz. Second TC for Kambito in his home base. Skirm's cleaned up, and he's alleviated most of this pressure. Managed to restore himself to a working base. Start walling up more. We'll have a second layer of walls behind the barrel, so certainly more pressured. Losing some map control there, but certainly stabilizing a bit. First L, that's true. We have elephants from both civs. I think the Vietnamese ones with more HP are probably a bit better. What's the Burmese elephants again? It's, yeah, +4 attack versus ranged soldiers. Also one more extra melee and pierce armor, and then double extra melee and pierce armor with Howda. But I think the extra HP, the Vietnamese will win that as the skirms get cleaned up. Kambito with the good extra HP Vietnamese skirms pushing out. And what's their tech again? It's not just paper money. Chatra's +100 HP. I think that'll dwarf the armor. Skirms come over. They'll find a Ville doing houses. Skirms could now try to get through the barrels. It's a weakened barrel already. The Skirms need to be careful about themselves. Boom. This is open. This is open now. Skirms have a good avenue for raiding. We're seeing players using the barrels. Let's go. Skirms could also destroy these barrels, then loop around the back. I guess no blast furnace also for the Vietnamese. So 3rd TC now for Kambito, only down by 5 Vills. So with the cheap eco upgrades, look at that, already has handcart, actually ahead in eco upgrades over Niaz. Both players prioritizing the eco upgrades. Oh, hello Vil. If I camouflage in them, maybe they won't see me. Oh, that Vil escapes, just passing. One conversion on the Fire Lancer. And just pass. You have some just passing emotes? Throw those in the chat. Yeah, so what like Kambito, maybe just go, venture around the outside. You get more barrels to destroy, more Vills you can hit. Here's the university. Has collected 800 more for Niaz. And I feel that the Vietnamese long-term should still have the better eco. It's rough because of the Vil difference, though. That definitely makes it rough. Skirms are about to break in. Or maybe not. I guess that's the burning wall doesn't have a hole. Mangonel push on the TC. Oh, hello, Monk. Trying to grab the relic on the outside. Will the Mangonel hit the Monk? No, it's in the TC. So outside movement for Niaz. Around the outside. He's doing an outpost. Still could break through these barrels. $33 hits versus 36 hits, so Burmese Elephant's better. Okay, I mean, Burmese will have the better halbs, too. Oh, Skirms, go for the barrel, go for the barrel. Oh, Niaz needs to destroy the barrel there, he'll get all the Vills. Vills don't have the HP to withstand a barrel hit. Maybe Kambito needs to run the Vills, destroy the barrel himself, and then get back. Redemption monks, good monks for the Burmese. They lack heresy, but the rest of their techs are cheaper. Now the monk technology discount. Great for them. Okay, Niaz, please, the barrel, the barrel. Beautiful army that dies to longswords. Niaz, he's the only redemption monks. Maybe he'll go for longswords. And he's look at these outposts from Niaz. He sees literally everything. Players don't even use Vills for sneaks anymore, they just use them for outposts. Kambito trying to do something similar with outposts, but Niaz's map vision is complete. He's vision of everywhere. He's still pushing at the front. Can we get a good Mangonel shot from Kambito on the Skirms? He can get his own Fire Lancer. Skirms go into a corner, house and walls deleted so they can fall back. It feels like the pressure is good for Kambito. Still a 5 Vil difference. Maintaining the res difference at 1k. Slightly better KD. One knight, but enough monks, they should be able to get a conversion if Kambito pays attention. If Kambito pays attention. I'll just kill the knight. And Mangonels for the Skirms again. Niaz has to be microing split at the last moment. Fire Lancer pushing 2. Skirms to kill the monk and prevent the conversion. That'll force the Skirms back. Niaz not quite taking the fight he wanted. He has to fall back to the barrels. Mangonels could destroy the barrels or just destroy the Skirms. Or just destroy the Skirms. All the Skirms go down. Mangonel's attacking the gate still. Vil dying to Skirms. 2k gold. Yeah, Kambito floating a bit of gold. Well, he clicks up to Imp and has 1k gold left. And he still can do paper money. He doesn't have a castle yet. Castle race on the left. That could be a bit of a throw from Niaz, though, if Kambito's up. Oh, man. I need barrels to do extra damage to foundations. Like, destroy a barrel, take out both castles. Well, Kambito can shoot that barrel once he gets the castle finished. Can the TC range the barrels there? Oh, no, just not. Would have been sick if you insta-garrison the TC, shoot the barrel, and destroy the foundation. Yeah, right next to the gunpowder kegs. I guess you want to explode the... petard them. We need petards now. So faster Imp from Kambito. Ahead in KD still, and I think he has the option to treb this and win the treb fight. And the Vietnamese should have the better Skirms. Oh, there's a petard. Where's the petard? Right over here. Is Niaz gonna go petards and try to win a treb war after petarding the castle? Definitely an option. Might need a workshop for rams along with it. Yeah, I'm scheming about how to make them more useful. At least players have been using them. We've had some creativity going in and out the backs of bases. Oh, there's that workshop I was looking for. There's the ram. Oh, destroy the barrels and attack the ram. Melee damage. Oh, target the barrels now. Kambito, shoot the barrels. It'll destroy the ram, or it'll do damage to the ram. That's 95 melee damage. It's 1 tile away. Kambito, please shoot the barrel. Please shoot the barrel. Oh, yeah, you're perfect, perfect. Shoot the barrel, Kambito. He's waiting for more rams. He knows this. Shoot the barrel, shoot the barrel. Perfect opportunity. It's the rams that right there. Shoot it. It's destroying the palisade, Kambito. You can do this. Shoot the barrels. No. And Town Watch Stone Shaft Mine, and Kambito could still raid on the outside going through those barrels. The rams are moving forward. Bracer on the way. Mangonel, the Mangonel could hit the barrel. There are the petards. The Mangonel could shoot the petards. Oh, is this castle gonna go down to petards? It is! The rams of the petards for Niaz work! That should have been a treb war won by Kambito, but the castle goes down. Maybe a good idea with the mangonel defense, but not in time. Not in time. The gunpowder barrel is not used. The outpost will see the skirms on the right. Kambito wants another TC. And he'll lose his TC on the left. He'll lose his mining area. This area is important to hold on to. This is, you can get petards on non-sudden death settings too. So 30 minutes into the game, remember, we do have a time limit at 90 minutes. Two-handed swordsman for Niaz. It's slightly after 90 minutes. It's like 91 something, I think. Capture age rendering a bit there. Arambai now. Vils try to destroy the rams, so they'll be fended off by the Arambai. Arambai could destroy the barrels pretty well. So you ignore the barrels. Not enough experience on the map, I think. Ah, there's a TC for Kambito. Hill count's still good, and I'm still thinking Vietnamese. The Civ late game I'd usually prefer. Oh my gosh, that barrel there. Now that you get Imp, you get Bombard Cannon, you get things that really can destroy the barrels with one shot. You get Imperial Skirms, what do they have? 8 Pierce attacks, still 1 damage to the Gunpowder Cake. Okay, Kambito, please, that barrel, please destroy the barrel. A perfect opportunity to destroy the barrel. I don't think players don't know how good it is. He's trying to hit the Vils. Castle for him, trying to win the castle race. Hit Treb the barrels, Bombard Cannon shoot the barrels. Another Archer armor for Kambito. Yeah, what a clip that would be, destroying a castle foundation with a barrel. Ram goes down, Vils fighting the Ram. Arambai comes in. And Imp Skirm having a nice raid. Oh, I think he got through the barrels in the back of Niaz's base with the Imp Skirms. I think the thing is I just need to decrease the Pierce armor a bit. Knock it down to 5, and then I think you'll be destroying it more. That and a tiny bit more damage, and I think we're good. You can see, yeah, you can see who never played single-player FPS games, not destroying the barrels. Barrel's still there. But Bombard Cannon now for Kambito, along with the Trebs, and he should have the better siege composition. Along with Imp Skirm for the long run. Kind of pushed off of the gold, but he's also taking the gold at the same time. Oh my gosh, destroy a barrel next to a Treb. Castle can shoot the barrels again. Oh. So many opportunities for Kambito to shoot barrels. And this tower, not defended by the TC, and might not go up to the two-handed swordsman raid. The scores are so close. Feels like Kambito's starting to win the middle. I think there are more res in the middle to justify this. Some res on the outside too, as players head out there to try to boom. If you're wondering why they don't just wall off the edge of the map as this castle goes down, it's because there's rock terrain around the outside that can't be walled. So Niaz trying to repair, again, a time to hit the barrel and explode the repair vills. Like shooting fish in a barrel, just like shooting gunpowder in a keg. So it feels like maybe Kambito winning the middle, whereas Niaz is winning the outside somewhat. There's forging for Niaz. Defensive castle for Kambito to try to hold. And you lose that TC, lose access to the golden stone in the corner. Lose access to the gold in the south as he mined the stone. Another castle to the west as he'll try to Treb this down, but Niaz is going to have 4 Trebs here. If Niaz deploys the 4 Trebs right next to the gunpowder barrels, Kambito has to shoot them. Maybe he's been saving them for the Treb war. And they're just patiently waiting for a Treb to explode on. And okay, some two-handed swordsman running into a castle like a campaign AI, leaving a trail of bodies there. Kambito with the score lead now. The Vietnamese dominating, trying to make the game 5. If you get the barrels explode, two-handed swordsman trying to rush under a castle, but there are Rattan archers there, and Ville's ready to repair. Oh yeah, if you just trebbed the barrel here, that melee damage, you'd do melee damage to the Treb. Wouldn't destroy the Treb, you'd do a ton of damage to it. And okay, cannon forward. Maybe the cannon hit the barrels? Siege engineers for Kambito. As he's still trying to fight cav archers against champions in the middle. That barrel standing there among all of the army, not attacked. I am kind of glad that it has to be deliberate, though, that units don't auto-target the barrels. There's also a mouse cursor issue, that the mouse cursor doesn't change to the attack sword when you hover over the barrel. which it probably should. Champion's trying to raid for Niaz. He's got barracks in the back as he claims more gold. So right now, it's Niaz on the outside, Kambito in the middle, trying to go Vietnamese cav archers against champions. Not heavy cav archer, but he's floating a ton of food and he could afford that. Heavy cav archer against Burmese, I think, is wonderful, especially with how poor their skirms are. The extra pierce armor on the elephants could be nice with Howda and the team bonus, but that in itself probably not affordable in a 1v1. I take a shot every time I say barrel. Take a shot every time a player stops and doesn't attack a barrel. So yeah, there's heavy cav archer, also scale barding and crop rotation. And the Vietnamese against the Burmese might just be the matchup that Kambito needs to send this to game 5. Here we have iron casting and chemistry for Niaz. Crop rotation and bloodlines 2 for Kambito. Squirms on the outside, hit by the rattan archers. Dies from alcohol poisoning. That only happens because you didn't die from the barrel. Because no one exploded it. So, cav archers killing some champions. And the trebs are in the middle of the base. Won't die that easily to cav archers. Cav archers killing some of the champions now. Champions going down. Fire Lancers pushing in. So, Fire Lancers to kill skirms, cav archers to kill champions. And I think Kambito, as he now takes a 3k score lead, is pulling this off. And on his way to victory, Bombard Cannon destroying a Treb, and we're going to have a game 5. We're going to have a game 5, and this has been... I didn't see the first 2 games, but this has been a very entertaining set. Fire damage insta-kill the barrels to make fire archers useful. Around the outside, oh, even a denied castle from the rattan archers. I love how there's stuff happening everywhere on the map. A push up the middle, a push on the left, a push on the right. More siege workshops for Niaz. And Niaz calls the GG. We have a tied set. We have a tied set heading to game number 5. 2-2. Let me make sure I have that right. Yes, okay, got the score right. And military 281 to 155. Not enough barrels exploded, but the Vietnamese hold on for the late game. Felt like Niaz was more prepared and had a good early game advantage, but I think Kambito picked that, even though it was his opponent's home map, because he really liked the Civ matchup that he saw. If only lots of other things could be done with the barrels. I know. But Niaz losing Festetta Pulvora, and we'll have Pantanal's game 5. So that's the Vietnamese over the Burmese. And look at the civs for Niaz. Huns, Maya, and Spanish for a Nomad map against Shu, Portuguese, and Khmer. Which I think this has to be Portuguese? I don't know how the Shu do on Nomad. Huns do feel like one of the best civs for this map, of course. So as we get ready for game number 5, everyone, reminder, go give us a follow on the Onamaru channel too. Give us some support over there. Appreciate all the follows. Up to 1,639. Are the barrels also accurate to Brazil? They're added in the Last Chieftains DLC, so they have to be, right? And now Nia's hosting the lobby, getting ready for game 5. Magyar should one-hit kill the Hun scout horse? Maybe Magyar Vils should one-hit kill the barrels. It will be Pantanal. Niaz has his pick of civs, although I still think the Hun's probably the best of the options. Cambito for the Portuguese. A Khmer could be an option. Maybe. I wonder if there's a civ like Saracens that could be picked to counter Huns despite the start. I really like the way Leary started against Tatau set earlier, or the other week, is he spread the Vils out to collect the capybaras before the horse came out. And the main advantage of the Huns on that map is the horse. Yeah, not needing houses is nice, but the horse for the capybaras is the main reason you pick Huns. Faster moving Vils for Nomad can be nice too. Every Command and Conquer boomer knows how barrels work. The barrel mechanic is too stupid for the players to interact with. That's how you know you made a good map. So what do we think of the civs? Is this actually just a civ win for Niaz with the Huns? I mean, the Portuguese should be a great nomad civ too. Still not enough boomers. Not enough boomers to destroy the barrels. Not enough AoE 2 players playing boomer shooters to know how the barrels work. Barrel avoidance was extreme, though. Well, it was a bit extreme. Just waiting for them to launch. They probably need a breather after that last game. And they launched. They launched. Oh, and Niaz, what is this? Niaz with some tricks being thought of. Did he go for the Huns? No. He went for the Portuguese, or he went for the Spanish. It'll be Spanish versus Portuguese. Which I still think is a civ advantage for Niaz, but different playstyle than the Huns. Is this the last set of the day? No, actually. We have more sets after this. In around an hour, we have Gali versus Ozone. Then after that, Jubileo versus Nikop. So we might have 2 more sets. We'll see what my stamina's like. I will want to run to the gym after we're done here, but we still got a lot more to go. We might also just cast the Rex of Fire versus Tofu if we need something in between. So 2-2, let's go. Arbase, are you ready for Pantanal? I'm ready for Pantanal. Are you home now, Arbase? Are you still on your drive home? Don't chat and drive at the same time. Arbase, does Arbase have some TTLC matches he needs to play? Can we cast Arbase? How long do you think we can drive here in NL? I have no idea. I've only ever been to the airport in Amsterdam. I've never set foot outside of it. I will experience Brazil more than I have the Netherlands after this land. Oh, your second round match is Saturday. Okay, okay. Depends on the traffic. To be fair, it can take me around 30 minutes to drive 2 miles here, depending on traffic. We had some road construction recently. That was very annoying right after a highway exit. Oh, you're eliminated already. Oh, I needed to rig the maps more. So, game number 5. Niaz will be in the blue as the Spanish, Campito in the red as the Portuguese. And they'll TC Niaz heading to the west, Campito to the east, both players sending 9 vills to the TC. Maybe Niaz needing to fan out the vills a bit more to grab the capybaras. And they're heading to the middle rather than to the outside. No mill on the outside, both players getting the TC up as fast as they can in the middle, finding a wood line and a gold where they can do the TC. So 8 vills there, 1 on a house. And Niaz will need houses himself. Did 1. Get the TC up and start fanning the vills out, looking for capybaras, looking for javelinas to lure in. No food immediately under the TC for Niaz, but he'll get capybaras over and try to lure in a javelina. So TCs can be up slightly faster if you leave the vill there. Maybe you have idle time if you don't have the food right away. Remember, it's only 100 food for the 9... Actually, no, you get more food for the nomad resources, I think. Now I'm questioning what the starting food was. You all saw the starting food at the start. You know how many vills they can queue. Looks like it's 3 vills for both. And javelina hunted. This is why you can have the mill on the outside. You start gathering food and then you don't have idle time. This map is so chaotic. I love watching it. These maps have been much better than I thought when I rushed to design them in 1 week. I think our only real downside is the water balance change. And we would have had more fun on the islands map before. So mill on the outside for Niaz. And choosing Spanish, his other civ pick was the Huns. The Huns have the Hunnichorus for picking up all the capybaras. But he opted instead for Conquistadors. And I can't imagine anything other than FC Conquistadors from Niaz. Conquistadors, I think on this map, would be better than organ guns. I think Conquistadors, you end up attacking the outside, while organ guns would push the middle. Yeah, Tatau versus Nacho earlier was brutal with the double castle drop. I still think Nacho needed a bit more stone, and if he's prepared for the castle drop, reacts with the Korean guard tower, prepare fletching, and should have been able to deny the castle. I think that was Nacho's best shot in that game. Even if war wagons work against Rathas, it's weird because they're so weak to monks. So Campito going all the way to the side, trying to essentially lame a javelina, steal it from Niaz. Niaz will see it with the capybara. Can't stop this on the shallows because he can't quick wall, so you have to wait for Campito to get off. He has the vill there ready to block. Maybe Campito needs to send another vill. Niaz wants to do a house and de-aggro this. Yes, he does, and he gets it. He gets it, the lamer. He gets it. He de-aggros the javelina and brings it back. Niaz with the dance moves there on the vill with the house, stopping the javelina, doing a palisade, preventing a hit. No loom, no problem. And he'll lure it back in. Sea pig. Is that what we call a javelina that starts on the shallows? A sea pig on the water? Maybe close to one. Mill on the outside 2 for Campito. Remember, you do need the mill to unlock the market, and with the hunt and the papaya trees, players will be doing mills. Mining camp for Niaz, so yes, it will be Conquistadors, and if he's pushed in feudal, probably a tower defense, faster building towers for the Spanish. That's a lot of vills queued for Campito, but probably just queuing all of them. If you have a bunch of vills queued that you suddenly cancel when you click feudal, then maybe you hide your score difference when you click up. Make it a bit harder to scout. Another Javelina lore for Compito. Oh, Arbase. What's up, Arbase? You had a king kill on Tulo, nice. Was it a Treb snipe again? There was a Treb snipe in one of the TTL games. So Feudal Age for Niaz, as that Javelina attacks the boar. Or attacks the Vil. Javelina attacking a boar, that'd be a sight. He lost the Vil? He did lose a Vil, it must have been on a lore somewhere. -1 Vil for him. Niaz up to Niaz fast feudal. Fast feudal still with a build for stone. Maybe he's relying on capybaras and javelinas for a very fast castle time. And I think conquistadors on this map, you can afford to do a defensive castle and then move forward with them. Ooh, whoa, look at that instant ungarrison upon the javelina corpse. Can't even click it, the Vils are there. There we go. Iron Pores on tournament maps when? Overjoyed, don't give me ideas. I remember, what was that map Smurthy made? Harambe's Jungle, with the Furious the Monkey Boys. That was a fun map for Kami games. What is Holy Crest? I feel like I've seen that map before, probably in a map contest. There was like a monk map contest once, I remember, with a bunch of those. Around the time of RMS Cup 2, I remember I saw some overlaps in the submissions there. Iron capybaras. Iron elephants. Those would be scary. Rhinos. So Dark Age for Compito, both players still focusing on the Javelina lore, as ecos are very similar still. Market Blacksmith both for Niaz. So Fast Castle, is this dueling Fast Castles with Stone for Compito? Organ Gun against Conquistador. Conquistador certainly more mobility. And I'm not sure how they win in a straight up fight. But I think you have a good opportunity to fight, run back and heal. Fight and heal. Oh, Niaz still with 8 capybaras. Conks are stronger. I wonder how Britons would do on this map with all the capybaras as a potential counter to Spanish. Extra range crossbows versus the conks, and also versus the mangonels, so you kind of take out that conk-mangonel composition. Is the fan favorite here very even? Both these players can have some crazy playstyles. So slightly faster castle for Niaz. The feudal maybe wasn't quite tuned to an instant castle click. And he has no loom after Castle Age. That has to be based on scouting and seeing there's nothing from your opponent. He sees the blacksmith and is just trusting that it'll be a fast castle and does an outpost. Stone Peas, please beat Barrels with Britons on this map. Yeah, Jordan picked Britons on this map too. I think they're a good pick for it. Being able to go crossbows, so you have kind of a more natural feudal transition if you want archers into the Castle Age, along with not needing to mine stone for a castle unit, but also the option to mine stone if you want longbows. I think they're quite flexible here. Not usually what you think of as a nomad civ, but I think they suit the map pretty well, as Briton crossbows kind of serving as a counter. Okay, so anti-castle houses here for Compito. Needs one here and another here. It's really hard to cover a full 4x4 area. Yeah, and he doesn't have the castles quite far enough. The houses quite far enough. The castle does hit the TC. And now, where will Compito do his own castle? He can't counter castle because of the slow up timing. And he probably will lose the TC. Also could lose the capybaras. And he'll do his own castle in the back. He'd still do a TC location on a wood and a gold. And bring some of his vills over. This is where I kind of think he's in a rough spot because he needs 2 TCs. Not just one in the middle, but also one on the outside to protect the lumberjacks. Nice double gates, but conquistadors can break through them. Only one conch though, the TC gets some HP down. So this castle will still go up. Maybe a vill goes down. One conch by itself still is kind of threatening to vills. Well, only one vill kill. So castle goes up, organ guns, and what do we have now? Workshop to push the castle? Niaz should probably be... Okay, you can't hit the capybaras. Just can hit the center of the TC. Just like the farm trick, you get extra range fighting the center of the TC. You're shooting the edge of the TC and hitting the center. So outside, eco for Niaz. Hard to raid. Niaz now looking for Kambito on the outside, and that's what he finds. That's what he finds with the conks. He gets the lumber camp. That's what I was worried about. I think Kambito needed to bring all the vills back to the middle. And he's going to lose Morris. That'll be now his 5th vill loss, including against that Javelina earlier. 5 vills down. And oh, that TC. That's not where he needs a TC with the conk. He had hoped the other conks would be in the north, but Niaz knew to spread them out. And the organ guns do not have the mobility here. So conks have more attack and HP than organ guns, and that's even before bloodlines. And organ guns are insane. But Niaz with the production bonus up faster, doing armor. Maybe Vills could repair organ guns here? They would need repairs, but Kambito not going for it. Doesn't have fletching for his castle either. I think he's dead. Niaz dominating with conquistadors. Castle hits the conch. And armor now. A bit late, but 6 Vil kills. Organ guns for Kambito. Who, to his credit, has really not been idling his TC despite the pressure. Will need to find another TC spot. He wanted it on the outside, but it will be on the inside now. There's some Niaz fans in the chat. And where does he go? That's a lumber camp choice. I guess these ones he thinks the TC is still there and wants the cover of the castle. So 2 lumber camps and a TC should be fairly safe for the moment. Organ guns need to be in a position to defend those vills during the TC. Conks come over. Maybe the weak conk could be sniped by an organ gun. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. 1v1. The conks come over and GG for Kambito. Oh, Niaz with the Spanish. Spanish going to be OP on this map. Kambito, I think, didn't have a civ to fight them all that well. GG. And well done, Niaz. Vikings for Coast Arena. And I think the drafting and being creative with civs paid off for Niaz. Where did he get Vikings with the 2nd pick? Had Huns for the map. Huns are civ I think that can deal with the Spanish. But Pantanal was the home map for Kambito. Thank you, Choots, for the follow. Win for the Spanish over the Portuguese. Whew. And that brings us right to the 9-hour mark of the stream. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We have more sets to keep going for today. And let's see what we have. Is there anything going on? Fire Tofu going on right now. We could join Fire versus Tofu. We can join that now in game number 4. Mongols? Maybe with all the hunt. When is Shikso set? I don't see Shikso on the list of signups for the set. Did we cast Shikso last week? Alright, so we're going to jump into Fire versus Tofu. And give me a moment to set this up. And reset my scoreboard. And they'll be playing on Seados Courageous. I think I'll go Fire in red, Tofu in blue. Try to join that game. And right now the score is Fire, Fire, Tofu. Let's grab drafts. And maps so far were Tatau. Wait. Oh, nope. Lensois Mariensis won by Fire. He lost Tatau. And Pantanal was also won by fire. So Monte Pasquale would be game 5 if we get there. Civs have been Dravidians, Japanese on the hybrid map. Portuguese, Muisca on the nomad map. Catan's... Oh, this game just ended, maybe. Catan's over Georgians. And now the game that we are spectating. Tofu gets better the crispier you get. So there we are. That's the civs and everything. We'll see how long this is. This might just be a speed cast. Let me wait and see what the dashboard says. So yeah, I think we'll just cast this one at normal speed. And we'll just cast this game at number 4 between them. And then, hello, No Zombie, good morning on YouTube. We'll have our next live set coming up at the top of the hour. That'll be Ozone Gali. So I'll probably cast this game, take a quick break, and then get into that one. So potentially 2 more sets for us. I'll give you a moment to stay hydrated as we get started here. We'll have a Scouts opening against Militia into Men-at-Arms that are at home for fire, not moving forward. Tofu dead. Jurchen's Maya, so 2 different civ approaches to this map. And so Men-at-Arms for fire. Men-at-Arms, as our caster is now hydrated, the Men-at-Arms are looking to get around the back. Now Tofu probably needs to wall this off. Lumbercamp's in a bit of a wallable spot with the mill, able to defend berries and lumber at the same time. Remember the last time we saw Grenadiers in competitive today? Earlier today, we saw FC Grenadiers. The execution wasn't there, and I'm not sure if it's good or not, but the execution on the quick walling is not here for Tofu as the Men-at-Arms for fire get in. Ooh, they get in on the wood line. They're gonna block the palisade as they keep pushing. The eagle forced back by the villagers as the Men-at-Arms move forward. Oh no, Tofu, not like this. Oh no, the scout comes over. The scout could die to Men-at-Arms too. And Gabo Moritz, thank you for the follow. Oh, those villagers all dying on the wood line. That's 4 down already. The Men-at-Arms are still there. They're gonna have a hill bonus now. Oh, Tofu, no, no, not like this. That's 6 dead vills and a dead scout to these Maya Men-at-Arms. Oh no, that vill trying to quick wall Alcatraz herself to safety. Diagonal hit. Nothing going. Oh, nothing going Tofu's way. That's 7 dead vills. He had opened Jurchen Scouts. Did he get a kill on any of Fire's vills? No, that's a defensive spear for Fire. Scouts up on the hill now. Me, when my opponents go Men-at-Arms, I know that feeling. I remember when I was a 1500 on Voobly going against someone who was 1800 with Japanese Men-at-Arms. Oh, I got wrecked by them. 4 Men-at-Arms just walked through, I couldn't wall them, and all the vills died just like that. The Tofu got roasted by the fire. The Tofu got burned. I don't know if this tofu is edible anymore. I mean, the meal might have been ruined. 6 scouts still
Shot it.
wary of engaging due to the spears. As a tower for fire will defend his wood line. But fight fire with fire, Arbase, not with Tofu. And oh my gosh, this isn't walled. Tofu! Oh, he got jebaited by the bamboo on the side of the house, maybe. Didn't have that walled, and oh no, not again. There were weak vills on the wood line. Spears and archers there. Oh, we're back here again. And at least the archers don't have fletching, but they still kill the vill.
何种命令？什么？
All of the poor bamboo on the sides of the houses making you think you're walled when you're not. The scouts still cannot find any damage. The spear is too effective for fire. Smaller circle, smaller radius. The spears have to patrol inside the TC. Those are weak vills too. Oh, this does hurt to watch. This hurts very much to watch. Oh no.
Shot it.
Archer's still hoovering around a bit. Fletching for them.
Tabish.
And ooh, Jaguar, the Jaguars will be more effective at stopping fire than Tofu's walls are, as they at least get a few bites out of the spear. Spear's in the middle going down. Tofu finally getting a fight with the scouts where he finds some army, but loses 3 scouts and an archer and clearing that up. And the pressure from fire relentlessly forward as he tries to go through the palisade, and there is the GG from Tofu. And fire will take that game. Oh, that was painful to watch. That was painful to watch. GG gives me memories of going men-at-arms. Let's go to show Swordsman line OP. Maybe they are. I was hoping we get to see Monte Pasquale, as I really do enjoy that map. The Maya with men-at-arms winning against the Jurchens. That is painful. That is quite painful. So live sets then. I think we're done with live sets. See, Chancellor Heart is done. I think we're done with live sets then until we get to Gali versus Ozone. Also, Arbase, if you get a chance, you might want to check up on Bad Koala Stone, please. Make sure that that is on the right, entered in the schedule correctly. As there are, I think, 5 more sets to be played in this qualifier. 2, or all of them coming up overnight, but... Or 2 of them coming up 3 of them coming up overnight. 4 GMT I think is a bit late for me. That's midnight to cast Lobo versus U-Pudding. We'll have Jubileo versus Nikov at 23. Gali versus Ozone in around 30 minutes at 22. Looks like Tofu won 2 games with the crown. Oh yeah, I gave it wrong. There we go. Or wait, no. Yes. Wait. I did something wrong. Tofu won Tatau. Lost his home map. There we go. That fixes it. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you have a second round set. How quickly can we cast the second round set? Who is the second round set, Arbase? We have 40 minutes. Dark Mihi. Can we cast that in 40 minutes? That feels like it might be a long one. Okay, no. What we could do is cast Heart's set. Kind of a stomp, but... Dark Mihi sounds like he went on a villain. Why don't we do this? Why don't we cast maybe one more game of Pantanologist from Tofu Fire? Then I'll take a quick break. We'll know the outcome, but we can still cast for the fun of it, because I'll get to see more games on this map. Well, that works, right, chat? I think that fills the time nicely. Dark Me, they're a second round set, but they played already, is what's going on. Thank you, Cheaps19, for the follow. Also remember, give a follow to the Onamaru channel. Give them some support. So let's, we'll go back in time. We'll jump back in time. Pretend Fire didn't win. We'll go to Pantanal. It'll be Portuguese against the Muisca. And we'll just get one more game. Go Dark Mihi. We don't have enough time for Dark Mihi though, because that's gonna coincide with Ozone Gali, and I'll try to stick to the live sets and also the first round sets until we finish the first round. So we'll just have a nice game of Pantanal, a nice peaceful land nomad. Start with a TC. No zombie goes AFK, comes back to an 8-0 eco KD in that previous game. So, ooh, we have an outside TC from Fire. We have an outside TC from Fire. Okay, glad I found this. Outside TC. This is the second one I've seen. Lix had tried it and it didn't work. Now time for Fire to try it. Maybe it will work now. Avelina's taken under the TC. Araya out here. We'll have a middle from Fire. And all the capybaras will be pulled in for Tofu. Tofu grabbing lots of capybaras. We'll have much easier gold access in the middle. What I think would be really interesting is if maybe the TC from Tofu were here in a spot where he could block gold access for Fire. Since Fire has stone, when I saw Lix do this, he towered the middle. Towered the middle and then was okay to get gold. I speed up the Dark Age? Well, we need to fill time, so I think speeding up the Dark Age might be counterproductive to that. It's 400, 500 ELO, the highest you can be? Well, you start at 1,000. And there's no limit, other than maybe max or min integers, since it's stored as an integer. Darth Mihi fighting against the Jedi. It wasn't Jedi, didn't that used to be a clan? It was the Jedi Masters. Maybe Mihi was on the console, but not granted the rank of Master. On the council.
Sure.
So, capybara count. Capybara check. Not many for Fire. He's got 3 capybaras out there. How many do we have for Tofu? Lots of them. 7. Do you calculate the natural asymptote? I mean, there's no limit. There will be a point where if there aren't enough people, then you might just always get +0 by winning. I guess there is a limit in the sense that if you're so high above the second person, you can't win any points. Well, there's no asymptote to it. It's a logistic function based on your elo, what you get, or the elos of the 2 players. But as long as you have more players fed into the system, you can always increase that. And Fork, thanks for the raid on Onamaru's channel. We're here watching game 2 of a set we already finished, so there might be some spoilers here. We're waiting for the next set to start in about 30 minutes. Hello, Professor. And here, this is an interesting game because Fire is TCing the outside. TCing the outside. And I've seen this only once before, and it didn't work out. I think he sacrifices a lot of the capybaras, the herdables he could pick up in the middle. We see Tofu now feasting on them. Maybe that puts him in a better position to lure javelinas, as he can get the ones from the corners a bit more easily. It's a Ponzi scheme, and Hera's at the top, just leeching all the elo. Maybe. I do actually have a... Well, I have an explanation of the elo for him if you want to find it. And grab that. There we go. So Fire and Tofu both up to feudal. And a blacksmith out here for Fire. Market blacksmith for Tofu as double bit axe is on the way. And Vils will be heading over to the gold. I don't stream full-time, no. I also do programming. But I do that part-time so I can be flexible with my streaming hours. So double bit axe with Tofu. And Castle Age, both around the same time. A couple seconds faster for Fire. But 5 on stone, 7 on stone. So this is going to be Organ Guns versus Guecha Warriors. Not quite as strong as Conquistadors, and I don't think they can take fights against Organ Guns, but they will have more mobility. Looks like they had a bit of a lag spike, so they'll proceed past that. I wish I had been paid enough. Would be great. I mean, there comes a point where if I'm just going to do map scripting, I would need to charge a lot more than anyone could reasonably pay with tournament funds. So Fire up to the Castle Age as more Vils head over to gold.
Seam.
And, well, where's he going to drop the castle? This is interesting. I mean, they could do dueling castle drops. That would be fun. But it might end the game immediately if one gets the castle up first. The Tatau Nacho game was probably the most fun where they each dropped each other's TC. There's a castle and a monastery for Fire. We'll have Loom and Bowsaw, so Loom on the way for Tofu. Did FC without Loom. He'll castle his stone on the outside. Well, he's mined most of that stone. That castle doesn't really feel like it protects much. Don't seem to be able to pass 500 elo? Oh, you might want to check out Survivalist's YouTube channel then. I think he has some good tutorials. That'll probably help. Yeah, both players very defensive with their castles, but I guess that's what you do when you don't have a scout unit. And maybe they don't quite know exactly where each other is TC'd. I guess Tofu has seen it. But when you're this far apart, maybe it's a bit hard to be certain exactly where you want to do the castle. So Town Watch for Tofu. And the Vils will start popping out. And we'll have another TC here in the south for Tofu as he sends Vils over to start the foundation. And a Capybara picked up by the Vils. And now Guecha Warriors. How do I say that even? Guecha? That's, I think, the best pronunciation I can come up with. Guecha? They'll be fended off by the monk. And Organ Guns, of course, for Fire. So, weird placements. Organ Guns don't have as much mobility as the Muisca's unique unit that Guecha Warrior will. I don't think Skirms, it's a unique Skirm, will fight them all that well, though. They have way too much HP and Pierce Armor. And they won't have conversion resistance against the monks. The Muisca are a good monk save, but they do need redemption to convert organ guns, and atonement to convert monks. Portuguese also a good monk save. Muisca may be better, their monks regain faith faster, and they also have the full tech tree. Portuguese and Imp would miss Illumination, which is their faith regeneration, so you get faith and Imp for the Muisca. Your monks keep converting almost non-stop. But the way Fire's castle and TC are set up, he doesn't really have much eco to be raided. Tofu will hope to play 2 TCs and outboom him. So 8 organ guns now for Fire. Rhea still chased away maybe by the Wetcher Warriors. Organ guns hoovering under the outposts. Couple of organs forward. And Wetcher Warriors forced back by the TC. And so far, I mean, so good for Tofu, not really taking much damage. Oh, finding an organ gun to pick off. Nicely done, nicely done. Fire with the monks probably can think about relics now. I think monk defense might be an option against the organ guns. Nice mobile unique unit to pick off Fire's monks. Fire losing a couple of ills here. Alright. I don't think the outside TC is mattering too much though because of the castle drop setup. Could have been just as well as an inside TC, and then Fire thinks of the second TC on the outside. Fire doing redemption even. Maybe to convert buildings, blacksmith and market are ripe for the conversion. When are they good? Well, they won a game earlier today against the Malay. They're good when your opponent has no melee units to stop your ram push. I don't think they're enough to fight even 4 organ guns. And now in case of a Mangonel defense, redemption already is in for Fire. I think that's more for buildings, but there's so many organ guns, they go into the middle of nowhere. It takes so long to stop the organ guns. Organs going down. And the organs are going to win this fight, aren't they? Ooh, I think Tofu's throwing a bit here. Can he stop organs with the micro? I mean, the organs have such a large spread, you can't really micro against them. I mean, the units do heal when the nearby ones die. I guess that helps. Sanctity on the way, but I don't like that fight. I think he lost too many. Now he has Mangonel support. And maybe Mangonel plus the Skirm for picking monks could be the way to play it. Or Mangonel plus your own monks. Should raid the village. The problem is Fire doesn't really have much eco, so his vills aren't being raided. His castle positioning, even with the slow organ guns, lets him bring the organs back to defend the vills. It's like the TC defends over here, and the organs defend everything else in between. And Tofu's still up by 56 to 39 vills. Yeah, it's like a Genitor plus Skirm unit, basically. And there's the Mangonel. Mangonel needs some hits here, but the monk is immediately there. This is where they need to be picking off the monk. Sanctity and Redemption, although Mangonel's converted already. The Mangonel could ruin everything. Oh no. And then TC not even garrisoned, so the Mangonel gets away on 3 HP and Tofu will call GG. Alright. So that was just a game or two to kill the time. And now we're going to get to the real thing we're going to cast. Gali versus Ozone. Who is the higher seed here, our base Gali Ozone? I'm not actually sure. Let me double check this. Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah, we don't have time for Dark Mihi. We're going to cast the live set. I need to go eat something, our base. I need a brief break myself. Let's go find... I can't find this. Ozone. Wish Discord were easier to search. Find in the lobby. Uzungali. There we go. All right, so we're going to take a brief break here. In about 20 minutes or so, we'll have the next set. I'm going to eat some food and drink some water and stay hydrated. We'll be right back. Again, thank you everyone for following the Onimaru stream. Everyone who's subbed here also, thank you very much. And we'll be back in a moment. Alright, the game should be started in about 10 minutes, but I have an idea. Is Urbe's still around? I need someone to help me test something. I need to host a lobby. Urbe's okay. I'm going to host a lobby. I just want to test, I'll just name the lobby our base. The update I have to Vela de Silva to ensure that it works in multiplayer and that we don't have any weird Gaia sounds. Let me start the lobby. And then I'll update the map pool with it before the next set. Let's see if our base is online to invite. Just finished all the scheduling channels, nice. We need to automate the scheduling channels, to be honest. Tie them into some big database of everything. Do the things we wanted to do with Quiver years ago. Search for Rbase 96, invite. We can show what we're doing with Rbase, opening the game. I have a typo in the scoreboard. What is the typo I have in the scoreboard? Oh, I did spell Gali's name wrong. Yes, I did. Thank you. Do I have that right in my stream title? I don't. Thank you. And Lexi, thank you very much for the raid. We're just waiting for a game to get started, so we're going to play a test with Rbase on Vela de Silva. 1 Goth 6-7. Is there a context I should know? Alright. Where connection failed. Connection failed. Re-invite. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna bring Rbase in. Is Rbase on my list? I don't see Rbase here. Okay, get in Rbase. Rbase can tell me if my settings are right. Rbase can't join? Can't join the lobby? It's stuck on the lobby screen. Can I invite you directly on Steam? Doesn't look like I can. Let me rehost. Thanks, DE. Alright. Go to lobby, Rbase. See if you can just search for Rbase and join. Should be able to. Mod diff. The maps have different names, though, so it shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Time limit is wrong? Oh, you're right. That's why he can't join. The time limit should be 1:30. What's the longest we do? 2 hours? 25 minutes. That'd be a quick game. The heck is going on? Rbase can't join? What if I change this just to Arabia? Rbase can join other lobbies. I'm imagining Rbase joining random lobbies just to see if it works. Yeah, Rbase is just stringing us along, not actually joining. Okay, Rbase screenshotting why you can't join. Advertisement. Okay, let me maybe restart the game. I'll restart. Oh, that's the last draft. Yeah, we've been in DE for a while, right? Maybe Rbase restarts too. Gali's saying he's ready, so whenever Ozone's around, they'll start drafting. I just need one multiplayer test of this map. And then hopefully what Paradox said, where the mod center couldn't be updated, hopefully that issue is resolved. I thought, oh, we have 10 minutes. Let's just test and update the map so we're all set for the future. That might not work out. So thank you everyone for watching. Again on YouTube, Tatau. Yeah, Tatau 3-0 Winchester last week. Indeed, that was a good set. But couldn't beat ACCM. Okay, my game is restarted. Thank you for streaming. Well, thanks for watching. Alright, in a lobby again. It's Arabia. Inviting our base. Let's see if our base can join our lobby. Oh, our black screen of our base is here, yay. Alright. So basically, I just want to see if there's a Gaia notification. Boom. Alright, we're ready. I just check if there are any weird line of sight issues. We're not going to play a full game. We're just going to check if there are any weird line of sight issues. Let me know if you hear a Gaia conversion sound or see a square flare on the mini map. Right. This is our test. Val de Silva. We have the stream open. I'm still typing, that way chat knows what I told you. Even though they can hear it too. So we're gonna load in, and do we see anything? No team. No problem. Alright, looks good to me. Didn't hear you. Everything seems good to me. Oh, he Cobra card. Alright, chat, he's Cobra carring. Copy and pasted Cobra cars. That doesn't work. There we go. See, can I Aegis the repairs? Let me turn that off. Arve's trying to fight me in a cheats game. Who does he think he is? I don't exist. I think I had enough Cobra cars. That's gorgeous though. Byzantine fast imp is stronger than you remember. All right, so the map works. Sorry, scripter penguins. All right, so basically let me update a mod to the mod center then. I just made a Cobra car and didn't know what was coming. I killed your penguins. You made a Cobra car. All right, let me update this. Just grab a mod folder. Where are we at? UV2. It's Brazilian Dynasty. And two maps I want to update. Let me Valda Silva and Monte Pascual. Herbase invited me. He wants another cheats game, maybe. Wants some revenge. So it seems like that map worked. We played a full game. That means it's tested, right? I mean, I made like a one-line change, so I'm confident it works, but I want to have a higher standard of QA testing now that we're in the middle of the event. And yes, Cobra Cars meet that standard. Great. Alright, and let's update the mods once more. And change log. Monte Pascual. Improve the spacing of Jaguars on top of the mountain. Tried to avoid that boy wonder situation from the other day. And then, does Valda Silva have a critic mark on it? It does not. Valda Silva. Remove the Gaia captured notifications from the start of the game. And upload this. This is update number 27. And submit. Oh yeah, the mod center's down, so let me just... Can't submit then. Let me just message someone about that. Alright, I'll save my change log for whenever it's loggable. Alright, oop, wrong draft screen. It's not their draft. Alright, well thank you, Airbase, for the Cobra Cars. And thank you, Lexi, also for the raid earlier. Glad to have everyone around, of course, and we'll be just about to start the draft. Ozone said he's starting his PC and needs a couple minutes. So once they get started, we will have our drafts. Orange Cobra Car? I mean, the Cyan Cobra Car is kind of won our base. Just saying. Anyway, we're about 10 hours into the stream, ready to start the draft. Stay tuned. Let me try to find where Ozone is. Callie's been ready for a while. This song is from the AOE1 DE soundtrack. I'm not sure which one it is off the top of my head. Alright, still looking for Ozone. Alright, still getting this started. Hopefully Ozone shows up right now, because we need to get the draft going. I think Ozone is the host of the... or can choose. Well, he could choose to be second. Higher seed can choose which side of the draft they're on. So looking at these players, Ozone right now, I'll try to check Ozone's elo. He's on Uxmal, and he right now is 2k4. His highest was 2636. Gali, a bit more of an up-and-coming player. Also on Uxmal. 2439, highest of 2k6. So this should actually be a very even matchup. Thank you very much. Connector for the follow. Will there be another game casted? There will be. We're just waiting for it to get started. We have this set that should be getting started in a moment. Gali's last two games were... Oh, Gali went on quite a losing streak, but it was to MBL, Barles, and Hera. Oh, and Emu Warrior. Emu won a game. Emu is climbing up the ranks. And then we have Jubileu versus Nikov later. So we'll jump into that wherever it is as this one ends. So, 2 sets. Might not cover all of the second one, but we'll do what we can while it's being played. Oh boy, we have Ozo saying his mouse might have died. So we might end up needing to wait for the next set. Which, if we're waiting another hour, maybe we do call it here then. Yeah, I do have a backup mouse. It's not as good, but I do have a backup mouse of my own. I once had a set where Margugu was driving in traffic to get home, and then he broke his glasses and couldn't play. Let's just... see if we can... figure out what's going on. Oh, hey, Galley. Yeah, we're just waiting to see if this set will play. We're gonna cast it, but... maybe fate is against us. At least he just broke his glasses and didn't lose to a doorknob. I don't know which is worse, honestly. I mean, getting locked in your room is pretty bad, but... yeah, I know Ozone saying his mouse is dying. So we'll give him a minute to see if he can restart it then. Yeah, it always is unfortunate when you have hardware that dies. Oh, and thank you, Doubt, for raiding Timo Tomorrow's channel. Welcome in, everyone. Maybe we should have casted Dark Mihi then. As it looks like we're waiting for Gali Ozone, but Ozone might have had some hardware issues. We have Jubileo Nikov coming up in about 47 minutes. Well, thank you, Doubt. Well, maybe what we do is then we just cast Dark Mihi. I know I said we were going to try to cast the live sets, but maybe we'll just cast Dark Mihi, which is the next round. But we could cast that anyway. Starbase posted it for us. And so I think that's got to be the plan then. So thank you, Doubt, for the raid. Hope you're preparing well. We're gonna have lots of Doubt casts this weekend. Most likely. Doubt in the same bracket as Jordan, in the same bracket as Barles, and also Sorokuma. So Doubt's got his work cut out ahead of him. Yeah, so I think I will do that. I think we'll just head over to Dark Mihi then, and that'll be our last set for today. Dark versus Mihi. So welcome in, everyone. We've been streaming for a good 10 hours almost. Let me update our scoreboard then. The Darkest Mihi arc. Mihi goes over to the dark side. And let me just grab their drafts and their recs. And everyone who's just joining for the Onomaro channel, please give it a follow. We were at 900 followers the other week. Now we're at 1,645. So if we could hit 2K, like a great ELO value while streaming this, would be great. And the other game? Which other game? So, looks like Ozone Gali might not play because Ozone is having some hardware issues, can't get his mouse working, which is kind of necessary to play AoE 2. Unless he's going to pull out a controller. Maybe Dave could give him some tips. But we're going to swap over and do Dark versus Mihi. Our base is giving me the recs. And the drafts. Our base is organized. Mihi is the host. Okay, let me swap my scoreboard around. Mihi Dark. And oh my gosh, Dark randomed everything. And our first map will be Festa de Pulvera. Or Festa de Pulvera. I'm still practicing that. I think I'm getting closer. I just need to get more fluent with it. So let me just grab the Rex and then we'll go. Hello, Art of the Troll. Huge flex from Dark. I think Dark's done this too in his previous round. So this is the second round. Dark saying he doesn't care what maps he plays, he's confident no matter what. Or maybe he just enjoys all the maps equally, and just wants to have a good time playing some Age of Empires. Maybe if you don't mentally stress about the draft, you're less mentally tasked for when you get into the games. And okay, so Dark picked orange in one of these games. We're gonna do yellow versus blue as the colors. We're not going yellow versus orange. What is Dark? What is this troll? Random maps and orange is the color. He didn't random the civs, he did random the map. The maps. First map will be Festa de Pólvora, and it'll be Spanish against the Bengalis. If it starts after this one, I'll cast it, but it looks unlikely. So, thanks everyone for tuning in. Apologies for the delay and the set that didn't happen, but we're going to tune in now to Dark versus Mihi. Dark random some of his draft, and let's go. Mihi probably doesn't want to play water. Remember, one of those bands was just the admin ban at the end. So, we'll have Festa de Pólvora. Or I think I'm still saying that second syllable too much. Festa de Pólvora. And we'll have explosive barrels all over the map. Maybe, just maybe, the players will remember these barrels this game and try to explode them. And speed up the Dark Age a bit, since it is a bit of a closed map. You start with 3 bases and 3 vills in each base. Mihi will be playing as the yellow Spanish, and Dark as the blue Bengalis. Bengali is a great monk civ. This is, I think, definitely a clown map. Around the outside, there are more barrels around the back of your base. Destroy a barrel is a gunpowder keg, destroys several tiles of wall, and gives you access to the enemy base. They have 60 hit points, 8 pierce armor, 0 melee armor. So one good thing to do is to weaken them with your scout, and then have the archers open them later on. And players do have a tendency to forget about the barrels, but maybe they're just not used to them. Yeah, conks will eat the barrels too. As would Rathas maybe with the ranged attack, but yeah, with 8 pierce armor, conks with how high their attack is will go straight through the barrels. I'm not going to make any balance changes during the qualifiers, but I've been thinking about lowering the pierce armor to 5 for the LAN event. That way crossbows do 2 damage, and you can get through them more in the Castle Age. But we'll see. A lot of the time, players have been deleting their walls to go back and forth between their 2 bases. Dark weakening the gunpowder keg. I'll imagine he just commits and kills it with a scout and 2 vills nearby. Yeah, well, both players up to feudal. And we also do see a lot of this. Players luring javelinas or pushing hunt from one base to the other. And a lot of this, what Dark is doing, walling up between the bases. Fire Archer set it off. Yeah, 1 random barrel is extra strong. Ooh. Also the new asset, the monkey tree in the middle, with some monkeys around it. This is like the panda rock, only with the monkeys, and they jump around the trees. Hop around the rocks a bit, you'll climb up the tree. Oh, look at him go, he's so cute. Hop around the rocks there. Alright, anyway, both players up to the feudal age, and we have seen some men-at-arms rushes on this map, but it can also be played as a fast castle map. Here's the barracks from Mihi in his side base. Gonna delete some walls to go forward. I'll just delete the walls by the barrels, says Mihi. That way if they're destroyed, won't matter. Archery range should survive a barrel explosion. Yeah, our base just saw the message, so we're casting Mihi Dark. Yeah, maybe have a monk with the monkeys to heal. Sounds like an idea. So archery range for Dark. Did the barracks on the side, but not committing to men-at-arms. We'll start queuing some archers. And the men-at-arms from Mihi will try to break into the side base from Dark. One comment I got was someone suggesting to try to centralize these barrels a bit more. So I'll try to do that in an update if I have time. I need the mod center to work, though. Just saw the message? Wait, what's the message? Oh, Ozone's saying he thinks he fixed it. Oh, Ozone fixed it. Alright, maybe... Well, we committed to this now. So, Men-at-Arms attempting to break through the wall. You can always cast those Rex later. Attempting to break through the walls, the Vil repairs. Double repairs from Dark. And nice archer play from Mihi to pressure the Vils near the tower. And yeah, I think Arson in the Feudal Age is great. It's allowed for lots of additional men-at-arms pressure, breaking through walls, and Dark with only 3 Vils here might lose the Vils. Mihi didn't even need the barrels to get in. Archer's still trying to deny the tower. Vils have to repair. And this is so awkward for Dark, essentially 3 idled Vils. And in the middle, he's trying to bring a skirm over. And Mihi's other archers will find this. The scout still alive, that can help against the skirm. No fletching for either player. And attack the archer, attack the skirm. Morning, Soxy. Hello, hello. You were here 8 hours ago, 10 hours ago, maybe. And the scout here will help the fight as the skirm comes forward for Mihi. He'll clear everything from the front as the skirm takes down the scout. And the tower goes up for Dark.
Monday.
Tower hitting the men-at-arms and the archer. They'll have to go through the walls the old-fashioned way. Not able to shoot the barrels. That's maybe the downside, that sometimes it's faster to go through the wall than it is to destroy the barrel. But you do leave the barrels for later. So archer down. And now around the back is Mihi. Fortified palisade walls are a bit sturdier than the normal palisade walls. Twice the hit points. And they'll take longer to go down. Don't think Dark... Well, actually, Dark in a position to defend, maybe. Oh, Mihi, he's gonna use the barrel. He'll attack the barrel, then he'll pull back with the men-at-arms when it gets weak. Doesn't know the exact time to pull back, but he'll get through with the archer. 3, 2, 1, and he's through into the back of Dark's base. Dark now preparing with a wall on his lumber camp, and has a skirm. This archery range being in his base has been great for him. Who's the favorite here? I think it could go either way. I don't think there's a particularly strong favorite. I think they're maybe Dark slightly, but then he randomed his draft, so I don't know. So finally, someone destroying the wall. Men-at-arms, can they get through? Honestly, that archery range here is a great position for Dark since he can get to all of his bases. Oh, on the other side, looks like their Dark was destroying some barrels too. He destroyed some barrels, but Mihi tried to wall behind. Had to wall behind, and in the back, the men-at-arms mostly cleaned by skirms. Dark did not wall them in. Could have been nice to put the market there, but the men-at-arms will try to get out. Yeah, those 2 houses are a quick wall behind where the barrels were. A few skirms from Mihi. Destroying those barrels could also maybe open up some of this wall. Not sure how big the explosion will be. So there is Castle Age from both. Mihi will be up a bit faster. And Vil's going out here for Dark that are spotted by Mihi. Palisade's deleted. Vil's getting into the middle. And double bit axe for Mihi. Castle for both. What are those vills doing? Yeah, they are pathing. Those vills are they're going around the house to get to the stone.
See?
Yeah, there's men-at-arms in the back still. Not probably gonna go through the barrels, although they could destroy a barrel and then leave the spear to poke it down. Oh, it didn't completely wall out everywhere. And skirms around the outside for dark, but we will have vills forward for a castle drop in the middle. Mihi going forward. If he remembers, he can shoot the barrel with the castle and open the wall. Oh, he's attacking with the scout. Don't destroy your own castle foundation, Mihi. Oh, okay, Mihi's sacrificing the scouts.
Hi.
Don't know if that was the right play for him, but it was a play. These vills will pathfind into the castle. Oh, they're going through the gate. Okay, that's fine, there's a gate there. You could have shot the wall with the castle, Mihi. You didn't need to do that. You could have shot the barrel. Alright, I think players really need to learn how the barrels work as some skirms walk into the castle, and it's time for conquistadors. So castle taking down the palisade gate. On the other side, scout will fight the skirms, force the skirms out. Skirm goes down, scout will fight another skirm. Dark already spamming monks. That's what you'd expect from the Bengalis, right? Monk spam. Monks against conquistadors. Oh, the men-at-arms in the back. The men-at-arms came back around from Mihi through that hole. Dark never walled off that exploded hole from the barrels. And the men-at-arms will kill the vills. Look at them go. Those Spanish men-at-arms. Another vill could go down. The men-at-arms are weak, but he'll take out another vill. There he goes. That's a lot of idle time, too. I heard a conversion. And there's a converted conch. Bengali monks, maybe the best at fighting conchs. Forward monastery for Mihi, too. The counter to monks always, though, is Inquisition. Maybe even donkeys in Inquisition. Now we have a spam bot in the YouTube chat.
Monday?
So, no, Mihi, not doing donkeys. Well, we'll have Ratha now from Dark. So, Monk and Unique unit from both players. Ratha versus Conquistador, as Dark's trying to pick up relics. There also are relics on the outside, Mihi patrolling that with a scout. So 3 in the middle, 2 on each side. So you don't get all the relics by taking the middle, you can play a bit on the outside. Yeah, missionaries can pick up relics now. And, okay, quick wall from Mihi to keep out Dark's Conquistador. I mean, this is a Civ matchup where we might see Bengali Conquistadors against Spanish Rathas. Mihi wants to convert that conch back, and he gets it. He gets it back. Same time, Dark wants more, and, oh, we might get conversions here. Yep, there's that Ratha converted. I'll try to convert it back. While you convert one Ratha, I convert it back. Monks charging on the conchs again. Maybe we could even go for Vil conversions. Now, admin lost for going monks. Our base is joking. Now, we think Ozone got his mouse working, but maybe we'll do Rex of that after this. We'll see how I'm doing. So Monk picks up the relic from Mihi. Monks want conversions on conchs. Yeah, imagine monks could pick up and move the barrels. So, who's ready for a monk fight? Who's ready for some monks chanting at each other? No one going scouts. 3 on food for Dark, so he is committed fully to Monk and Ratha. Doesn't need food for that. Mihi does need food. Conquistadors versus Conquistadors now. More monks want conversions. Vil count, pretty similar. Res a bit ahead in res collected. So devotion for Mihi, he's going to be devoted. Dark might need to be devoted too. So devoted Conquistadors, really, really good because you kind of remove monks as a counter. Oh, Dark going for the elephant, going for the elephant. Let's go. Elephants out of the workshop. They're going forward. Ratha from Dark.
Presta.
They go through.
See?
Conks sniping the monks. That's a lot of monks, though. Devoted conks. Devoted conks won't go down instantly. Maybe the TC and the market go down instantly, though, as the armored elephants pour in. Losing the market in the monk rush is rough. Another TC from Mihi. Maybe Mihi needed to run to the outside for that. He's getting pushed pretty hard. Maybe 2 TCs to defend is enough for him?
Presto.
Conks want more conversions. Oh, Ratha destroying the barrel, because why not? Okay. Well, destroying a barrel with nothing near it. You gotta keep an eye out for the barrels in late game fights. Sometimes units or vills clump up by them. And there's Atonement. Ooh, the conks. Maybe if they all get converted, you could shoot the barrel and kill them all.
See?
55 HP. Dark with the Bengalis, this is a good push. The conks didn't really do much damage earlier. Mihi will run in, shoot one volley, and fall back. Now, he can go in and out of the gate, which makes mobility a bit easier for him here. Or even delete a house on this side. But the Ratha's now pouring in, as are the monks. And buildings going down to the elephants. Monks on their way forward. Does Mihi have Atonement? He does not. So his monks can get converted. TC shooting at some Rathas now. They won't really care too much about the TC fire. They have so much HP. They have 100 HP. A barrel wouldn't even kill a Ratha. Monks trying to be sniped by the conks. TC has to defend against the monks. TC needs to snipe them, but these are Bengali monks. They're healing each other. TC can't even snipe the monks. This push from Dark is insane. The TC will go down to elephants. Monks, the last-ditch effort to snipe them with Conquistadors. Conquistadors getting converted. Only one conversion, though. But the Ratha is enough to do the job against the conks. Mangonel able to kill Mihi's own villagers. I guess that stops him from being converted, but he'll call the GG. And with that push, Dark wins the barrel map. Mihi tried to use the barrels a bit with those men-at-arms. But Bengalis beating Conquistadors. Look at that. Dang. No donk, no win. Guess that's the case. Alright, let's go. Give Dark the win. First pick Bengalis over second pick Spanish. Celts again. Our base excited over Dark's draft. And ooh, this is a good map for game 2. We're gonna have Coast Arena. Let's get Dark in the right color. Also, what are these players' elos? Let me add their elos to the overlay too. Yeah, I just finished top 12 in TTL. Where are we at? Capture age. Let me do this without showing capture age so I don't accidentally spoil the Rex. So Dark is 2342. He's definitely higher than that. And then Mihi doesn't even have a rank. Yeah, doesn't even have a rank. Let me look up AoE2 insights. Grab Mihi. Some fake Mihi is unranked. Oh, there, tag Mihi. Mihi is 2602. There we go. I'm going to look up Dark, because I don't trust that rating for Dark. Dark has to be higher than that. 2328, that's what I'm getting. Alright, I guess just Dark doesn't play ranked. Anyway, game number 2 will be Coast Arena, and it'll be Italians versus Bohemians. So here we go. Dark will be to the west as the blue Italians, and Mihi to the east as the yellow Bohemians. So we can speed the Dark Age up a bit. We've seen enough Coast Arena Dark Ages, and the question will be probably about fish, and who's able to fish more. Italians should be much better. Well, Italians have been the favorite pick. We did see Niaz go Vikings and win against the Italians. That was a nice combination of longboats on the water with archers on land, knowing that he couldn't be punished by the faster castle of the Italians due to the dock garrisoning, and he could come back on the water even if he lost initially due to longboats, and then stop the forward castle with archers. So Bohemians should be another good fast imp and good castle drop civ. Good monks for both civs, but Italians should dominate on the water against them. I do wonder if maybe Castle Age chemistry could be good for war galleys. And they do have the rest of the Castle Age techs. And Feudal Age for Dark. He doesn't like the walls on the outside, apparently. So Mihi up first. No transport ship for him. He's doing loom on the way up, and we'll be moving to stone. So it does look like it'll be Bohemians for a castle drop from him. Monk defense an option for Dark. Castle defense into a faster imp to Treb also an option. He's going to open with a fire galley. Usually I've seen players opening with hulks, and the hulks will counter the fire galleys. Dark will be scouting the hulks. And now as Mihi is just about up, needs 100 more stone for a castle, and maybe soon to go forward. I've kind of been liking the castle drops directly in the center of the map. I think that lets you treb everything with how small the map is. Mihi gonna go for the gold. Monastery on the way forward to start picking up relics. Has to be careful of the scout, but he now will get the castle up. Hulk and loom. Loom for Dark. It does have oysters in the back. Has stone for his own castle. We'll be doing it a bit outside of his walls. I wouldn't even mind seeing a bit more over to the side. That'll help him control some of the relics and not let Mihi get a free 5 relics. Wait, what? What? Barbase, what are we waiting for? Guess it protects the gold? It does protect the gold. Medium warships from both. Gill nets from Dark. So Dark is planning on fishing. He's planning on winning water as the Italians. No one really going aggressive on the water, just trying to defend themselves. Who's gonna go fast dip behind this? I mean, if you have enough fish, maybe you could. And Dr. K. Pulo, thank you for the follow. Monastery for Dark. As a scout could pick the monk. Ooh, Mihi has to be careful here. And I'll get back to the castle. Alright, gets the relic in the middle. That'll be number 2, and he should get 3 easily. 4 and 5 more difficult for him. Dark gets at least 1. You like the Bohemian castle? It's a decent one. This is not my favorite, but it's a decent one. Much better than that Malay castle. So on the water, War Hulks trying to sneak their way in. But Dark's on top of that, moving his own Hulks over, garrisoning his fish. Mihi might win that fight. Dark's got to be careful. Remember, dock techs will be cheaper for the Italians, so if they needed a water investment, should be okay for Dark. Mangonel against the Hussite wagons. That's going to force redemption from Mihi to convert the Mangonel. And we'll give him a brief respite against this aggressive push as redemption is clicked immediately from Mihi. Mihi does actually manage to grab the 4th relic. Scout not protecting it, so it will be 4-1 as Mihi grabs the other relic. So 4-1 relics from Mihi. Is your second favorite. And oh, the Hussite wagons, Mihi, not like this. Not like this, Mihi. He's microing his ships on the water, but losing the Hussite wagons. Okay, 3 Hussite wagons, that is expensive. And honestly, the Mangonel can just hide under the castle now, doesn't need to worry about the conversion. Can just keep it safe. Ducks, best at shooting hulks of all the ships that they would fight. And Mihi's hulk's going down, so good score lead for Dark. As the monks start to convert Mangonels. He needs to delete that. Oh, what is that Mangonel? That is a long Mangonel. I guess the monks tried to dodge and didn't convert while dodging. So that breaks the conversion, forces a restart. Redemption for the market. So Dark with a huge score lead due to the water. Now 15 fishing ships to 6. Mihi unable to get any pressure going, but Mihi pushing up the middle, converting the market. Dark trying to wall. And there's the converted market. Fervor now. Mihi deletes the market to get in. Might have to go for the blacksmith. Another Mangonel. As Mihi will attack Dark's TC with his own converted Mangonel. And 6 more fishing ships queued for Dark. It's so weird on this map that you can have 50 fishing ships and still be stuck in the castle age because you don't have enough food. At least there is gold under control for Dark, and if he needs to buy his way up, he could sell his wood and click up, but he would need to go up with a TC that's not this TC. Because he... that's a weird thought, but the only TC he has can't be the one he goes imp because it's under so much pressure by his own Mangonels. Hussite wagon running through. And more Hussite wagons on the way. There's one villain side, so no threat to run underneath it. And I still have no idea what's more important. I've seen the water approach win, I've seen the land approach win. Dark needs to find space for eco. I think that needed to be a TC instead of a lumber camp because he's Italian, so he's a cheaper imp. He wants to click it soon. Is he going for a ram push? That's not going to work against Hussite wagons, right? I mean, Dark has won the water on the other side. He's stopping Mihi's fish. He gets a couple of war galleys. He could shoot the wood lines and be very annoying in the back of the base. That dock will go down. And there's the TC. I think this needed to be a TC, a bit more under the castle defense. But that first TC will be destroyed. Dark right now. 0 TC Gaming trying to build the TC. Ram attacking the Hussite wagon. Bill's attacking the Hussite wagons too. And there's the TC. Genbo, not too useful for Dark here. Will die to Hussite wagons. I died. The Siege Workshop converted. Everything being converted from Dark. Do rams fight Hussite wagons? Is this actually a thing? It is. That does. Oh my gosh! One hit the foundation with a ram. Okay, that's not gonna happen. Okay, Mihi with another castle drop, but Imp is clicked. Imp is clicked for Dark, so he still has a chance to get Imp and treb down 2 castles, and then win with the fish boom. He's got 24 fishing ships to 0. He has food. Where are these vills going? If the vills run, then the Imp TC is abandoned. But does he need another TC somewhere? He's mining stone. He could do a TC. I thought that was too far from the castle. I think it did need to be maybe over here. So, will Dark make it to Imp? Will Dark make it to Imp? And can the TC hit it? The TC cannot be hit by the castle. Dark ran all the Vills. I think he needs to run the Vills back to repair the TC now because he needs to get Imp. Scores are getting close. Mihi probably about to take the score lead. Maybe Dark needs to transport here, but he can't get to the water anymore. Oh, what is this game? There he's going to repair the TC. If Mihi sees that, he sends in the Hussite wagons. And he's still a minute 20 away. With 2 mangonels, all the Hussite wagons could attack too. Will he make it to Imp? Will he make it to Imp? Monk's still converting everything in the back. Convert another mangonel. The fish boom disrupted now. The fish have to move to the outside, maybe move down here. As that TC repaired, 75% of the way there. All the vills that Dark has are repairing the TC. And he needs a treb when he gets up, so he might have to let the TC go down just so he can gather enough wood for the treb. Might have to sell some food. Well, I guess selling food is oh, he has a market. Okay, he rebuilt a market. Selling food kind of a given with the fish boom. So he'll make it. He'll make it to Imp. ZOTC Gaming. He has 29 vills and dropping. Another forward castle from Mihi. Another forward castle from Mihi. Why not one stable goes scouts with that food? Scouts would do nothing against this many Hussite wagons, and they'd also have to fight underneath castles. So the tricky thing is, how do you spend the food? Right now he sold 800 food, and there's no way he defends trebs against this many Hussite wagons under the castle. Mihi is gonna do this. As Dark is dead, his vills are being mangonelled. There's not much left that he can do. He's trying to get to the castle as a converted Hussite wagon. He has a treb. His castle is being rammed. Mihi is staying castle age and making it work. So mangonel is getting destroyed. There are vills up here. And he's trying for a barracks. Also, I don't think he has a barracks for a stable even. Yeah, Herod tried that and lost to MBL and Red Bull. That's right. And there's a GG from Dark, and Mihi will tie it up 1-1. Yeah, Coast Arena is always crazy. That's why I love it. You end up with these 1TC crazy imp pushes versus Castle Age. And economy actually ahead for Mihi by the end after, well, Dark didn't have vills for most of the game. GG. And that'll bring us to game number 3. So let's check off some boxes. I'm getting tagged again. It looks like they did TCs in range on a Nomad map. Uzon and Gali. I'm hoping that's Monte Pasquale. That would be hilarious. Alright, so what do we have here? Coast Arena. OBS is where I check this off right. And Dark lost his home map. Mihi chose to play that. That's Italians losing to Bohemians. And now we're down to a best of 3. Where game 3 will be Satan. Okay, this will be Magyars against Khmer. So here, we need to flip the scoreboard. We will have Mihi as the yellow Magyars to the west, Dark as the blue Khmer to the east. Evelina under the TC for Dark. And another house going up for Dark. So, Magyars Khmer, 2 scout civs. I feel like the scouts approach has been losing to the men-at-arms approach, which I guess both these civs could do too. The Khmer are probably going for the skip the mill, just do farms build. Skip the barracks, skip the mill, super greed. But then again, it's a 19 pop-up. 19 pop-up no loom, which is super risky against the Magyars, who are 18 pop-up with loom. If that were 18 pop no loom, then that Magyar scout with forging would shred the loomless vills. But Dark hoping he's walled enough that Mihi won't be able to do anything. Your R-base, we also need to update to test the updated Satan, because I adjusted woodline behavior a bit to try to avoid missing woodlines. But we need to give a very thorough test to the updated map. So there's a stable for Dark, and indeed skipping the mill, skipping the barracks, going stable blacksmith right away. Ooh. Also, wait, did he do loom? He still has not done loom. He could do bloodlines. Wait. What is this build? If he keeps the pressure forward on Mihi, who is Magyars with a spear, double bit axe. You're not going to do horse collar. You don't have the eco for it. But you do 4 scouts, bloodlines, and forging. As forging's already on the way, Dark is having a build here with those extra javelinas. And there is forging for Dark. Dark defending the villas of the mining camp. He wants to do that early bloodlines. I don't know if he has the food to afford it though. Loom makes me nervous. Dark is gaming here with no loom. Oh, what the heck is that? Dark doing a clandestine second stable. He's better hope the scouts don't find his loomless vill out here. What? Okay, so he's going double stable scouts. Walling vills. There is a hole in the back of the wood line. With no loom, so he can afford an early bloodlines. Spears from Mihi. He hasn't added a range yet, just adding farms. Now, full scouts, full feudal, I think I do prefer Magyars. But okay, Dark, he needs to realize this is open. Because of the scout discount. I think a scout discount matters more than the farms if you're going full scouts. So there's loom finally. Oh, he's doing loom. He's just about to have the gold for bloodlines, then he doesn't need more gold. And it'll be full double stable scouts from Dark, hoping that Mihi is caught off guard by not scouting the second stable. So finally he's doing loom. Sadly enough. Oh look, there's a hole in the wall. You can chop through and wall that. So equal scouts, horse collar for Mihi. I think I like Mihi's position more. I think this was super greedy for an early eco for the Chimera that then puts them a bit behind in the long run, especially compared to Magyars. Quite a bit of idle TC time for Mihi, a tiny bit more, only 11 seconds more. Dark trying to take the hill. Mihi will fall back, try to group up with his scouts. And now Mihi doing bloodlines first. Looks like he was long distance mining the gold for bloodlines. He'll add in more farms. Playing super open, but hoping to keep up the pressure on Dark. Neither player with any spears. Mihi doesn't have any spears left. I feel like Mihi goes bloodlines and then takes the fight and wins. Second stable feels a bit early before bloodlines for a double stable scouts build to me. Well, there's bloodlines now for Dark, but Mihi will have the timing advantage. Dark has the vills, but Mihi going to fight right now as bloodlines is in. Right now as bloodlines is in. There he goes. I think it's more important to fight the scouts than the vills. And enough vills on the hill that Mihi is a bit worried about fighting, a bit wary to fight. He needs to find the right engagement, and that might be it. He gets a good surround before bloodlines comes in. And he's fighting before bloodlines. The vills are going to go down. This is a good fight for Mihi. Bloodline's now finished, and the vills might finish off the scouts. But that's 3 vill kills for Mihi as he pulls his scout back. And he's only down by 2 scouts after that fight. Second stable for him is the Magyars. He can recover the numbers. The only thing now I'm looking for Mihi is to get Wheelbarrow, so that he will have the farm efficiency. And he'll start pumping double stable scouts with eventually getting the armor upgrade. Pineapple bushes, is there a hole? If there is, Dark didn't find it. Both players going forward, Mihi heading right back to the pineapples. But Dark in the house. Garrisoning. Dark fighting vills under their TC, gets 1. Still no armor. Eventually, I guess you need fletching for the TC. I like how Mihi has 0 on gold, though. He is planning on going full feudal scouts. That's something I'd like to see, full feudal scouts. And a bit of an even trade there, but ultimately Mihi will keep his next wood line safe. All these farms are exposed, so if you hoover around with scouts, you're fine. Scale barding armor for both players. Still no horse collar for Dark, so I think in the long run, Mihi scout discount horse collar in a better economic situation, despite the faster farms for the Khmer. Faster working farm just means you need horse collar even sooner. And Town Watch scale barding for Mihi just about finished. Upgrades finishing for Dark. And 8 scouts to 8, things still holding steady as they both are on double stable scouts. Mihi probably realizing there's a second stable now. He wants the hill. So does Dark. Mihi can camp that hill for a moment now. Add in a third stable. Triple stable scouts. Alright, this is how you play Age of Empires. More scouts, the better. The more scouts, the better. And maybe Dark needs a triple stable too. Still only on 2 stables. Yeah, I'd really love to see Wheelbarrow. I think Wheelbarrow would kick in for the farming efficiency for him fast enough. Not as important for the Khmer, even though it still does help them. And that's a hill for Dark. Mihi does not want to fight there. Does not want to fight there. And there's the third stable for Dark. Okay, this is Age of Empires. Both players full scouts. And they're running on this narrow ridge line between the 2 pits, trying not to be at a disadvantage on the hills. Oh, this is an awesome use of the map too, going back and forth down here. Each player has a hill to retreat to. Mihi's still maybe in a slightly better position. The hill with the acacia tree protects the only access to his town. So what do we have here? 17 to 17, 17 to 18 scouts. Now we're late feudal with all the upgrades. Scouts will be the same. Res collected actually higher for Dark, but remember the Magyar scouts are cheaper. So that does even out a bit. It's 12 food per scout cheaper, and someone give me 12 times 20 to tell me the food Mihi's saved. 68 food instead of 80. And Mihi is thinking, oh, I'm going to slip around the side. I'm going to take 3 scouts, go around here. I have a hill to fall back to. We're not going to be fighting. 240. Well, that helps make up about half that res difference. And here come the scouts. Is there town watch? No town watch. Still no wheelbarrow. And there they go. Thank you, Theme Chanik98 for the follow. Oh, but the vills, they'll get in the houses. 1 vill down, but it's Khmer. So vill count's still even. Horse collar now is in for Dark. And, oh, positioning for Dark, trying to get up and down the hill. I feel hit by scouts. Another vill down. Nice job by Mihi to pick off the scouts like that. Oh, big fight on the hill. Big fight on the hill. And they both lose a ton of scouts. They're both very even. Some scouts slightly downhill. They're finally committing to one big scout fight. Mihi has the numbers here. Mihi has the numbers. Dark can't really disengage because he'll lose everything when he falls back. And he takes some losses anyway. Good fight for Mihi. He must have started on the hill and taken a great fight from the hill. Dark scouts all fall to the ground. And, well, 33 to 25 KD for Mihi. Starting to come back. Cheaper Magyar scouts now. Maybe easier to keep the stables running. Dark pulling ahead in res collected. I still think I like the Magyar bonus more. And there's wheelbarrow finally from Mihi. Let's go. Boosting the efficiency of his farmers. Yeah, they're both trying hard for a good stand ground patrol. That's what the game can come down to. Who is the better stand ground patrol? Now some vills on the woodline idled for Dark. Dark doesn't have wheelbarrow. Dark has to fall back to the TC. He's adding in a barracks, adding in spears. Ooh. Feels like spears are recognizing that you're losing the scouts war. I see four scouts queued. 5 stables for Mihi. 5 stable Magyar scouts. Oh, there are more scouts on the side. Mihi's got 24 scouts. It's 24 to 14. Dark, desperation spears to try to come back. I don't think that's going to work at this point. Daniela, hello. So scouts everywhere from Mihi. Yellow flooding the base of blue. As even the Khmer houses, the villagers will have to watch from the windows As all of the scouts were dying. I was not joking, Baron. We're at almost 11 hours now. This is a good set. This will probably be the last set we cast. Needs to be way more of those, way more scouts. Way more spears. This has been scouts all day, no spears. And now Mihi ahead and res collected. Little bit of idle time affects the eco. Everything idled. That scout rush attacking the house. Another big fight. One spear can change everything. One spear can change everything. And this is a good fight for Dark, but the spear goes down. All the scouts are dying, though. Mihi has to fall back. Mihi up to the castle age. Up to the castle age. Versus 5 stables. Well, honestly, when you have so many scouts, spears kind of stop being useful. It's my experience, at least. Scouts just kind of overpower them when you have 65 HP and enough scouts. But Mihi now, Mihi doesn't need to fight anymore. He just wants to idle as much as he can without losing scout HP. And then light cav, free iron casting, armor, husbandry once he gets up all the clicks he can on those techs, in case Dark doesn't say GG immediately. Earth rotated so much, I'll be T East soon. Jump on the TC. Daniela knows how to play scouts. That's how we know Danny's a scout connoisseur. Like Cav is about to go crazy here. That's quick-walled. Best that Dark can do. I think things are going to get very dark in this base very quickly. As Dark's trying to go forward, Mihi has 5 stables. He can get reinforcements out in time. He's going to fight before he's up, but I guess it's worth it when Dark sends the army forward. Mihi all alone in the back, trying to be outside the TC range, and this is an absolute slaughter. That spear doing work. The scout's not really attacking the spear properly. Now Dark's about to get into Mihi's base, but light cav, husbandry, and GG. And Mihi goes up 2-1. Oh, that is how you play Satan. The more scouts, the better. You can see players gradually building up their scout numbers, not wanting to engage until they fight. And that engagement was 27 to 28 population, as even as it can get. But Mihi took one fight that was better. And then all of a sudden, the sun set on Dark. Everything fell into darkness. And Mihi won. Scouts OP. Scouts OP. That's the type of game I want to see. Scouts OP. Alright, ooh, mod uploading should be fixed. We can check that after this game. And we'll have game... Oh, let me update the scoreboard. That is Satan lost by Dark. And Mihi's home maps are the remaining ones. There's Magyars over Khmer. And Vela de Silva will be game number 4. And we'll have Mihi as the Ethiopians, Dark as the Shoe. Load the Rick. And Arukarius will be the final map if it comes to that. And thank you, Deathbones, for the sub. I say Twitch will take a moment for the alert.
Attila, that boar would have killed me had you not intervened. Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
Thank you very much for the sub. It'll count towards the next Partner Plus tier 2. That helps us get to the 70-30 split. So thank you, all the subs, tier 1. Tier 1, 2, and 3 help out. Anyway, here we are, Vela de Silva. As game number 4, Mihi will be the yellow Ethiopians to the northwest, Dark, the blue shoe to the southeast. Fire archers attack. So, deer in the middle. The shoe could run and try to take the deer? The shoe get food while chopping trees. So I've seen different approaches to this map. Early deer, players ignore the deer, or some players push the deer. I do think scouting for the capybara always is the way to go. How did this happen? How did we get 4 relics on one side? I didn't think that could happen. I am perplexed. I hope the map didn't break. Hold on. Is there a hotkey to toggle the grid in Capture Age? Wait a minute. Yeah, they're still spread out fine. The map otherwise looks fine. Alright. Note for myself. How did that happen? Like, I'm fine with it being like that, but I thought that couldn't happen. Oh well, it's fine. Anyway, deer push from both players. Neither player is scouting for the capybaras. Ethiopian shoe feels like it'll be FC from both of them. We've seen lots of FCs on this map, which is interesting. I'm not sure I expected that. But I guess with Phosphor now, every map's an FC map. I thought this would be more feudal aggression. And not really the case. Now, deer pushed in as Mihi loses the scout. I think losing the scout on this map is horrible. Now Dark will have about 10 million capybaras to his TC. Drush FC, we've seen probably just a Phosphoro FC, I think. Naked FC. We've seen how Dark likes to go without Loom. So he might even FC without Loom. So Mihi doing a barracks, looking to wall up to the back. Some players go for the wall up on both sides using the rock as a gate. Other players simply wall themselves in on one side of the rock. Mihi will have a gold safe to do so. He will do Loom. So Mihi not going to be naked like Dark was last game. Dark will do Loom too. And Scout dies to the Vils. But in terms of capybara numbers, what do we have here? 5 capybaras left for Dark. Now, Loom FC is nuts when you can be drushed. Oh, when the archers come in. We did have Loom for Dark, though. And he is walling himself up. Yeah, so the two different walling styles on display here. Mihi kind of going for more of the full wall on one side of the TC. Dark using both sides of the TC, but he will be able to run down the rock terrain. And double workshop for Dark. So, hasn't had to do a farm yet. And as the shoe, this will be double workshop war chariots. And do crossbowmen from the Ethiopians stop this? I don't think so. The best thing Mihi could be doing here is maybe being forward to deny the workshops, but they'd be under the TC anyway. Dark is one of the pros that has gotten coaching from Phosphoro. Okay. Yeah, people make one mangonel and it's over, which is what I don't think this should work against an FC, but Dark adding a mangonel too. So maybe this is the Phosphoro coaching if you see the FC from the other player, add the mangonel. What counters War Chariot? Mangonels, Knights, in some ways even Spearmen. They do count as cav, so camels would do a ton of extra damage to them. Probably just not archers though, which is what the Ethiopians want to go for, archers. And mangonel will pressure the building. Also monks counter them hard if you get redemption, but the Ethiopians don't. Range, only 6 range, so since they're kind of slow, only 0.99 speed compared to Cav, monks can do well. Oh, that's true, Ethiopians could go camels here. Honestly, FC camel would have been nice from Mihi, maybe. Hard to afford, though, when you don't have much farming. Now, Papaya Tree is still taken by these Vils. Ethiopian late game much better. I probably do too, but this is all about the war chariots. This probably isn't going late. FC Pikes as the Ethiopians might actually work. Just FC do a quick Squires in the attack upgrade. Torsion Engine Rams. They do count as siege weapons, so Rams would have bonus attack. What, 3 mangonels for Dark, and this might be over quickly. As this is exactly how you want to execute the War Chariot Rush, and right now Mihi is struggling to find a defense to it. He's trying to counterattack, but he doesn't have the crossbow upgrade. He lost the range so quickly he doesn't have crossbowmen, and this is his home map, but he's not quite prepared to farm on it. So the archers I guess he has to hope that Dark is paying so much attention to the front that he doesn't pay attention to the archers. But the archers are in on the gold. Immediately the TC is garrisoned. Nice quick wall with the blacksmith so the archers can't get in. I think that was a mistake. I think Mihi actually needed to just hope Dark wasn't paying attention. Like, take some mangonel shots and at that moment run through the TC. But now oh my gosh, the archers are going to run through a mangonel, aren't they? There's crossbow, second range in the back from Mihi. Well, I think he lost too much there to be able to counterattack. With only 6 archers into crossbows, hard to break through palisades fast enough too. And, ooh, nice split. But now there's a war chariot in the back harassing his lumber camp. Crossbow just about finished. Archers are running. Mangonel forward. So Mihi just saying, I can't fight the war chariots, let's just try to attack. And let's win Mangonel micro. Oh, nice coordinated attack from Dark. Yeah, the back woodlines actually make the map kind of crazy. I like how those turned out. I was just doing something kind of fancy to make it look cool, and it worked out really well. In late game, you start chopping wood, but you gotta keep moving horizontally because you hit the rock. So crossbows, taking a mangonel shot. Mihi trying to pick vills. I think Dark has this, 37 to 29 vills. Oh, mangonel down. Mangonel picks a vill. And, oh no, Mihi loses the forward mangonel. And I think that's it. Mihi has no more forward pressure. He's dying at home. The mangonel micro from Dark has been perfect. Or until then, he loses, but he trades. Yeah, trying to even the vill difference. One war chariot in the back. Mihi needs a lumber camp over here. Wouldn't be a good one, though. It's a very thin part of the wood line. Imagine Mihi had, instead of walling here, walled another 2 tiles to the side. You really gotta scout these back wood lines to see how they generate. Oh no, Mihi losing more vills, losing more crossbows. In range of the mangonels, can't get a shot off. Oop, that vill almost dead. Lots of vills almost dead. Yeah, no stone at your base. You have to go pretty far away to grab extra stone piles. Gotta scout for them. Feels at the mangonel. Bill hit by the mangonel. And one last dash with crossbows for Mihi. I think Dark's about to force game 5. Yeah, 6 mangonels for Dark, 2 more queued. Still with double workshops. And Mihi can occasionally get a mangonel hit. Oh, Dark. Oh my gosh, can Mihi go 1 for 8? No. I mean, Mihi has a shot if he goes 1 for 8, but Dark will tie that up 2-2. And we have ourselves a game number 5. Quick shoe war chariots ended up working. I feel that the strat... I have no idea what to think about that strat. I feel that anything you get in the Castle Age destroys the war chariots, but the timing is still there. And the fact they win in Feudal, yeah, he made only 2 chariots and went mangonels, seeing the mangonel defense. So I guess that's what you do if you see a mangonel defense. So for maps, that's a loss on Vela de Silva for Mihi, and Arcarius will have to be game 5. So that's Ethiopians losing to the Shu. Yeah, Viper converted the chariots, but you do need... I realized I added Levi to my list of maps instead of the list of players, so he might not have showed up earlier. Apologies to Levi. Levi is not a map. Arcarius will be our final game. And now this is a Civ matchup. It'll be Saracens for Dark and Georgians for Mihi. Maya Celts, that would be sick too, Maya Celts. And remember, this one will get started right off the bat when they head towards the javelinas in the middle. And here we go, game number 5. Dark to the north as the blue Saracens, Mihi to the south as the yellow Georgians. Now, do I have to put Mihi 06 on the scoreboard to get his name? Hold on. That give me his team. Yes, now he's on tag. Oh my gosh, I didn't have the flag of the team proper. Anyway, Dark will grab the 3 javelinas, take them back to his home base. Mihi not fighting for them. As the Georgians on this map, I've seen them a couple of times. They like to send the mule cart back to the wood line. Oh my gosh, it can't even fit there. That would be a nice little nook for the mule cart. And then dock. So for the Georgians, it's all about the fish boom. And it can work against all the idle time the Vils will have going for the javelinas. Camel versus Cav. And I think the Saracens, though, are a really good civ to use against the Georgians. I don't think Georgians have good answers to camels. I've seen many Georgians games, and I think camels are their biggest weakness. Oh, okay. Mihi thinking of shooting the javelinas. He could de-aggro all of them. Looks kind of like Triple Tunnel. Definitely a bit like Triple Tunnel. Kind of a different setup, though. Tried to introduce some Rage Forest aspects with the triple lures and the ponds and the fish booming. Yeah, a bit less tunnel-y. You can wall it up. We have seen maps that are walled up. But not all of them. Loom now for Mihi. As the scouts will chase each other away. And Loom just finished as Vils keep popping out of the TC. And the scout will turn away. The javelinas will chase the Vil. Vil has to run back. Another dock up for Dark. So Dark will fish boom too. Both fish booms with Dark grabbing all an extra group of javelinas. So Mihi gets 3, Dark gets 6. And you also have 1 at your home base. So that's like 4 versus 7 if this is successful. There's only Brazilian play. The LAN is in Brazil. That's why it's called the Brazilian Dynasty. That is the location of the LAN. And all the maps are very themed about Brazil. Like Araucarias. Or Lençóis Maranhenses. Serra dos Carajas. Locations in Brazil. Or otherwise Portuguese names. So Feudal Age from Mihi. Also hosted by Onamaru, which despite having literally every AoE2 player there is a Brazilian organization. At least I believe so, because that's where all their training camps and whatnot are. So also make sure to go give that Team Onamaru channel a follow. We're dual streaming there, so give them a follow. We're trying to build up the follower count, because that's where the actual LAN event will be broadcast. And actually, Dark didn't take... He had so many javelinas. He didn't eat his javelina at home. And he's saying, look, Mihi, I have javelina at home. I have so many I don't even need it. Look at this. There's, what, still 3 left under the TC. So deer being pushed in from Dark. And we'll have a few militia popping out of the barracks from Mihi. Vil forward for Dark. As the militia will find the... Oh, Dark, hello. Just passing? Is Mihi paying attention? Yes, oh, yes, no. The trail militia will find her. Dark, nope, Dark is Russian, Mihi's Romanian. So range in the middle from Mihi. That's why I love this map. I never know what we're going to see. Archery range right in the middle. Forwardville trying to wall herself. Straggler tree there if she needs to chop out. And an archery range for Dark. Oop. Scout hit by TC arrows. That's a good volley of arrows, and the scout should go down. Still haven't seen max greed 5 docks per pond. I know, the player is maybe not fish booming enough. What Mihi needs to do is chop the palisade and wall it so that the Vil has to be forced out. or send one archer over. That would work too. So blacksmith and walls as Mihi tries to wall up the middle. Is walling what you want to do as the Georgians, though? I feel like walling might backfire. Is fletching also from Mihi. Could lame the boar. And ooh, a mill on the shorefish. Interesting from Dark. So 200 food on a shorefish, 100 wood for a mill. Maybe you could catch all 3 of them there? I guess he does need a mill on something and prefers shorefish to the berries. You do need the mill to unlock the market, and he is Saracen, so he does want a market. And there's a blacksmith? Well, unlocking the market, but not going to sell the stone yet. Oh, there's the market in the back. Cheap market, and he'll sell the stone. And the men-at-arms will try to get through the house, and his Vils are still skirmed and archered down. And fletching for Dark. And let's see if the skirms and men-at-arms can find their way back. Oh, forward stable from that Vil. Forward stable from the Vil. Spear already poking down the scouts. Spear has to poke them back. And long distance mining gold is Dark. Men-at-arms are at the gold in the back. And Archer, Skirm, Mixture is still fighting here at the front. Vil's on the gold. As Skirms take out the archers. Push the archers back. Hearing swords everywhere hitting buildings. Okay, so Mihi not committing to the full wall, just the mostly walled middle. Does not seem as planned by Dark. I don't know why Dark's not mining this gold. Is he wait, is Dark gonna lure that? Second range, and he's probably gonna want more scouts. Dark. There's nothing under the TC to shoot the Javelina. Dark, not like this, Dark, no. No, not like this. You have the better save. Don't be losing Vils like this. No. Ah, Dark. Don't lure boars in mid-feudal. That's the lesson. At the front, I think he's taking a fight that he won but idled Vils in order to win. This is round 2, yes. This is round 2, but they played it already. And we had some scheduling issues, so we're casting the Rex. Let's... The Iron Javelina. Thank you, Multi-Brooks, for the follow. So padded Osher armor for Mihi. Yeah, I'm casting all games non-stop. I mean, we had... what, 40 sets today? Or 40 sets in the round of 80? I don't even know how many games we casted today. A little Labubu salesman. So with this forward stable, I don't think Dark's really getting too much accomplished. Mihi with the spear defense. But Dark, he can finally use his market, sell some wood, buy some food, click his way up to the castle age. And he should be up first. He still has that market standing. Doing some houses. I feel like these houses would have been much better served horizontally, across here. Or even across, just somewhere at a wall. Military counts in favor of Mihi still by a few archers or skirms. Scout skirm, though, from the Saracens, and then they will have their high HP camels. Yeah, 3 kills from forward scouts are nice. Mihi just mule carting his way into that wood line. Skirm still fighting skirms at the front. Vils need to put gold into the mining camp. Castle Age padded archer armor for Dark. He's trying to hold the hill. He has the skirm numbers. Another range. That's going to be 3 ranges. It's just 3 range skirms. Will we go cav archers as the Saracens? Might miss the days when they had their bonus against buildings. I need some more fish traps. Fishing ships idled. Still think Dark will, in the long run, have the better civ. And there is up to the Castle Age's Dark. And elite skirm for him. Skirm's going down. And Mihi will call the GG. Mihi not up to the Castle Age. He will call it. And Dark is victorious. He'll win 3-2. And Mihi not able to click up in time. Saracens in the market, uptiming. Trading a castle. They do it. They will do it. And Dark will advance. Unfortunate for Mihi, but Dark still has a chance to continue. So I think that'll be it for today. 11 hours, 15 minutes. That's a long enough stream, right? I said I thought we'd go 12 hours. We're almost there. So, more res for Dark. Really pulling ahead in late feudal. And again, the fish traps. The fish traps, or not the fish traps, but the fish boom didn't work for Mihi. Maybe I need to add more shorefish to those ponds? I don't know. Alright, so we're just going to take a quick look at the brackets, then I'm going to eat some food and go to the gym. So, bracket time. Let's see what all's been updated. Apologies, we had a couple sets we didn't get to cast, but then we casted a lot. So, in the top bracket, we'll have Mono's Blue playing apparently their first round set early on in the morning. And winner faces Heart. Mihi, Dark, we just casted that. Dark will advance to face, in all likelihood, Heart. Lewis, Stark, Kingstone. I didn't see what happened to Kingstone Chicso. That wasn't on the schedule. Maybe that's still in scheduling woes. Kingstone probably a heavy favorite there. Duzu did win against Twig. Stark Lewis will be nice. We'll have to keep an eye on that schedule. Onamaru Lewis. Oh, Lewis the only Onamaru player in this bracket. I think it's a much harder bracket than he had last time. He did beat Dagao, and Dagao beat Stark, so by transitivity, Lewis should win that. But Stark's always creative. He's a thinker. So, Barl's Bonangi. Classic Pro Jordan. That ought to be good. Doubt against you putting Lobo, who play later tonight. And then Ozone Gali going on right now. And a bit of a spoiler there, but we have Gali up 2-0. Winner faces Sorokuma. So this is the the Jordan Doubt bracket. And I'd love to see Jordan Doubt in the best of 7. But Barl's still, he's the #1 seed, and maybe the best player so far. But I think anyone from Doubt, Sorokuma, Jordan, or Barl's capable of winning here. And Sebastian definitely favored here. Sato maybe, I think that's probably how it works out. Sebastian and Sato 1 and 2. Pot from Argentina certainly would love to go to a South American land. Same for Prisma, up-and-coming player Prisma. And Siscon, I know Siscon's been really invested into this. He's been playing well, beat Jordan in the first round. So Tatau, Fire, Dragonstar Dagao, that will be interesting. Dragonstar Dagao, only separated by 4 seeds. Dragonstar has been grinding, and I know he's been looking at the maps. MBL Kasfa, than running chart. If MBL's in shape, he should win the bottom of this bracket. And if he really is in shape, we'll see what Tatau brings. I mean, I feel like this should be Tatau, MBL from historical performances, but honestly, Tatau, if Dragonstar makes it to the finals, that'd be crazy. Tatau has a chance. Also, the best Brazilian player right now, probably, so I'm sure he'd love to qualify. And finally, Vinch. Vinch, oh, he got an admin win. Someone was asking when does Vinch play. He got an admin win over the first round opponent. I guess they probably had a scheduling issue. And so he'll face Goku in the next round. Winner faces the winner of Vivi and Vilesa. Nikov playing right now. Should win that. We'll then face Husiel. Stone Please, though. Based on Stone Please's performance last round, beating Barles and almost beating Doubt, he's got a chance. He's got a good chance. And where do you see the brackets? Beneath the stream, I have a link also right here. Brazilian Dynasty. So that's it for me. I don't know when we schedule tomorrow. When do we start tomorrow's schedule? I think everyone needs to schedule. So, Stone Please beat Hera an hour ago. Is that going to be the answer? Is Stone Please going to beat Hera? Anyway, I'm going to figure out the casting schedule. Arbase made all the scheduling channels. Players are scheduling the round of 40 for tomorrow. At least 14 GMT to watch Lucho versus Stone Please. Okay, we'll try to figure it out. Anyway, that's it for now. Thank you all for watching. Also, remember, give a follow to the Onamaru channel. We're at 1,659. I think it'd be great if we hit 2K. And I'm gonna go offline now. So, GG's, everyone. Thank you all so much for the support and the subs too. All those subs help us get to the higher revenue tier. So I'm exhausted. Thank you everyone who's been watching on the YouTubes too. Sorry if I'm missing the chat. I've got 4 chats to read. And no, let me catch up on one question. What do the dice mean? That means that Dark randomed his map picks. Anyway, time to end all of the streams. And I will